On the day of the awakening of talents, the school belle, who is also his girlfriend, manifested the most formidable S-class talent. She was granted direct admission to the most prestigious academy, while Su Xingqian awakened the most inferior talent. Fortunately, the system activated, granting him a plethora of golden attributes right from the outset. His primary objective became to amass wealth to activate new golden attributes. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. As long as the system was in place, talent was not of paramount importance. Gradually, he began to sense something amiss. The goddess mentor, adorned in black stockings, wished to form a team with him, and the beautiful senior also wanted to join, while the previously aloof white-stockinged junior now exhibited warmth, and the silver-haired lady also displayed gentleness. What was happening? Su Xingqian declared. The service fee is 10 million per session. Please form an orderly queue. Upon glancing back, he found that all his teammates were of goddess caliber. Chapter 1. The Awakening of D-Class Talent. The system made its appearance. Stand firm. Do not disrupt the formation. In Jiangsheng, at the 9th High School, on the Awakening Square. At this moment, over 2,000 third-year students were gathered, for today marked the nationwide Talent Awakening Day, coinciding with the high school graduation day, a pivotal turning point in the lives of all third-year students. Those who awakened superior talents would undoubtedly soar to great heights, while those with inferior talents would likely squander their lives. Nevertheless, there was one reassuring fact. The probability of awakening stood at a staggering 100, meaning everyone was destined to awaken, merely differing in the quality of their talents. After awakening, except for S-class talents, others are not permitted to linger at the school. Prepare for tomorrow's dungeon trial. In 1 month, all will undergo evaluation. The awakening officially commences now. The speaker was Zhang Leitang, the principal of Jiangxing 9th High School. As his words faded, a wondrous beam of light descended from the heavens. The light enveloped the awakening platform. Instantly, the radiance formed a luminous barrier. Traversing through it would enable the awakening of talents. Yi Jifan, Blade Master, D-Class. Zhou Maoming, Gunner, D-Class. Jun Xiaoyao, Swordsman, D-Class. Following the order of classes, each student passed through the luminous barrier, awakening their talents in the process, while beside the barrier stood a crystal panel resembling an LED display. It exhibited the awakened talent, profession, and level. However, a staggering 80% of those awakened possessed D-Class talents. The talent levels were categorized into 5 tiers: D-Class, C-Class, B-Class, A-Class, and S-Class. D-Class being the lowest, while S-Class represented the pinnacle. Observing the levels of awakened talents, both the principal and the teachers wore expressions of wry amusement. Buzz. At that moment, a golden light erupted from the awakening platform. The radiance soared to the heavens, accompanied by a resonant hum. Golden, golden, golden talent. That's S-Class. At last, someone has awakened an S-Class talent. Incredible, it's actually S-Class. Our 9th High School has finally produced an S-Class talent. The last time an S-Class talent appeared was 2 years ago. Witnessing this spectacle, the principal and teachers became exhilarated. Not only them, but the students present were also brimming with excitement. For if someone had awakened an S-Class talent, perhaps the next to do so would be themselves. Ji Qingyan, Ice Mage, S-Class. The LED crystal panel displayed the information of the awakened individual, revealing Ji Qingyan from class 1 of the 3rd year. There she stood on the awakening platform, an exquisite young lady, proud and aloof, enveloped in a halo that enhanced her already striking beauty with an aura of mystery. Ji Qingyan, the school belle of Jiangsheng 9th High School. Su Xingqian, are you feeling the pressure? Zhang Ping inquired of his classmate from class 2 of the 3rd year. Yet, there was an underlying tone that suggested ill intent. The school belle has awakened S-Class, and the strongest ice mage at that. Anyone would feel daunted. Su Xingqian, do not despair. Perhaps you too shall awaken an S-Class talent. Awakening an S-Class talent is no simple feat. It is remarkable for even one S-Class talent to emerge in a year at the 9th High. Last year, there was not a single S-Class talent. Su Xingqian may well face a breakup. Pretty boy, if I awaken D-Class, shall we date? The male students from class 2 of the 3rd year gazed at Su Xingqian with expressions laced with schadenfreude. The girls were elated, for it was nearly impossible for Su Xingqian to awaken an S-level talent. Consequently, it was inevitable that Ji Qingyan would break up with him, granting them an opportunity thereafter. After all, Su Xingqian was strikingly handsome. At Jiangsheng 9th High School, Ji Qingyan was the reigning school beauty, while Su Xingqian held the title of the most dashing boy. Su Xingqian chuckled lightly, a faint smile gracing his face. In truth, a sense of anxiety lingered within him. To be candid, awakening an S-level talent was exceedingly arduous. The principal and teachers were overjoyed even at the sight of a single S-level talent emerging in a cohort, let alone 2. In the annals of 9th High School, such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Hence, his aspiration to awaken an S-level talent seemed utterly futile in this world where strength was revered and talent reigned supreme. Could he genuinely rejoice for the school beauty, whose talent had awakened into the mightiest S-level? As a time traveler, he was born into a tragic fate. His father perished in battle before his birth, and his mother suffered complications during childbirth, leaving him to grow up in an orphanage. Without any golden finger or system to aid him, in this world where everyone aspired to awaken their talents, he felt as though his past decade and more had been utterly wasted. He understood that no amount of effort would bear fruit. Everything hinged on the awakening. From elementary school to middle school, he and Ji Qingyan had been classmates. In high school, they were no longer in the same class. However, their romance had blossomed during middle school. Early relationships were still relationships. The speed of awakening was swift, and soon it was Su Xingqian's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the awakening platform. This was his sole opportunity. Su Xingqian, Sword Hero, D-Level. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Xingqian's awakening information materialized on the crystalline panel. As the voice resonated, Su Xingqian's heart plummeted. He was unaware of how he left the awakening platform. Before long, he found himself at the school entrance. Xingqian. At that moment, a melodious voice reached his ears, strikingly familiar. Even without looking, he knew it was Ji Qingyan. He replied, a mere acknowledgement. What could he possibly say? At this moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of anticipation, hoping Ji Qingyan would not end their relationship, especially after having been together for several years. Although student romances often consisted of holding hands and chatting, they were undeniably sweet. Yet, he felt a sense of rejection due to his D-level talent, which destined him for limited future achievements. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyan possessed the strongest S-level talent, her future brimming with endless possibilities. They no longer belonged to the same realm. Even if Ji Qingyan chose not to part ways with him, he would still bear immense pressure. I'm sorry. Ji Qingyan approached Su Xingqian, her tall and graceful figure epitomizing perfection. With a breathtaking visage that captivated all, despite being merely 18 years of age, she had matured exceptionally. I have no right to blame you, Su Xingqian replied, lifting his gaze to Ji Qingyan, feigning indifference. I must take my leave. Smack. Ji Qingyan looked at Su Xingqian and softly spoke. After speaking, her rosy lips brushed against his cheek in a fleeting kiss before she turned and dashed away, ultimately disappearing into the school. Su Xingqian felt numb, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The breakup had indeed transpired. To claim he was unscathed would be a lie. However, he was unwilling to display his emotions. Yet, Ji Qingyan's kiss left him in a daze. After all, this was his first kiss, and it was initiated by her. In the past, Su Xingqian would have felt exhilarated, but now he was filled with despair. This was, after all, a parting kiss, and he watched her enchanting silhouette fade away. Until she vanished from sight, Su Xingqian withdrew his gaze, numbly heading towards his rented accommodation. Ding, detecting the host has finally awakened their talent. System loading. At that moment, a crisp electronic voice echoed in Su Xingqian's mind, jolting him awake. System. 18 years, he mused, having traversed through time for 18 years. After waiting for a golden finger and system for 18 long years, they had not appeared even during his awakening. Just as he had lost all hope, they finally manifested. Chapter 2. The Golden Beginnings, Mythical Equipment. System loading. 123. Before Su Xingqian's eyes, a luminous screen, measuring 2 feet in length and width, materialized. This screen, radiant in white, was not merely a system interface. Rather, it was the panel that all awakened individuals possessed. However, apart from a loading progress bar indicating system initialization, no other information was available. This pace, it would take around 10 minutes, Su Xingqian thought, observing the loading progress. In that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the system, wondering what assistance it might offer him. He fervently hoped it wouldn't be something frivolous like a wealthy patron system or a streaming platform. Ideally, he wished for an S-grade talent. Murmuring to himself, Su Xingqian quickened his pace, aiming to return home by the time the system was fully loaded, thus allowing him to thoroughly comprehend its functionalities. Indeed, after what felt like a mere 10 minutes, 989-9100, system loading complete. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, the system had finished loading. What are its functions? Su Xingqian inquired hastily, closing the door behind him. How could he not feel anxious? This concerned his future. How could he not be eager? This wretched system. Couldn't it have come sooner? Why must I wait 18 years? System version 10. Experience gained, 200. Item drops, 100. Automatic recycling, 100. Attribute drops, 100. System space dimensions, 500m times 500m times 500m. System functions. The host merely needs to hunt beasts to gain double experience, a 100 item drop rate. And when the backpack reaches 80 items, excess equipment will be automatically recycled. Hunting beasts will guarantee attribute point drops. The system's voice resonated as a notification appeared on the luminous screen. After reading the information, Su Xingqian's expression mirrored utter astonishment. This was indeed extraordinary. The only regret was the absence of an S-grade talent. Special ring activated. Name, Combat Power Ring. Combat Power, 1000. Grade, Unique. Attribute, permanent enhancement of 200 to overall combat power. Note, the Petrification Ring requires 0100000 gold coins to activate. Just as Su Xingqian was reeling from this revelation, another prompt emerged. A new second-level panel appeared, revealing a circular wheel with 12 slots. Among these, 6 were designated for rings, of which 5 remained gray and unactivated, while the one activated was the Combat Power Ring, looking exceptionally impressive. The remaining 6 slots were a mystery as to what could be placed within them. Mythical equipment. Golden attributes. Su Xingqian was utterly dumbfounded. This system was beyond belief. Not only did it possess fundamental functions, but it also allowed for special rings to be activated, requiring only gold coins. Mythical level. Truly extraordinary. A direct enhancement of 200 combat power, essentially doubling his strength. System, if I'm not mistaken. I simply need to acquire more gold coins, correct? Su Xingqian queried. This contraption was eerily reminiscent of the VIP systems he had encountered in his past life's gaming experiences, both fundamentally reliant on monetary investment. Host correct. The system replied to Su Xingqian. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D grade. Profession, Swordman, Apprentice. Level, 1000. Bond, none. Wealth, 1028. Combat power, 2400. Base combat power, 200. Active skills, Sword Mastery, 000. Green Lotus Sword Song, 000. All swords return to 1, 000. Passive skill, Thunder Sword Aura, 000. Glancing at the main panel, Su Xingqian's heart raced. Good heavens. His combat power had reached 2,400 points. To put this in perspective, newly awakened individuals typically possess only 200 base combat power. And he had soared to 2,400 points, a feat that could easily overshadow an S-grade talent. The combat power ring contributed 1,000 combat power. The base combat power was 200 points, and with the ring S attributes, it was calculated as 100,0200 x 2002 400 combat power. This was indeed terrifying. Tomorrow marked the first dungeon after awakening, and he still had time to hone his skills in the outskirts. Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen, which, while similar to others, included 2 additional second-level panels, one for the system and another for the ring slots, visible only to him. Subsequently, he tidied up briefly, storing essential items in the system space before stepping out of his room, ready to venture into the wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the bus stop, where numerous students gathered. Unsurprisingly, these were all awakened professionals eager to practice before entering the dungeon. Su Xingqian, is that you? Upon arriving at the platform, he was immediately recognized. This was only natural, considering the proximity to 9th High School, where Su Xingqian was renowned as the top heartthrob, certainly a familiar face. Moreover, the hottest topic of the day revolved around awakening and Ji Qingyan's S-grade Ice Mage talent. Mentioning Ji Qingyan inevitably led to discussions about Su Xingqian, first flower and first heartthrob, a match made in heaven. However, post-awakening, the dynamics had shifted. Ji Qingyan had awakened an S-grade Ice talent, while Su Xingqian was relegated to a D-grade talent. In this world that revered the strong, this disparity would hinder any progression. No matter how handsome he may be, even if they have broken up, it's none of your concern, Su Xingqian chuckled. There was no need to be angered by such individuals. It simply wasn't he worth it. Regardless, he and Ji Qingyan had shared affectionate moments for years, while others could only harbor envy and resentment. Moments later, the bus arrived. Final destination, Eastgate. Su Xingqian squeezed onto the bus, which was packed to the brim. The atmosphere inside buzzing with excitement, as if they were all on the verge of becoming formidable warriors. Half an hour later, he disembarked. Others formed small teams for safety. But Su Xingqian declined several offers from attractive female classmates, choosing instead to walk independently towards the city gates. He chuckled to himself. With a system and a mythical level ring boasting golden attributes at the outset, why would I need a team? His sword mastery skill was only at 000, incapable of allowing him to fly with a sword. For now, he could only rely on his legs. Once outside the city, a wave of desolation washed over him. The wilderness lay ahead, teeming with people and, as the saying goes, many humans and few monsters. Thus, he intended to venture to the farthest reaches, despite the inherent dangers. For the opportunities to encounter monstrous beasts were plentiful. He ran with legs that felt as though they were treading upon wheels of wind and fire. A roar echoed through the air. After nearly 20 minutes, Su Xingqian finally came across a formidable creature. A 3-meter-tall aberrant bull, an imposing sight indeed. This was a variant beast, commonly discussed in manuals, categorized as a low-tier beast of the first rank, with a combat strength exceeding 500. A duo or trio of skilled individuals could easily subdue it, while those with exceptional talent could engage it in solitary combat, albeit at considerable risk. With a swish, an iron sword materialized in Su Xingqian's grasp, issued by the school. It was not classified as equipment, hence he could not don it. However, this posed no obstacle. With over 2,000 combat strength, he could effortlessly confront the aberrant bull. The Green Lotus Sword Song, one of the Swordmaster's active skills, was unleashed. The iron sword in Su Xingqian's hand traced a dazzling arc of sword energy, hurtling straight towards the aberrant bull. In all honesty, the spectacle resembled the skill effects found in fantasy games. Upon reaching the first level of sword control, should he master flight, the scene would vividly evoke the essence of celestial combat. The sword energy struck the aberrant bull, resulting in a resonant thud as it collapsed. A notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. The system began calculating. Chapter 3 revealed a weapon drop. He had reached level 8. Congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. Experience, 10, 200. Gold, 100. Attribute points, 10. Upon completion of the calculations, no equipment was dropped. Yet gold and attribute points were accrued. Initially, he was supposed to gain 5 experience points, but with the system's enhancement, he received an additional 10. The gold was the sole currency of the world, a universal medium of exchange, with purchasing power akin to a single unit of currency from his previous life. Thus, in a single encounter, he had amassed 100 gold coins. However, contemplating the need for at least 100,000 gold coins to activate a new golden attribute, namely, a special ring, dampened his spirits. What, then, was the purpose of these attribute points? After eliminating the aberrant bull, Su Xingqian hastily departed, continuing his search for more beasts. Simultaneously, he sought to communicate with the system. In his haste, he had forgotten to inquire about the specific applications of the attribute points. Attribute points are utilized to enhance skills. The system replied succinctly. Indeed, they were meant for skill enhancement. Once he accumulated enough attribute points, he would prioritize upgrading his sword control technique. Su Xingqian felt a sense of certainty. Mastering sword control was paramount. Just imagine the elegance of soaring through the skies, far more exhilarating than running along the ground. It would expedite his search for beasts and ensure a swifter escape should the need arise. In less than a minute, he encountered yet another first-tier aberrant bull. With a single strike, it was vanquished. Congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. Experience, 10, 200. Gold, 100. Attribute points, 10. The rewards remained consistent. Fortune smiled upon him. For many more aberrant bulls lingered nearby. He must have stumbled into their lair. With each swift kill, congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. Experience, 10, 200. Gold, 100. Attribute points, 10. Congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. Experience, 10, 200. Gold, 100. Attribute points, 10. The pattern of swift executions continued, and with each battle, Su Xingqian's combat prowess saw substantial improvement. After all, his education had provided only foundational knowledge and theoretical insights, essentially, mere book learning. Now, he engaged in genuine confrontations with the beasts. Gradually, the flicker of fear he once harbored towards these creatures dissipated. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2. Base combat strength, x110. Not long after, a golden light enveloped Su Xingqian, flickering momentarily before merging with him. Following this, a notification sounded, announcing his ascendance to level 2. His combat strength had increased, albeit slightly, augmenting his original base strength to 110. It felt negligible, he mused. Leveling up was a positive development, however modest the gain. With a base strength of 200, an increase to 110 represented a rise of 20 points. In truth, considering the enhancement from the golden attribute of his combat ring, it amounted to a boost of 40 points. No equipment had dropped, and progress in combat strength appeared sluggish. He now possessed 100 attribute points. The system prompted him to enhance his sword control. Su Xingqian brimmed with anticipation. Consuming 1 attribute point, your sword control skill has risen from 0, 11 to 0, 21. Utilizing 1 attribute point resulted in a skill increase of 0, 1. By this calculation, 10 attribute points would yield a single point of enhancement. To elevate his sword control to 1, 0 would require a staggering 1,000 attribute points. He resolved to continue battling. Reflecting on this, Su Xingqian lamented that 100 attribute points were insufficient. He needed to diligently hunt more beasts. Moreover, combat would also enhance the Green Lotus Sword Song. Regrettably, he could not deploy 10,000 swords returned to 1, which stood at 0, 0, thus missing the opportunity to bolster that skill in battle. With relentless combat, Su Xingqian seemed to enter a state of transcendence, fortunate for his formidable strength. Otherwise, the iron sword in his grasp would have faltered. First-tier aberrant beasts fell before him with ease. Thus, he adjusted his expectations, acknowledging that no equipment had dropped, and he need not be notified. Gold, 100. Experience, 10, 200. Attribute points, 10. Experience, 10, 200. Time slipped by second. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3. Base combat strength, x110. Once again he ascended, reaching level 3. Although the increase in strength was modest, it was nonetheless a progression. Even the smallest gains were valuable. He reflected on other practitioners. who boasted 450 combat strength, crucial for their base strength of 200, unlike Su Xingqian, who benefited from the amplification of his combat ring. After leveling up, Su Xingqian did not pause. He had a singular goal, to elevate his level to above 5 before nightfall. Congratulations on defeating the first-tier aberrant bull. Experience, 10, 200. Gold, 100. Attribute points, 10. Drop, Yiwuqing Song, Swordmaster, White 1. As another aberrant bull fell, the notification chimed once more, igniting excitement within Su Xingqian. 4. He had previously set the parameters such that he would only be notified upon acquiring equipment, and now, he received an alert indicating that he had indeed obtained gear, specifically, a weapon intended for the swordsman class. How could he possibly contain his joy? It is noteworthy that among the various classes, only weapons and armor are class-specific. Other equipment is devoid of such restrictions. In essence, what he had just acquired was either a weapon or armor. The most frustrating aspect of gaming is obtaining equipment that one is unable to utilize. Pausing from combat, he sought out a discreet and secure location to examine his newfound item. Name, Ethereal Frostfire. Grade, Human Grade, White. Class, Swordsman. Combat Power, 200. Required Level, 1. This was the most commonplace human-grade equipment, bearing a white quality. Such items typically lack attributes and, consequently, additional properties. Nevertheless, although it was merely human-grade white equipment, it boasted a combat power of 200, coupled with the enhancement from a combat power ring, which added another 200. He now possessed a total of 400 combat power, certainly an improvement over wielding a mere iron sword. At present, Su Xingqian's combat power stood at 2,884 points. After equipping the item, he extended his hand, and at that moment, he no longer held an iron sword, but rather a rather splendid longsword, emanating wisps of fire intertwined with a hint of frost. It was far more impressive than the iron sword. A smile graced Su Xingqian's face as he gazed at the ethereal frostfire. He then resumed his hunt for monstrous beasts. Swish, swish, roar, out in the wilderness. Far removed from the gates of Jiangcheng, approximately 50 miles away, this desolate area was teeming with more formidable beasts. Given Su Xingqian's combat prowess, he felt no pressure at all in this place. One beast after another fell before him, his experience steadily increasing, along with his gold and attributes. Congratulations on defeating the second-tier beast, Earth Dragon. Experience, 100, 200. Gold, 1000. Attributes, 10. Dropped item, Crescent Moon Bow, Archer, Blue, X1. Another second-tier beast had succumbed. These creatures possessed around 5,000 combat power. While Su Xingqian could not eliminate them in a single blow, it required little effort on his part to slay the Earth Dragon. The creature dropped an archer's weapon, a premium item. However, it was unsuitable for a swordsman. Having reached level 8, he surmised that he should now be able to upgrade his sword control technique. Glancing at the sky, he noted the setting sun, time to return. Initially, he had intended to head back sooner, but he discovered that his attribute points were nearing 1,000. With 1,000 attribute points, he could elevate his sword control technique to level 100, which would enable him to soar back on his sword. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, after all. Current attributes, 1690 points. System, upgrade sword control technique. Chapter 4, selling weapons, 500, 000 gold. Activating the petrification ring, golden myth. Consuming 980 attribute points, your sword control technique has improved from 021 to level 001. A single-click upgrade. The consumption of 980 attribute points resulted in the successful advancement of his sword control technique to the first tier. Whoosh. With a mere thought, the ethereal frostfire slipped from his grasp and transformed into a streak of light soaring into the distance. Su Xingqian commanded the ethereal frostfire with his mind as it executed a graceful turn and returned, circling around him. The sword control technique could be utilized not only for combat, but also as a means of flight. Boom. Su Xingqian leapt into the air, landing atop the ethereal frostfire, envisioning himself soaring like a sword immortal. However, the disparity between imagination and reality was stark, and he found himself tumbling down. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height. Otherwise, he could have been gravely injured. In due course, Su Xingqian began to acclimate. After half an hour, as dusk enveloped the land, he finally mastered the art of sword flight, albeit at a cautious pace. Whoosh, whoosh, soaring upon the ethereal frostfire. He ascended to an altitude of 20 meters, swiftly heading towards the eastern gate, leaving behind a trail of azure light that appeared remarkably dazzling. 20 minutes later, he had traversed 50 miles at a commendable speed. Upon reaching the eastern gate, he encountered two professionals, one wielding a sword and the other a spear, both of whom were evidently seasoned players, having reached level 30. They were not novices, merely slightly behind in their progression. Upon entering the city, Su Xingqian, adhering to the rules prohibiting combat and flight within city limits, dismounted from his ethereal steed. He caught the last bus back to his rented accommodation, took a quick shower, and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Activating his holographic screen, he accessed the trading platform for professionals, which functioned akin to a computer or smartphone. Is there anyone selling equipment? Ideal for novice gunmen, human grade, white, 50,000 gold. With weapon and armor prices doubled, newcomers undoubtedly lack equipment to sell, as they barely have enough for themselves. Equipment is exceedingly hard to come by. Have you all ventured out to hunt beasts? Who can take me along? C-class, healer, support role here. In the days surrounding the awakening, prices for equipment skyrocket due to a surge in demand from new players. I am seeking to purchase equipment suitable for novice bladesmen, offering a 50 premium. Jiangqing's professional trading platform, however, saw little activity from powerful players as it primarily catered to newcomers. The chat messages revealed an array of inquiries, with most seeking equipment, while very few offered items for sale. The scarcity of equipment was the sole reason for this imbalance. As for the archer's weapon, he resolved to sell it, as it was of no use to him. Musing to himself while savoring his noodles, Su Xingqian lamented his financial constraints. Since he could not utilize the archer's weapon, selling it might activate a new special ring, considering it was a premium human-grade item. I am selling an archer's weapon. Human-grade blue. Price, 500,000. No negotiations, the first to bid wins. Su Xingqian sent out the message. This price was 200,000 above the normal rate. Yet the scarcity of equipment justified the increase. After dispatching his message, he fixated on the screen. 500,000. I'll take it, followed by sending the trade request. Within 10 seconds, a response materialized, and a trade request popped up in the upper right corner of Su Xingqian's holographic screen. He promptly initiated the transaction, placing the crescent moon bow into the trade slot. After confirming the price entered by the other party, he clicked to complete the trade. Of course, there was no risk of being swindled since transactions allowed for a 3-minute cancellation period, during which items and currency would not be transferred to either party's accounts. Furthermore, the holographic screen required real name registration, deterring any fraudulent activities. Ding. Account ending in 6667 received 500,000 gold coins. A notification chime echoed. The sum of 500,000 gold coins had been credited. The transaction was complete. There were no fees involved. After all, this was a private trade. Had it occurred in the marketplace, a fee would undoubtedly apply. Damn, I was a step too late. It turned out to be a premium weapon. A 500,000 gold coin shooter weapon, albeit expensive, was well worth the investment. Big boss, do you have any more equipment? I'm looking to purchase swordsman weapons and attire. I seek various gear suitable for beginners. Just like that, I had earned 500,000. Damn it. Today we formed a team and hunted down over a dozen first-tier beasts, yet not a single item dropped. Expecting gear to drop after slaying a mere dozen beasts? Where's the logic in that? Under normal circumstances, one might obtain a piece of equipment after defeating 200 beasts. Of course, this is merely theoretical. In reality, one might have to slay 300 or even 400 before seeing any drops. On the chat screen, by the time I realized what happened, Su Xingqian had already completed the transaction. Witnessing the sale of a blue premium weapon sparked immense envy among others. A blue premium item, nonetheless a weapon. Although pricey, it could potentially enhance one's combat power by several hundred points, with an increase of several hundred points. Taking down first-tier beasts would become a breeze. After finishing my instant noodles, Su Xingqian accessed the system interface. Notification. The activation conditions for the petrification ring have been met. Would you like to activate the petrification ring? A prompt appeared on the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingqian decided to activate it. It was merely 100,000 gold coins. Activating a special ring of golden mythic quality, with attributes that could rightly be considered divine, was an opportunity not to be missed. Indeed, this was a system-provided item. Petrification ring activated. Name, Petrification ring. Combat power, 1000. Rarity, unique. Attribute, golden, mythic. Effect, in combat. There is a 30 chance to petrify the target for a duration of 5 seconds. Note, activation of the domain ring requires 1,000,000 gold coins. The petrification ring had been successfully activated. As expected, it was indeed of golden mythic quality. The combat power remained unchanged, but an additional 1,000 points had been acquired. The petrification attribute was akin to the paralysis ring in the game, albeit significantly more formidable, boasting a 30 chance to petrify an opponent for 5 seconds. Incredible. Terrifying. Just imagine, during a battle, when the opponent suddenly becomes immobile, standing there for you to strike. What a daunting concept that is. The next special ring, the domain ring, required 1,000,000 gold coins to activate. Upon seeing the subsequent prompt, Su Xingqian knew he needed to work hard to amass wealth. With a combat power of 5,178, he could easily annihilate second-tier aberrations. Tomorrow, in the trial dungeon, he hoped for favorable equipment drops. Su Xingqian glanced at his status panel, noting he possessed only a single weapon. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a message alert sounded. Ji Qingluo, Brother Xingqian. We're forming a team for the dungeon trial at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The message was from Ji Qingluo, the twin sister of Ji Qingyan. Despite being twins, their personalities were polar opposites. Ji Qingyan was proud and aloof, while Ji Qingluo was lively and spirited. Their only commonality was their striking beauty. Su Xingchen replied, "What is your profession and talent?" He did not directly respond to the invitation to team up, instead expressing curiosity about Ji Qingluo's abilities. He mused, could this little troublemaker possibly possess an A-grade talent? After all, she was a twin of Ji Qingyan, who had awakened with an S-grade. It would not be outlandish for Ji Qingluo to have an A-grade as well. Yet, one could never tell, awakening talents were shrouded in mystery. Chapter 5 Su Xingchen, you're healing me? I can't handle an A. Ji Qingluo. S-grade. Healing. I'll heal you then. Ji Qingluo's message response was rather slow because she was aware that Su Xingchen had awakened with a D-grade talent. She feared that revealing her S-grade talent might hurt him, but she also did not wish to deceive him, leading to her internal conflict. After some contemplation, she decided to share the truth. Su Xingchen, you're healing me? I can't handle an A. Upon reading Ji Qingluo's message, he was momentarily stunned. Another S-grade? It seemed that S-grades were a family trait. Had it not been for the system, he would have been genuinely affected. It's not that he lacked resilience. Anyone would feel the pressure in such circumstances. However, with the system in play, he felt that innate talent was not as crucial. Ji Qingluo, Su Xingchen, I'm going to bite you. Get lost. I'm ignoring you. Upon receiving Su Xingchen's message, Ji Qingluo was both flustered and infuriated. She detested when he teased her about her modest bust. It was merely a late bloom. In truth, she was not lacking at all. What was wrong with being slender? As Su Xingchen gazed at Ji Qingluo's irate emoji, his mood soared. The sudden emergence of two S-grade talents at Jiangxing No. 9 High School would surely cause a stir. The principal and teachers would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Even more astonishing was that both S-grades were of the highest caliber. One was the most formidable ice mage, while the other was the highly coveted healer, Ling Long, neither of which were subpar professions. Professions are categorized into 6 types: blade master, gunner, swordsman, archer, mage, and Ling Long. Blade masters wield blades, gunners utilize firearms, swordsmen employ swords, archers use bows, Ling Longs wield staves, and mages also use staves. Regardless of the profession, one's power ultimately hinges on combat strength. That is the essence of everything. Ling Longs are synonymous with healing, commonly referred to as healers. Mages can specialize in ice, fire, or lightning. The battles among different professions vary merely in skills and weaponry. The disparities are negligible. After shutting off the virtual interface, he retired for the night, conserving energy for the next day's dungeon trial. The following morning, Su Xingchen was up early, packing bottled water and rations into his system space. After completing his preparations, he stepped outside. He strolled through the supermarket and then hailed a cab to the Jiangxing Practitioner Center. Upon arrival, he found a throng of practitioners already gathered. As it was awakening day, and access was restricted to newcomers for the next few days due to the overwhelming number of people, Jiangxing boasted a total of 42 high schools, each housing 2,000 to 3,000 students. Annually, tens of thousands of high school students awaken, and naturally, they would seek to embark on dungeon trials, necessitating the smooth operation of these trials. Brother Xingchen, just as he arrived at the practitioner center, a sweet, melodious voice rang out. It was delightful to hear. Judging solely by the voice, it was undoubtedly that of a soft, adorable lowly beauty. Why are you here so early? No sleeping in? Su Xingchen inquired, turning to the stunning girl at the entrance. Yesterday, I neither accepted nor declined the offer to form a team. Yet this little troublemaker took it upon herself to assume my consent. I have only just arrived. Brother Xingchen, let us team up. Just the two of us will suffice, allowing me to focus solely on supporting you. What do you think? The little troublemaker pouted and chattered incessantly, encircling Su Xingchen like a piece of sticky toffee. Ever since childhood, she has always enjoyed clinging to him. Qingluo, include us in your team. We came together after all. Su Xingchen, being a D grade, would only hinder the team. Qingluo, let us form a team. 3 A grades and 1 C grade alongside your S grade healer will undoubtedly make us the top squad of the 9th middle school. Indeed, we could tackle a challenging dungeon with a credit score of 60. Witnessing Ji Qingluo cling to Su Xingchen, her companions were filled with envy. In the past, they had envied the first school hunk, Su Xingchen and Ji Qingyan, but who could blame them for being so handsome? However, now that Su Xingchen had awakened as a D grade, they no longer regarded him as a threat. In their eyes, he was merely an attractive failure. And the fact that Ji Qingluo still fawned over him baffled them. How ridiculous it was that before his awakening, he was favored by the top school flower, and afterward, he was still liked by her younger sister. Enough is enough. Whom I team up with is none of your concern. I've told you before, stop circling around me. Ji Qingluo, upon overhearing her classmates speak of Su Xingchen, was instantly enraged, her gaze turning icy. There's no point in being angry, Su Xingchen lightly chided, tapping her on the head as he strode toward the vocational center. Brother, wait for me. Ji Qingluo rubbed the spot where he had tapped her, gritting her teeth. Seeing Su Xingchen move on, she hurriedly stretched her long, slender legs to catch up, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Did you not go with her? Su Xingchen inquired, glancing at the girl beside him with curiosity. After awakening yesterday, Su Xingqian was aware that Ji Qingyan would be heading to a prestigious academy. Someone of her elite S-grade talent would not even concern herself with credits, as top universities would snatch her away. As for dungeon trials, the schools would arrange for personnel to guide her, treating her like royalty. It's worth mentioning that not only S-grades, but even A-grade talents are fiercely contested by universities. I don't want to go. I want to attend school with you, Ji Qingluo declared, tilting her little face upward to gaze at Su Xingqian. What dungeon do you wish to choose? Su Xingqian looked intently at Ji Qingluo, noting her exquisitely beautiful face, unmarred by any flaw, radiating vitality. After a moment, he shifted his gaze, asking, I have no particular feelings for this little troublemaker. Truly, although she was only a few days younger than him, he had always perceived her as a little girl, given their shared upbringing. More importantly, he was in a relationship with Ji Qingyan, while this little troublemaker was merely a nuisance and a shadow. You choose, I'll follow. Don't worry, I can support you, Ji Qingluo replied. As she spoke, she instinctively straightened herself, recalling Su Xingqian's comment about her modest chest. It's not small, it's just not fully developed yet. Besides, I'm at least a B grade now, though I can't compare to my sister. She often wondered if Su Xingqian preferred her sister over her because of such superficial matters. With a chuckle, Su Xingqian glanced at her. You Su Xingqian, if you keep this up, I might just get angry, Ji Qingluo retorted, feeling a mix of shyness and indignation at his gaze. Qingluo, I'm choosing the disaster level dungeon. Are you coming? Su Xingqian surveyed the entrance, which boasted 4 options: normal, hard, deadly, and disaster level. A staggering 90% of participants opted for the normal level. While the remainder chose hard, no one dared to select deadly, and the disaster level entrance was utterly deserted. Disaster level. Brother, are you serious? Ji Qingluo's expression shifted upon hearing Su Xingqian's declaration. Chapter 6. The Lanling's Secret Realm, Disaster Level Dungeon. Dungeons are categorized into levels 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, and Rebirth. The Novice Dungeon, or Level 10 Dungeon, is accessible to players from Level 1 to 29. Level 30 dungeons accommodate those from Level 30 to 49. Level 50 dungeons are for levels 50 to 69, Level 70 dungeons for levels 70 to 89, and Level 90 dungeons for levels 90 to 99. The Rebirth Dungeon requires a player to reach Level 100 to enter. Each dungeon level features 4 difficulty tiers: normal, hard, deadly, and disaster. The mortality rate for normal is 20, for hard is 40, for deadly is 90, and for disaster, a staggering 999. From the mortality rates, one can discern the difficulties of the 4 dungeon levels, thus explaining the rarity of participants opting for deadly or disaster levels. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the potential rewards. Fortune favors the bold. I'm going, Su Xingqian smiled. Truthfully, even the most daunting novice dungeon is limited in its challenges. With the system backing him, it would be unreasonable to choose normal or hard. I'm going too, Ji Qingluo declared without a hint of hesitation, following suit. The two made their way toward the entrance of the disaster level dungeon. Notification. Entry through the disaster level dungeon is prohibited unless necessary. If you wish to select the disaster level dungeon, please confirm. As they approached the entrance of the disaster level dungeon, a red luminescent barrier materialized before them. Concurrently, a clear and resounding notification echoed. Confirm. After Su Xingqian confirmed, Ji Qingluo promptly followed suit. Their information was duly recorded. Subsequently, they passed through the barrier and entered the passage leading into the disaster level dungeon, which contained 8 altars, 4 for novice level disasters and 4 for level 30 disasters. As they were both novices, even if they made an incorrect choice, they would not be thrust into the level 30 disaster dungeon. There was only one team mode. Su Xingqian surveyed the 4 novice level disasters. Only one disaster level dungeon allows for team formation. The other 3, however, prohibits such arrangements, meaning upon entry, participants will be randomly separated. Let's go with this one, Ji Qingluo nodded, pointing towards the disaster level dungeon. Name, Lanling's Secret Realm. Level, disaster level. Conditions, under level 20. Under 20 years of age, no external items allowed. Duration, 3 days. Rating, 100 points. Team formation, allowed. Death probability, 99.99. 3 days, is that all? Su Xingqian examined the dungeon's information. They would need to endure 3 days within its confines. His gaze shifted to Ji Qingluo, who was devoid of any luggage. Her hands empty. Naturally, Su Xingqian also carried nothing. However, all his belongings resided within the system space: bedding, toiletries, and rations. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement, not fully grasping the implication of Su Xingqian's words. Indeed, who would take luggage into a dungeon trial? I will activate the dungeon's teleportation. Be ready. Su Xingqian refrained from saying much more. It was merely 3 days. They would endure and emerge. He stepped forward to initiate the teleportation. All right, I'll form the team. You join. Ji Qingluo replied. Buzz. Novice Dungeon, Disaster Level. Lanling's Secret Realm activated. Su Xingqian's palm met the glowing screen of the teleportation, and a resonant hum echoed. Instantly, a crimson light shot skyward, creating a commotion that drew the attention of all within the vocational center. Who was venturing into a disaster-level dungeon? The audacity of anyone to face such peril astonished many. The school's heartthrob, the D-ranked swordsman Su Xingqian, alongside the S-ranked healer Ji Qingluo, dared to tread this dangerous path. It seemed they were courting death. The novice disaster-level dungeon was notorious for its lethal nature. In the past decade, no one had dared enter such a dungeon. The heartthrob and the school beauty, now entwined in a romantic liaison, had parted ways when the beauty awakened her S-ranked ice mage abilities, leaving the D-ranked swordsman behind. Unexpectedly, the beauty's sister harbored feelings for him. Their journey into the disaster-level dungeon was nothing short of a testament to their shared fate, bound in life and death. The terrifying uproar left countless vocational practitioners in shock, their gazes drawn to the direction of the disaster-level teleportation altar. In the distance, a young man and woman stood atop the altar, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light. Recognition dawned upon some. These were Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo. Swish, swish. The vibrant light spun rapidly, soon dissipating, along with Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo, who vanished as if they had evaporated. The world fell silent. Yet the astonished practitioners remained in a state of disbelief. Disaster level, after all, was synonymous with a tenfold death sentence. Principal Zhang, the 9th high school, was formidable indeed. This cohort had produced 2 S-rank students, astonishingly twin sisters, the ice mage and the exquisite healer, an unparalleled professional duo. It was regrettable that Ji Qingluo chose not to attend Huaxia University. Jiangcheng, 9th high school. Principal Zhang Leitang's office. He and several teachers engaged in conversation with representatives from Huaxia University. Huaxia University, being one of the nation's premier institutions, was revered as the cradle of champions, the aspiration of all students. Chun Mingxue, an admissions officer from Huaxia University responsible for Jiangcheng, frequently resided there, scouting for exceptional talents from various high schools. This year, the prospects appeared promising. Ji Qingluo had hoped to bring Su Xingqian to Huaxia University, but he merely possessed a D-rank talent. Their long-standing bond as childhood friends was understandable, yet impulsive. Principal Zhang chuckled, acknowledging the situation. Yesterday, Chun Mingxue intended to recruit both Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo for Huaxia University. However, Ji Qingluo insisted on bringing Su Xingqian along. Chun Mingxue could not acquiesce, as the university's regulations are clear. They do not admit students with a talent below B rank. To gain entry, one must accumulate over 300 credits, a feat unattainable for Su Xingqian with his D-rank talent. Even an S-rank talent cannot alter this rule. Alas, such are the regulations. Moreover, admission slots are limited, with Huaxia University accepting only 500 students annually, Chun Mingxue remarked, a hint of pride in his demeanor. After all, he was a teacher at Huaxia University, the nation's pinnacle of academia, where countless champions have emerged. Achieving admission is daunting even for B-rank talents. What merit could a mere D-rank possess to enter? Principal, we have received news from the vocational center. Ji Qingluo has entered the disaster-level dungeon. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a female teacher entered, her voice low as she addressed the principal. What? Ji Qingluo has entered a disaster-level dungeon? What is happening? Principal Zhang Leitang, taken aback, felt his expression shift dramatically, unable to remain seated. Chapter 7. The Terrifying Trial Task. Just moments ago, Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian had teamed up to enter the disaster-level dungeon, Lonling's secret realm. The female teacher reported, her face betraying a hint of anger. Ji Qingluo was her student. She had painstakingly nurtured an S-rank talent, which would have elevated her standing among colleagues for a lifetime. Yet, before even reaching university, she had ventured into the disaster-level realm. It felt unjust to her. Typically, an S-rank talent would proceed directly to university. But Ji Qingluo had chosen to remain for an assessment. If she had to undergo an evaluation, so be it. But now she had foolishly followed Su Xingqian into the disaster-level dungeon. The teacher harbored a deep resentment towards Su Xingqian, whose D-rank talent led them both into such peril. This Su Xingqian, Principal Zhang's expression was one of distress, nearly slamming his hand on the table. He recognized Su Xingqian, the school's heartthrob, who had been romantically involved with Ji Qingyan. Despite his excellent academic performance, his talent was merely D-rank. Just yesterday, Ji Qingluo had refused to attend Huaxia University because of him. Now, he was leading her into a disaster-level dungeon. This individual was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Oh, the existence of school regulations is undoubtedly rational. Chun Mingxue feigned a sigh, speaking with a hint of indifference. He almost remarked how wise he had been to deny Ji Qingluo's request to bring Su Xingqian to Huaxia University yesterday. Wait, I must contact the school regarding Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian's entry into the disaster-level dungeon. Yesterday, a teacher suggested a lack of adaptability. Now, perhaps they comprehend the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Ji Qingluo was not allowed to take Su Xingqian to Huaxia University. Otherwise, the teleportation to the disaster-level dungeon would have taken even longer, an entire minute. As the teleportation concluded, Su Xingqian's vision brightened, a brisk wind brushing against his face. With a flicker of his consciousness, the ethereal flame, Qing Shuang, materialized beneath him, allowing him to stand steadily in midair. He then grasped the fabric at Ji Qingluo's waist, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was suspended 30 meters above the ground. He was grateful for his sword-flying abilities. Had he not possessed them, he would have plummeted to his demise. Ji Qingluo, too, sensed the end of the teleportation. Just then, she felt a tight grip around her waist and realized Su Xingchen was holding her attire. Initially, she paid little mind to it. However, upon glancing downwards, a startled gasp escaped her lips. The height was terrifying. Her hands, which had been clutching Su Xingchen's sleeve, now clung tightly to his waist, fearing a fall. Ji Qingluo, aren't you supposed to be quite courageous? Su Xingchen teased, flicking her forehead with his finger. Ouch, you flicked me. That hurt. Ji Qingluo protested, typically gentle and sweet, calling him Brother Xingchen, but now expressing her displeasure with a hint of irritation. The discomfort diverted her attention as she tilted her face upwards, her expression dramatically fierce, resembling a little beast ready to bite. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen flew downwards on his sword. Why were you shouting so loudly? He retorted. Wait a minute. How can you fly with a sword? Why can't I? Ji Qingluo's inquisitive nature surged forth. Moments ago, she had been crying out in alarm. And now she was confronting him, her gaze shifting to the ethereal flame, Qing Shuang, beneath his feet. Because my sword-flying technique has reached the first tier. Aren't you aware that you can't fly yet? Su Xingchen replied, casting a bemused glance at Ji Qingluo. During class at school, you were mostly asleep, weren't you? Do you not grasp these basic concepts? But we all awakened just yesterday. How did you reach the first tier so quickly? Ji Qingluo exclaimed, astonished. Mastering skills was notoriously challenging. Many individuals at levels 30 or 40 still lacked the ability to fly. Yet here was Su Xingchen. Awakening yesterday and flying today, it seemed remarkably swift. I went to the outskirts yesterday afternoon, Su Xingchen explained, falling silent as a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying the trial tasks for the dungeon. Lonling's Secret Realm, Trial Tasks. 1. Reach level 30 within 3 days. 2. Hunt 10,000 first-tier monsters, 1,000 second-tier monsters, 100 third-tier monsters, and 10 fourth-tier monsters. 3. Navigate through the Lonling Ancient Tomb and defeat the Lonling Evil Spirit. Rewards, 10 million experience points. 2 mysterious treasure chests. Countdown, 71, 59, 21. Upon reviewing the trial tasks, Su Xingchen's expression shifted dramatically. Similarly, Ji Qingluo's virtual screen displayed the trial information, and as she absorbed the details, her exquisitely beautiful face reflected a myriad of emotions, her lips pouting in discontent. This is utterly outrageous. A disaster-level trial is indeed a matter of life and death, she muttered, her tone filled with frustration. As a novice, how could anyone possibly complete such a daunting task? Moreover, they were prohibited from bringing any equipment from outside. Even if powerful family members provided gear, it could not be brought in. The rules for a disaster-level trial were excessively stringent, with tasks designed to be lethal. She looked at Su Xingchen with a pitiful expression. Regretting it now? He inquired. Only a puppy would regret. It's just a disaster-level trial. What's the worst that could happen? Ji Qingluo retorted, raising her chin defiantly. Let us go. Su Xingchen affectionately ruffled her hair, tousling her silky locks. However, Ji Qingluo shook her head, her hair settling back into place. Where are we going? She asked, puzzled. To complete the trial tasks, of course. Did you not notice the countdown? Su Xingchen replied. Every moment is precious, as we only have 72 hours for this dungeon. Oh. Ji Qingluo responded, her curiosity piqued. If Brother Xingchen intended to start the tasks, which one would he tackle first? Furthermore, he had mentioned going to the outskirts yesterday and achieving the first tier of sword flying. How had he managed that? One thing was certain. He had truly hunted monsters. However, if he could slay first-tier monsters, it would undoubtedly be a slow endeavor. 10,000 of them would take far longer than a year. With a swift motion, Su Xingchen took Ji Qingluo on his sword, soaring rapidly into the distance. She clung tightly to his waist, terrified of falling, her heart racing with a mix of envy and excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned against his back, using him as a shield against the wind. She felt exhilarated. While she had always been close to Su Xingchen, her interactions had been modest, a mere tug at his sleeve, especially since her sister had been in a relationship with him. Now that her sister and Su Xingchen had parted ways, an opportunity had arisen. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars echoed ahead. The sounds belonged to the monsters, and judging by the volume, there were numerous creatures nearby. Soon, the silhouettes of formidable beasts came into view, causing Ji Qingluo to tremble with nerves. It was her first encounter with monsters, and fear gripped her heart. Yet Su Xingchen remained unfazed, landing gracefully among them. Brother Xingchen, Ji Qingluo stammered, her voice quaking with anxiety as she looked up at him. But Su Xingchen paid her no heed. Gripping the ethereal flame Qing Shuang, he unsheathed his sword. Ready for action. Chapter 8. Ji Qingluo unleashes an exquisite weapon, levels up to 22. The blade's brilliance flickered as a first-tier beast collapsed with a resounding thud. However, Su Xingqian did not pause. His sword continued to dance through the air, felling beast after beast. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast, the golden armored pig. Experience, 10,200. Gold, 20. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo, engulfed in terror, observed Su Xingqian's combat prowess but felt utterly paralyzed. After all, this was her first encounter with beasts, and it felt as though she had stumbled into a den of them, surrounded on all sides. As a novice, her fear was entirely understandable. At that moment, a notification chimed, granting her experience and gold, which left her astounded. Instant kill? The first-tier beasts were vanquished by her brother in mere moments. To her, it seemed inconceivable that, even in the wilderness, he could single-handedly confront first-tier beasts without considerable effort. Yet, she witnessed him dispatching them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The sword light shimmered, and the sword energy surged. The swordsman truly embodied the most gallant vocation. Experience, 10. Gold, 20. Experience, 10. Gold, 20. In an instant, Ji Qingluo's experience surged, her S-level talent yielding double the experience compared to a D-level, paralleling Su Xingqian's system's 10. However, the gold she acquired was minuscule in comparison to his. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2. Base combat power x 110. Soon, Ji Qingluo ascended to a new level. During her upgrade, she remained in a state of shock, primarily due to the astonishing speed at which Su Xingqian hunted the beasts. Brother Xingqian, you're incredible, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is this what a D-level talent can do? Surely, an S-level can't be this formidable. Stay close, Su Xingqian instructed. Beasts are lurking everywhere. Little troublemaker, you're merely a novice healer with no combat capabilities. One misstep could spell disaster. Upon hearing his words, Little Trouble swiftly adhered to Su Xingqian's side, clutching his clothing with her tiny hands. Swish, slash, whoosh. Su Xingqian was wholly absorbed in battle. The beasts falling before him as if they were mere vegetables, with even first-tier beasts dispatched in an instant. Ji Qingluo watched in awe. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 9, base combat power x 110. Su Xingqian also advanced, reaching level 9. Brother, I found equipment. Ji Qingluo exclaimed with glee, having spotted a weapon materialize in her backpack, clearly a recent drop. Although she hadn't slain the beast herself, being in a party with Su Xingqian meant that the beast he defeated contributed to her spoils just the same. A staff radiating blue brilliance, a true treasure. Blue denoted excellence. She could wield it. Her first piece of equipment was a blue weapon. How could she not be thrilled? The exquisite weapon boasted a combat power of 400. You can try your hand at combat now, Su Xingqian remarked, equally delighted. A blue-grade weapon of human tier strength with 400 combat power, combined with her inherent base strength and recent upgrade, would elevate her power to around 6 or 700, sufficient to face first-tier beasts alone. Absolutely. Ji Qingluo nodded eagerly. Strength is confidence. Thus, Little Trouble attempted combat. Although she was primarily a healer, she possessed combat skills as well. Healing was merely one aspect of her repertoire. Boom. Crack. Slash S level indeed. Despite being a novice, she quickly adapted to the rhythm of battle. Su Xingqian, nearby, was efficiently dispatching the beasts, occasionally leaving one for her to confront. More equipment. Ji Qingluo's voice rang out with excitement once more. Be cautious, Qingluo. Most of the beasts here are first tier. Just be careful and don't stray too far. I must hasten my pace to accomplish my task, Su Xingqian advised. In truth, Little Trouble's fighting style was quite impressive, akin to that of a celestial being. However, they could not afford to linger. They needed to accelerate their pace, hunt more beasts, and acquire gold and attribute points to activate new special rings and enhance skills like the 10,000 swords returning to the sect and the Blue Lotus Sword Song. The stronger the skills, the quicker they could vanquish beasts. All right, Ji Qingluo affirmed, her demeanor exceedingly obedient. How wonderful. Brother is so strong. She dared to believe that her brother was far more than an ordinary D-level talent. He must possess a hidden class. How else could he be so powerful? He was more terrifying than an S-level. Sister, thank you for giving me this opportunity. In an instant, Su Xingqian wielded the wuxianovel, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword lights and sword energies. The Blue Lotus Sword Song's moves being graceful and striking, their power formidable. Before the onslaught of sword energy and brilliance, the beast succumbed one after another. He was now fully engaged in battle, for time was of the essence. With 10,000 first-tier beasts and another 1,000 of the second tier, as well as third and fourth tiers, he needed to enhance his combat power to cope. Experience, 10. Experience, 100. Gold, 100. Attributes, 10. Attributes, 10. Experience, gold, and attributes continued to accumulate. As for equipment, he had dropped 2 pieces but chose not to equip them. Believing his current combat power was adequate for hunting first and second tier beasts, he would don the gear when time permitted. Wasting moments was not an option. Time flowed by, and before long, twilight descended. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 22. At last, he reached level 22, a step closer to level 30, having slain 5. 812 beasts. Qingluo, it's time, Su Xingqian called out, glancing at the dimming sky. Ji Qingluo was not far from him. It was her first time in a dungeon. And with no one around but beasts, it was only natural for a girl to feel some trepidation, especially in a disaster-level dungeon. Brother, I'm level 18. Ji Qingluo exclaimed joyfully as she ran up to Su Xingqian, unable to fly, so she could only run. At level 18, tomorrow shall be a day of endeavor. In the morning, we shall hunt first-tier demonic beasts, and in the afternoon, we shall pursue second-tier ones. Thus, we should be able to ascend to level 30. Come, let us settle down first. Su Xingqian nodded. Level 18. Indeed, the progression is swift. After all, the two of us have collectively slain 812 beasts. Regrettably, second-tier demonic beasts are scarce. The majority are first-tier. The first-tier beasts yield only 5 experience points, but fortunately, Ji Qingluo possesses an S-rank status, granting her experience equivalent to 200 points of a D rank. Moreover, Su Xingqian's system enhancement also contributes an additional 200 points. Otherwise, the level up would not be so rapid. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Xingqian soared through the air on his sword, standing atop the ethereal flames of Qing Shuang. Behind him was Ji Qingluo, who did not inquire about their destination for settling down, for she trusted in Su Xingqian's guidance. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a serene lake. Where not far from its banks stood a sheer cliff, upon which lay a small cave that Su Xingqian had noticed earlier that afternoon. In the wilderness, a cave is the safest refuge, as their mentor had advised. It is imperative to always identify an escape route and a place to rest. Thus, he had taken the initiative to find one early on. Whoosh. Entering the cave, they found it to be only a few square meters in size. However, it was sufficient for their needs. It was dry and suitable for habitation. Brother, we did not bring any camping gear. What shall we do? At this moment, the little troublemaker finally considered this predicament. Quite spacious, isn't it? Rather charming, I would say. Su Xingqian chuckled. He raised a finger, poised to flick Ji Qingluo's forehead. But she seemed to possess a premonitory ability, having already stepped aside. Upon witnessing Su Xingqian's failed attempt, the little troublemaker erupted into a fit of giggles. However, how shall we sleep? Also, I wish to bathe. After her laughter subsided, Ji Qingluo spoke in a soft murmur. In the wilderness, the temperatures plummet at night. And after a day of combat, exhaustion surely necessitates rest. Yet, without blankets or bedding, how could one possibly sleep? Moreover, she longed for a bath, feeling uncomfortably sticky. Here, were mine. Make do. As if by magic, Su Xingqian produced a pair of large shorts and a shirt from thin air. Subsequently, he also retrieved body wash, shampoo, and even used toothpaste, a toothbrush, and towels. Brother, what is this? Some sort of magic? Ji Qingluo was utterly astonished by Su Xingqian's display. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she circled him twice, attempting to uncover the secret behind his ability to conjure such a plethora of items. Unable to discern the reason, she finally approached him with an excited expression, her curiosity piqued. I have awakened a hidden class. Go wash up quickly. From my observations, in this Lonling's secret realm, there are no other individuals besides us. Su Xingqian replied, fabricating a plausible explanation. After all, he could not divulge the existence of his system, could he? But, Ji Qingluo took a few tentative steps toward the cave entrance, stammering. But what? Su Xingqian inquired, bemused. Girls are delicate. Bathing is not something to be rushed. What if I fall? Ji Qingluo glanced down at the precipice, finding her rationale. Indeed, it is quite high, approximately 20 meters, isn't it? I cannot fly. Even with level 18, jumping down would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Oh, how proficient is your flying skill? Su Xingqian suddenly realized, momentarily overlooking Ji Qingluo's inability to soar. Without further ado, he summoned his sword and flew down with Ji Qingluo in tow. Level 23. Ji Qingluo responded. Quite impressive. Su Xingqian exclaimed. He was astonished that, despite not dedicating time to training her flying ability, she had reached level 23 within a day. Truly, an extraordinary achievement for an S rank. You could have flown ages ago. Ji Qingluo pouted. Is this a veiled boast? I achieved level 23 in one day, and you, having awakened yesterday, are already soaring today. Are you suggesting that I am inferior? Well, I am an exception, Su Xingqian replied with a smile, jesting about his ability to directly enhance his attributes. With attribute points at his disposal, upgrading skills was a matter of mere moments. As he prepared to return to the cave, Ji Qingluo called out to him. Brother, what now? Su Xingqian asked, puzzled. I am afraid, Ji Qingluo murmured softly. Her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling ripe fruit, and even her earlobes were tinged with pink. She wished to ask him to stay nearby while she bathed, yet the words stuck in her throat. Merely entertaining the thought filled her with embarrassment, leaving her utterly flustered. What shall we do then? Su Xingqian pondered, considering her perspective. Indeed, it was somewhat daunting. What if there were creatures lurking in the lake? What if a beast approached? What if there were ghosts? But if you are frightened, I cannot merely watch you bathe. However, you may observe from a distance. Just do not look directly at me while I bathe, Ji Qingluo blurted out, her words tumbling forth in a rush. Once she finished speaking, she wished to vanish into the ground, utterly mortified. How embarrassing. Who would want to watch you? Su Xingqian retorted, yet he found a place to sit nearby, keeping her company. Humph. Should you ever speak of my small chest again, I shall bite you. Ji Qingluo warned, indignant. Am I not beautiful? Compared to my elder sister, I am not lacking in any regard. Furthermore, I am gentler, more graceful, and easier to approach. Why am I subjected to disdain in your presence? It is infuriating. Is it because of my chest size? It is not small, it is quite adorable. In her exasperation, Ji Qingluo's courage surged. She was no longer afraid. She found a shallow spot that provided cover from the wind and prying eyes, ensuring Su Xingqian could not see her. Only then did she hastily remove her clothing and begin to wash herself. Typically, she would spend no less than half an hour in the shower, but today she finished in a mere 10 minutes. However, she still lingered a while longer to wash her undergarments, praying for a dry night. Lest she be forced to wear damp clothing come morning, one cannot possibly remain completely unclad within. Moreover, at present, donning Su Xingqian's shirt and oversized shorts, she, being so petite, felt rather empty and somewhat bashful, especially since these garments belonged to Su Xingqian. The mere thought made her cheeks flush. Brother, I'm ready. Ji Qingluo announced as she returned, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Su Xingqian's eyes. Qingluo, you look quite charming in my attire, Su Xingqian remarked, casting a glance at Ji Qingluo. Although night had fallen, the surroundings were still discernible. She appeared diminutive, and his clothing seemed excessively large on her. However, it was rather amusing. Her long, slender, and delicate legs were clad in baggy shorts, and he had to stifle a laugh, lest the little troublemaker become incensed. Humph. Ji Qingluo huffed in embarrassment. Charming? It's far too big. With a swift motion, Su Xingqian summoned his sword, transporting Ji Qingluo to the cave. Tidy up a bit. I'm going to take a shower, he instructed, producing a quilt and mat for her to arrange. He needed to cleanse himself after a day of battle. To alleviate his fatigue and ensure a restful night as sleep, for tomorrow would require an early rise. Time was of the essence. The dungeon quest spanned 3 days, and not a single task had been completed thus far. The calamity level was exceedingly perilous, akin to a situation where survival was improbable. Given the quest's difficulty, completing it in 3 days seemed utterly unattainable. Even 3 years might not suffice, considering that all participants were novices. However, Su Xingqian's unique capabilities afforded him a potential opportunity to conquer this trial. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement. The cave, though modest in size, was sufficient for 2 occupants. A small portable power source illuminated the space with a gentle glow. With all matters settled, Su Xingqian departed on his sword to the lakeside, where he swiftly washed up, completing his ablutions in mere moments before changing into another pair of oversized shorts and returning to the cave in no more than 5 minutes. Brother, you finished so quickly? Ji Qingluo exclaimed, astonished. That's exceptionally fast. It's merely a shower, not a hot spring. Will it dry out there? The entrance of the cave, though not particularly warm, was breezy enough that it would dry by morning. Su Xingqian noticed a tiny piece of fabric hanging inside the cave, palm-sized and light pink, adorned with cartoon motifs. He nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 10, Comprehensive Skill Upgrade, Group Attack. All swords return to the origin. Ji Qingluo, acutely aware of Su Xingqian's gaze upon her intimate apparel, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Despite their frequent playful banter, they had never crossed the boundaries of privacy. The mere act of hanging her personal clothing in the cave was already awkward enough, but with Su Xingqian's remarks, her mortification deepened. She had contemplated hanging it outside, yet the fierce wind of the night posed a risk. Thus, she opted to keep it within, knowing that even if she chose not to wear it tomorrow, only she would be privy to its presence. Haha. Su Xingqian laughed heartily. What is so funny? How can we both fit under one quilt? Ji Qingluo blushed furiously, yet she found the situation less awkward than before. She gestured toward the bedding. 1 mat, 1 quilt, 1 blanket. How do we sleep? Clearly, it's meant for 1 person, and now there are 2. Shall one of us stand while sleeping? But please, don't stand beside me. Su Xingqian replied, as he activated the virtual interface to review today's accomplishments and enhance his skills. Humph. The little troublemaker huffed, trying to muster courage. She seated herself on the opposite side of the bedding, her heart racing. Though they had spent ample time alone together, they had never shared a room until now. In this wilderness, a solitary male and female found themselves together, and apart from them, there was no one else. The thought of sleeping under the same quilt was exhilarating. Seeing Su Xingqian engrossed in his virtual interface, Ji Qingluo became excited as well. It was her first dungeon trial, her initial encounter with monstrous beasts, her first level up, and her first acquisition of equipment. The mere thought invigorated her. In just 1 day, she had reached level 18. A feat that would take other S-rank prodigies a week or more, while lesser adventurers often required several months. Su Xingqian opened his inventory, assessing his luck. It had been rather lackluster. After an entire day, he had only procured 2 pieces of white-grade equipment. The golden domain bracelet, 100 combat power. The engraved ring, 100 combat power. Without hesitation, he equipped them. Next, he checked his gold, attribute points, and combat power. Gold, 1, 316, 500. Attributes, 59, 100 points. Combat power, 7, 760 points. After reviewing, he noted that his combat power had not increased significantly. The level up had merely enhanced his base power by around 1,000. Adding the 2 pieces of equipment granted him an extra 200 combat power, culminating in a total of 7, 760 points. What truly delighted him were the attribute points. For each beast he felled, he gained 10 attribute points. Today he had slain 5, 812 beasts, which, combined with his remaining points, brought his total to 59, 100, allowing for skill enhancements. Sword Technique, Level 1, 314. Qinglian Sword Song, 3018. All swords return to the origin, 000. Thunder Sword Qi, 1013. The D-grade talent was rather inadequate. Without attribute point increases, reaching level 1 would take an eternity. However, the Qinglian Sword Song had reached level 30, primarily due to frequent combat. After all, he had slain several thousand beasts. System, upgrade Qinglian Sword Song. Su Xingqian communicated with the system, initiating the enhancement process, consuming 700 attribute points. Qinglian Sword Song upgraded to level 1018. Qinglian Sword Song damage increased by 10. He had successfully elevated the Qinglian Sword Song to the next tier, resulting in a damage increase of 10. This meant that if his combat power were at 10,000 in battle, he would deal 11,000 points of damage, effectively translating to a 10-point increase in combat power, albeit limited to the Qinglian Sword Song. He continued to upgrade. To reach the first tier, he needed 1,000 attribute points. But what of the second tier? Let us find out. Regardless, the Qinglian Sword Song, being the primary skill, must inevitably be enhanced. Consuming 10,000 attribute points, the Qinglian Sword Song ascends to the second tier 018. The damage of the Qinglian Sword Song increases by 20. It is now at the second tier. The damage rises to 20. This damage attribute does not stack. 48, 400 attribute points remain. The Qinglian Sword Song cannot be upgraded further. It is time to enhance the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin and the Thunder Sword Barrier. Upgrading the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. The 10,000 Swords Return to Origin is an area attack skill and represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, wielding formidable power. Su Xingqian has long desired to upgrade it, yet lacked the necessary attribute points. Consuming 1,000 attributes, the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin is elevated to the first tier 000. The damage of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin increases by 200. Attack range, 100 by 100. The enhancement of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin is successful. Its attack range is now 100 meters by 100 meters, and the damage has reached 200, significantly surpassing that of the Qinglian Sword Song. Continuing the upgrades. The first tier is insufficient. Attribute points are indeed precious, but they are meant for skill enhancement. The more formidable the skills, the swifter the hunting of demonic beasts, leading to a virtuous cycle of attribute acquisition. Consuming 10,000 attributes, the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin is elevated to the second tier 000. The damage of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin increases by 300. Attack range, 200 by 200. Cooldown time, 180 seconds. A substantial enhancement. At this moment, Su Xingqian yearns to venture out and engage in battle with a demonic beast, eager to test the prowess of his 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. The scene will undoubtedly be magnificent. Next, he will enhance the Thunder Sword Barrier, a passive skill that can be described plainly as a defensive mechanism when under attack. It forms a barrier of thunder to deflect incoming blows, a vital life-saving ability that must be upgraded. Consuming 990 attribute points, the Thunder Sword Barrier is elevated to the first tier 0013. The defense of the Thunder Sword Barrier increases by 150. In previous battles, Su Xingqian had rarely been attacked by demonic beasts. Moreover, the Thunder Sword Barrier had not been cultivated to the first tier, rendering it ineffective. Now, at the first tier, it will activate upon receiving an attack, and the defense has risen by 150. Continuing, he aims to elevate all skills to the second tier, as that is the limit given his scan attribute points. Consuming 10,000 attribute points, the Thunder Sword Barrier is elevated to the second tier 0013. The defense of the Thunder Sword Barrier increases by 200. Defense may not be as overtly impactful as damage, yet it is of utmost importance. Enhancing the Sword Control Technique, which is currently at the first tier. With some attribute points remaining, he can elevate the Sword Control Technique to the second tier. Consuming 700 attribute points, the Sword Control Technique is elevated to the second tier 014. Flight speed, 200. Number of swords controlled, 2. Remarkably, the Sword Control Technique indeed boosts speed. In flight, the velocity has doubled compared to before. Furthermore, in combat, he can manipulate 3 swords simultaneously from a distance. Imagine the spectacle of 3 swords soaring through the air, executing strikes against demonic beasts. How awe-inspiring it would be. At present, He can only control one sword. Alas, if only he possessed 3 weapons, how splendid it would be. Finally, the skill has reached the 2nd tier. Ascending to the 3rd tier, he muses that it may require 100,000 attribute points. To reach the 1st tier, 1,000 attribute points are needed. For the 2nd tier, 10,000. Thus, to attain the 3rd tier, it is likely to require 100,000. With 3 active skills and 1 passive skill, a total of 4 skills escalating to the 3rd tier would demand 400,000 attribute points. Now, it is time to activate the new special ring. A look of anticipation spreads across Su Xingqian's face. The domain ring, golden in hue, a mythical piece of equipment, is ready to be activated. Chapter 11. The domain ring, a divine mechanism. After upgrading his skills, Su Xingqian swipes a finger, accessing the special ring panel. He has already activated 2 combat rings and the petrification ring. To be frank, the petrification ring was not particularly striking yesterday, as its overwhelming power dispatched demonic beasts before they could even be petrified. Notification: activation conditions for the domain ring are met. Would you like to activate the domain ring? A prompt appears, indicating that the conditions for activation have been satisfied. Activation. Earning gold coins is solely for the purpose of activating new special rings and enhancing skills. Who would save gold coins for the new year? The domain ring has been activated. Name: Domain Ring. Combat Power: 1000. Grade: Unique. Attributes: Golden Mythical. Effect: During combat, it can unleash a domain effect within a 3-dimensional space of 500 by 500 by 500 meters, diminishing the opponent's overall strength by 50, including but not limited to combat power, damage, defense, and speed. Note: activation of the teleportation ring requires 0.10,000,000 gold coins. Upon observing the attributes of the domain ring, Su Xingqian was left in a stupor, utterly astonished. This is truly extraordinary. As the name suggests, the domain effect spans 500 meters in length and width, and 500 meters in height. Within this range, it can diminish the opponent's strength by 50%. The system's built-in features are indeed remarkable. Strong. Incredibly strong. A low-tier practitioner wielding divine capabilities. How could one not be powerful? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he prepares to activate the next ring, the teleportation ring. From its name, he understands its purpose. However, it requires a staggering 10 million gold coins for activation. 10 million, such a daunting sum. Will he be able to earn 10 million gold coins during this trial dungeon? Sleep beckons. Tomorrow, he must reach level 30 and conquer both the 2nd tier and 3rd tier demonic beasts. Failure to accomplish this would mean the failure of this trial dungeon. Other dungeons may merely result in failure, but failing a calamity level dungeon signifies not just defeat, but death. After activating the domain ring, his combat power has surged to 9,760 points, nearing 10,000. Sleep awaits. Tomorrow promises a busy day. Su Xingqian closes the virtual interface, casually remarking, then reclines onto the makeshift bedding. Ji Qingluo mumbles softly, her voice barely audible, perhaps even to herself. Nervousness envelopes her, a touch of shyness creeping in. After all, it is her first night sharing a space with a boy, even if that boy is her brother Xingqian. Thankfully, before long, she hears the steady, gentle rhythm of his breathing, indicating that he has fallen into a deep slumber. This realization brings her a modicum of comfort, and she cautiously shifts her body to lie beside Su Xingqian. She could barely muster the courage to move, overwhelmed by an exhilarating mix of joy and embarrassment, as her heart raced with the realization that she was finally sleeping beside her brother. Perhaps the fatigue from the battles of the day had taken its toll, for it wasn't long before she succumbed to slumber. In Jiangqing, a certain individual had ventured into a catastrophe-level dungeon, bringing along the S-rank Ling Long. Alas, he was still too young. At Huaxia University, in the admissions office, a video call from Jiangqing came through. Yes, Teacher Zhou, he replied, relieved that he had not acquiesced to Ji Qingluo's demands. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. Tarnishing his mood, Shun Mingxue declared with a sense of pride, for several colleagues had previously chastised him over the phone for his inflexibility, even suggesting he should humbly invite Ji Qingluo to join Huaxia University. Now, however, Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian had entered the catastrophe-level dungeon, never to return. Her entering the catastrophe-level dungeon has nothing to do with your inability to adapt in recruitment, Zhang Min, the teacher, interjected. If you had accepted Ji Qingluo's condition, she would have come to Huaxia University. They are twins, one an S-rank ice mage, the other an S-rank Ling Long. Such a combination is a treasure trove. Isn't it just bringing along a D-rank student? Nonsense. My decision has proven sound. Does Huaxia University lack S-ranks? We must not let one student tarnish our regulations. Shun Mingxue retorted coldly, abruptly ending the call. Deep down, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he agreed to Ji Qingluo's modest request, he could have recruited 4 S-ranks and several A-ranks for Huaxia University this year. Although they might not be his students upon admission, there would still be a semblance of a teacher-student bond. Have you heard? Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo have gone into the catastrophe level dungeon. What? They've entered the catastrophe. Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? It seemed they could not accept the harsh reality of awakening a D-rank talent and decided to gamble on a 1 in a million chance of survival, perhaps even rising to prominence. Indeed, even if they don't return, at least they'll achieve fame. It's just unfortunate that Ji Qingluo was dragged into this peril. At Jiangqing's 9th high school, many were already aware that Ji Qingluo had been lured into the catastrophe-level dungeon by Su Xingqian. Instantly, a wave of discussions erupted, filled with indignation. If they want to seek death, let them do so, but why drag Ji Qingluo into it? Such a beautiful girl with such talent, it's absurd. The last time someone had entered a catastrophe-level dungeon was over a decade ago, 19 years, to be precise, when someone ventured in and never returned. It was baffling that another individual would attempt the same. Let alone catastrophe level, even the desperation level dungeons have seen few adventurers. According to statistics, in the past decade, only 322 individuals have attempted the desperation level, with merely 19 managing to return. If desperation is this daunting, what hope is there for the catastrophe? Information must not be leaked. That is the rule, stated the staff at the professional center. After a lull in work, they began gossiping about today's venture into the catastrophe level dungeon. While some knew who had entered, the center strictly prohibited the disclosure of personal information. In the Lonling's secret realm, within a cave, the following day, Su Xingqian awoke and promptly turned off the power bank. As he attempted to rise, he discovered Ji Qingluo's hand resting upon him, and a delicate, fair leg draped across him, reminiscent of a child clutching a teddy bear, peacefully asleep. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and her soft, light frame quickened his heartbeat. Ji Qingluo, wake up, he called after a moment's contemplation. She couldn't afford to indulge in lazy slumber. They needed to rise to complete their trial task. Just a little longer, Ji Qingluo mumbled, instinctively tightening her grip with her hand and leg, reluctant to awaken. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she opened her eyes only to find herself sprawled across someone else's body, startling her into a gasp. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Su Xingqian beside her. Memories of the previous day flooded back. She had entered the catastrophe-level dungeon with her brother and fallen asleep beside him. Initially filled with shyness and anxiety, her recollections of falling asleep were hazy. However, awakening in such a position was exceedingly embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly rolled over, retracting her legs and withdrawing her hand from Su Xingqian. I'll step out to wash up. Please check if your clothes are dry, Su Xingqian said as he stood, gathering his toiletries before soaring out of the cave on his sword. Remaining inside would only embarrass Ji Qingluo further, especially since she needed to change clothes. It was hardly appropriate for her to wander around in his oversized shorts and shirt, particularly since she wore nothing beneath. Chapter 12. Hunting Tyr, 3 Beasts, Unveiling Golden Mythical Weapons. Watching Su Xingqian leave the cave, Ji Qingluo let out a sigh of relief. How embarrassing. Seizing the opportunity while he was away, she hastily changed her attire. Fortunately, her undergarments had dried. Cautiously checking the cave entrance, she swiftly shed the shirt and oversized shorts, donning her underwear in record time. Just 10 seconds. Afterward, she tidied the blankets, knowing they would need them again that night. Moments later, Su Xingqian returned, stowing the blankets in the system space before leading Ji Qingluo out of the cave. Once she had finished washing up by the lake, Su Xingqian retrieved bread and bottled water from the system space. Today's objectives were 1. To complete the Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts, 2. To level up to 30, and 3. If possible, to tackle Tier 3 beasts, although that would be challenging. As they ate, Su Xingqian spoke, while Ji Qingluo, cheeks puffed like a hamster, listened intently. Brother, defeating Tier 1 beasts is no trouble, and Tier 2 is manageable as well. However, Tier 3 beasts possess a combat power ranging between 150,000 and 200,000, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Ji Qingluo mumbled through her food, but Su Xingqian grasped the essence of her words. Tier 3 won't be a problem. Just watch and learn. Yesterday's luck was abysmal. I only secured 2 pieces of white equipment. Hopefully, fortune favors us today. Have you finished eating? His combat prowess approaches 10,000. With both his sword control technique and the Azure Lotus Sword Song, as well as the Thunder Sword Aura, having reached the 2nd tier, and the same goes for the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Moreover, he possesses both the Petrification Ring and the Domain Ring. Today, he hopes for a touch of good fortune to fully equip himself. Not to mention exquisite gear, even a complete set of ordinary equipment would suffice. Very well. Ji Qingluo puffed out her cheeks, and, after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, they took to the skies, soaring towards the location of yesterday's battle. Upon reaching the site, Su Xingqian did not pause, but continued onward. The further they advanced, the more densely populated with demon beasts the area became, with an increasing number of 2nd-tier beasts emerging. This indicated that they were indeed heading in the right direction. If they persisted like this, they were bound to encounter 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts, or perhaps even reach the Lonling ancient tomb directly. Stay close to me. Do not engage in battle yet, Su Xingqian instructed Ji Qingluo. One must not be careless with second and third tier demon beasts. Of course, this caution was primarily for Ji Qingluo's sake. After speaking, he descended, raising his hand to summon the Yuqing Song. Feeling a pang of distress as he realized he possessed only one sword, which he had to use for both flying and combat. If only he had an extra sword. Hiss, hiss, crack. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, the 10,000 swords return to origin was unleashed. Instantly, countless sword energies materialized from thin air, enveloping an area of 200 by 200 meters. Within this range, the demon beasts were simultaneously subjected to devastating attacks. This was the second-tier 10,000 swords returned to origin, imposing and powerful, dazzling and fierce, a true embodiment of destruction. Experience 100. Gold 1,000. Experience 100. Experience 1,000. In the wake of this strike, demon beasts fell in droves. It could be said that any beast within the reach of the 10,000 swords returned to origin was slain. Experience in gold, as well as attributes, surged upward continuously. Ji Qingluo, her delicate hand clutching Su Xingqian's garment, appeared utterly charming, her exquisitely beautiful face aglow with a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with joy. This, brother, what is the name of this move? The 10,000 swords return to origin, right? It's so cool and powerful. Upon witnessing Su Xingqian's attack, she was taken aback. This strike had felled all demon beasts within a 200-meter radius. In terms of area attacks, among the 6 professions, only the sword master and the mage possessed such capabilities, albeit these area attacks were notoriously difficult to cultivate. She never expected that her brother would unleash such a terrifying area attack so soon. Yes, the 10,000 swords returned to origin, Su Xingqian confirmed with a nod. Hiss, whoosh, hiss. With another flourish of his long sword, the Azure Lotus Sword Song was executed, intermittently erupting with the 10,000 swords returned to origin. The primary reason for this was the cooldown time of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, which lasted 180 seconds. Generally speaking, it was unnecessary to employ it due to its high energy expenditure. Gradually, Su Xingqian became immersed in the throes of battle. Congratulations on defeating the third-tier demon beast, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Experience 5,200. Gold 10,000. Attribute 10. Dropped. True Martial Radiance, Swordmaster, Gold 1. Time slipped away unnoticed. Under the onslaught of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, a third-tier demon beast succumbed. The third-tier demon beast boasted a combat power of 15,000, yet was cleaved down by Su Xingqian's sword energy. When the saber-toothed tiger fell, a notification rang out. As the sound echoed, a golden glow appeared upon the beast. The brilliance was blinding. Thump, thump. Upon hearing the sound and seeing the golden light, Su Xingqian's heartbeat quickened noticeably. He was not alone in this. Ji Qingluo wore an expression of sheer astonishment. After the shock came elation. The third-tier demon beast had dropped a golden mythic equipment. Golden. Mythic tier. Brother, a mythic piece of equipment has dropped. It was as if they had won 100 lottery tickets worth 5 million each. Indeed, it felt that exhilarating. Mythic. This was a golden mythic piece. According to the data, only 203 golden mythic items had appeared nationwide. Of course, this statistic only accounted for human-tier equipment. Higher-tier equipment was shrouded in secrecy. Nonetheless, this was the data that could be compiled, and even so, it was evident how rare and precious golden mythics were. Considering they had emerged over a millennium, one could say that golden mythics were even more valuable than heirlooms. Never would they have imagined that they would stumble upon a golden mythic during their dungeon trial. Knowing this, let's go take a look, Su Xingqian said, nodding. He reached out, taking Ji Qingluo's delicate hand, and they swiftly fled the battlefield on their swords, arriving at a secure location. Subsequently, Su Xingqian opened his backpack, revealing an empty expanse of 36 slots, save for a long sword radiating golden light, which appeared exceptionally stunning and formidable. After all, this was a golden mythic. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo perched on Su Xingqian's back, her chin resting on his shoulder, her eyes fixated on the virtual screen. Her expression shifted continuously, marveling at the golden equipment. Indeed, it was golden. Name, True Martial Radiance. Grade, Human Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 2000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1. Ignores defense, inflicting a guaranteed 10 damage with each strike. Attribute 2. Increases sword damage by 200. Attribute 3. Inflicts damage over 10 seconds. This golden mythic equipment was indeed terrifying. Not to mention the combat power boost of 2,000 points, it also boasted 3 attribute effects. The first attribute, known as Severance, guarantees that each strike will deplete 10 of the opponent's life, meaning that if struck 10 times, death is inevitable, provided the attack lands, of course. The second attribute enhances sword damage by 200, implying that during combat, with a combat power of 10,000, one could unleash an effect equivalent to 20,000 combat power. The third attribute inflicts damage over a duration of 10 seconds, simply meaning that if the opponent survives a hit, the damage will persist for 10 seconds. Akin to the red poison from a Taoist spell in the game, causing continuous bleeding. Golden equipment is extraordinarily powerful, Ji Qingluo remarked after finishing her assessment. Indeed, golden mythic equipment is even more precious than heirlooms. With such an item, it is not only novice players who would covet it. Even formidable opponents would find it irresistibly alluring. Alternatively, one might say that these attribute effects become even more monstrous in the hands of a powerful individual. Let us continue. Su Xingqian stated, replace the true martial radiance with it, though the ethereal fire of Azure Frost can also be utilized, as he can wield 3 swords. Chapter 13, Level 29, Combat Power 17, 968. The original ethereal fire of Azure Frost had a mere 200 combat power. Now, with the substituted true martial radiance, the combat power has surged by 800 points. Adding the 200 from the power ring, the actual increase is a remarkable 600 combat power, bringing Su Xingqian's total to over 10,000, achieving 13,360 points. Excellent. I desire exquisite equipment. I seek the epic. I crave the legendary. Ji Qingluo nodded, her demeanor utterly that of a little girl. She made a prayer gesture towards the direction of the demon beasts, hoping for them to drop extraordinary equipment. Hiss, swoosh, crackle. The true martial radiance, a golden mythic equipment, is indeed formidable. Although the combat power did not double, the damage is undeniably impressive. Under the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, even third-tier demon beasts fell as easily as slicing through tofu. And the Azure Lotus Sword Song was equally fierce. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 23. Base combat power x 110. Leveled up, reaching 23. Drawing closer to level 30. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 24. Base combat power x 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 29. Base combat power x 110. By midday, Su Xingqian reached level 29, and Ji Qingluo attained level 26. In battle, demon beasts continuously fell. The equipment drop from second and third tier demon beasts was notably more than that from first tier. In just one morning, Su Xingqian acquired a blue bracelet, a red ring, and 6 pieces of white equipment. Ji Qingluo also secured 2 red and 2 white pieces. The higher the demon beast level, the greater the drop rate. It seems we shall be fully stocked with equipment today. After a brief respite, the two sat on a stone, eating and drinking. 1-tiered demon beasts, 10,000, completed. 2-tiered demon beasts, 1,000, also completed. 3-tiered demon beasts, 100, still needing 44. They had yet to encounter any 4-tiered demon beasts. But they should all reach level 30 within an hour, and then they would set out to find the Lanling tomb, ideally locating it today. Su Xingqian remarked, handing Ji Qingluo a bottle of juice. Exiting the dungeon this time, they needed to diligently cultivate their skills. Ji Qingluo pouted and chattered on. Her skills were far too low. She needed to train. Honestly, following Su Xingqian, she had forgotten she was a healer, as he required no healing. The only assistance she could offer was to cast Revival of all things during their breaks, helping him swiftly regain his spirit. Your skills are indeed lacking. You should practice more in the wild, Su Xingqian nodded. To him, Ji Qingluo's skills were low, but for others, her speed of improvement was remarkable. After finishing their meal, Su Xingqian began to examine the new equipment. Upon opening his backpack, he found 9 pieces of equipment lying inside, 6 white, 1 blue, and 1 red. Equipment quality is categorized as ordinary white, exquisite blue, epic orange, legendary red, and mythic gold. Ordinary equipment offers 100 combat power. Exquisite equipment provides 200 combat power. Epic equipment grants 300 combat power. The first 3 qualities only offer slightly higher combat power, lacking special attributes. Weapons and armor have double the combat power compared to other equipment slots. Legendary level grants 500 combat power, while mythic level offers 1,000 combat power. These 2 qualities come with special attributes, and weapons and armor also have double the combat power of other equipment. Name, Xianyu Ring. Quality, human tier. Attribute, red. Combat power, 500. Required level, 1. Attribute 1, poison resistance 100. Attribute 2, damage increase 20. For Su Xingqian, the slight increase in combat power was inconsequential. He primarily valued the attribute effects. This legendary piece, with a poison resistance of 100, was indeed terrifying, rendering him immune to poison attacks. Moreover, it provided a damage increase of 20. Equipping it, he then donned the exquisite bracelet, a common necklace, a piece of ordinary clothing, and a standard helmet. Now, he was fully equipped. Although the quality of the gear was varied, he finally had no empty slots. The combined equipment only added 100 combat power, totaling about 200 when including the 200. Now, Su Xingqian's combat power reached 17,968 points. Let us go? We'll rest later tonight. Su Xingqian called out to Ji Qingluo. Although he felt reluctant, time was of the essence. Failing to complete the task could lead to dire consequences. Ji Qingluo nodded. She was a Linglong S-class healer, capable of restoring spirit, life, and healing wounds. However, the fatigue of the soul remained beyond remedy. After all, they were human, not divine. Unable to escape the laws of nature. After exiting the dungeon, they would need a good 2 days of rest. Observing Ji Qingluo's appearance, Su Xingqian felt a pang of compassion. He reached out, ruffling her hair, making her silky locks fluff up. Ji Qingluo nodded again, obediently. However, this time, her voice carried a hint of a delicate whine, a tone of endearment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They soared through the air on flying swords, heading forward. Behind him, Ji Qingluo wrapped her arms around Su Xingqian's waist, her cheek pressed against his back. Now, they were specifically hunting third-tier demon beasts, disregarding the first and second tiers. Completing the task was of utmost importance. Congratulations on defeating the third-tier demon beast, the mutated blue wolf. Experience 500, 200. Gold 2,000. Dropped. Healing staff, Ling Long, gold, X1. Soon, Su Xingqian struck, delivering a single blow that instantaneously killed a third-tier demon beast. What he did not expect was that when this beast fell, a golden light emanated from the mutated blue wolf. Upon seeing this golden glow, Su Xingqian's heart trembled. Golden light. That meant it had dropped gold. Naturally, Ji Qingluo experienced the same thrill. Gold. Another gold drop. Overjoyed, just as the excitement surged, a notification sounded. This piece of equipment was allocated to her. What does this prove? It proves that the equipment is usable for her, as although they are in a team mode, Su Xingqian is the captain, originally. Ji Qingluo was the one to form the team, but upon entering the dungeon, she appointed Su Xingqian as the leader due to his swift hunting of demonic beasts, which would yield greater benefits. When it comes to distributing rewards, they will naturally lean towards him unless the equipment is more suitable for Ji Qingluo. Now, upon hearing the notification sound, she discovers the equipment is in her backpack. Therefore, it is indeed suited for her use. Among the 6 primary classes, only weapons and armor have class distinctions, the rest are universal. Clearly, the newly acquired gold item is not universal. Thus, this equipment must either be a weapon or armor. Brother, it's a weapon, a healing staff, the golden myth, Ji Qingluo exclaimed joyfully to Su Xingqian, suddenly invigorated. Who wouldn't feel uplifted upon acquiring a piece of golden myth equipment? Then check it out and equip it, Su Xingqian replied, not pausing the battle. For time is equivalent to wealth, and life itself. Moreover, there are 2 lives at stake. Ji Qingluo softly acknowledged, her voice melodious. The lovely young maiden, graceful and fragrant, began to admire and inspect her new acquisition. What? When Ji Qingluo glimpsed the attributes of the equipment, she instinctively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 14, 4th Order Demonic Beasts, red equipment with double critical hits. What's wrong? Su Xingqian, engaged in battle, inquired upon hearing Ji Qingluo's exclamation, curiosity piqued. The golden myth is indeed extraordinary, its attributes must be remarkable, a sentiment he deeply resonates with. Of course, Ji Qingluo understands this as well. But her astonishment begs the question, what are these attributes? The attributes read, a 150 boost to overall combat power. The attributes can be inherited. Ji Qingluo's breath quickened as she excitedly declared, a 15-fold enhancement. Even more thrilling is that this attribute can be inherited. This means the 150 boost can be passed on to higher tier equipment. After all, it is unlikely that a professional will only ever use human tier equipment throughout their lifetime. Eventually, higher tier, Shen tier items will emerge. At that point, the combat power of this human tier equipment may become somewhat obsolete. To replace it seems a pity, yet to keep it with lower combat power. But now, with the ability to inherit attributes, it's simply splendid. Truly extraordinary. If higher tier equipment cannot be obtained later, this attribute can continue to be passed down. So, your combat power must be quite impressive now, Su Xingqian remarked. The double attack attribute is among the most astounding. It is said that a century ago, a golden myth with a 200 boost emerged, held by an invincible powerhouse, who was the only one to have survived from a catastrophe-level dungeon in the past century. 10021 combat power. Ji Qingluo giggled, utterly elated. Her equipment surpasses Su Xingqian's slightly, and with the golden myth weapon, her combat power has surpassed 10,000. Then let us not dawdle, Su Xingqian chuckled, feeling no trace of jealousy. Rather, he was genuinely happy for her. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 30. Base combat power x 110. As they spoke, several third-order demonic beasts fell, and Su Xingqian's level rose to 30. Simultaneously, Ji Qingluo reached level 27, not far from 30. With a whoosh and a rumble. During their battle, Ji Qingluo could take on third-order demonic beasts solo, while Su Xingqian could annihilate them in an instant. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 28. Base combat power x 110. Soon, a radiant glow enveloped Ji Qingluo as she reached level 28. Brother, we've completed the task for third-order demonic beasts. Let's find fourth-order ones. She stated. Now at level 28, hunting fourth-order demonic beasts would elevate her level to 30. With the task for third-order demonic beasts completed, they could not linger here and waste time. They must seek out fourth-order demonic beasts. All right, Su Xingqian nodded, sharing the same thought. Without hesitation, he took to the skies, guiding Ji Qingluo further afield. Roar! Before long, a demonic beast towering 100 meters appeared. Fourth order. They encountered a fourth-order demonic beast so swiftly. Qingluo, stay here. I will give it a try, Su Xingqian commanded firmly, leaving no room for dissent. The fourth-order demonic beast possesses approximately 100,000 combat power, while his own is under 20,000. However, he still has the capability to engage. Besides, his skills are formidable. More importantly, he possesses the domain ring and the petrification ring, allowing him to petrify the beast. The damage from true martial radiance, being 10, is essentially a cleave, making its defeat not overly difficult. Additionally, within his domain, the target's overall power is reduced by 50. Consequently, the fourth-order demonic beast's effective combat power would only be 50,000. The reason he chooses to act alone is to fight unrestrained. If Ji Qingluo were to join, he would have to worry about her safety. Moreover, with his sword control technique, he can maneuver flexibly in the air around the fourth-order demonic beast. Bringing Ji Qingluo along would reduce that agility. Let me test the waters first. If the situation turns dire, I will retreat, and then we will strike together, Su Xingqian stated. Upon hearing his words, Ji Qingluo was initially reluctant. However, she instinctively believed in her brother's capability. Even though he only possessed D-class talent, his performance over the past 2 days has completely reshaped her perception of D-class, even leading her to think that no one, not even S-class, is as powerful as her brother. She felt an insatiable curiosity about what his hidden class might be. Understanding his intentions, Su Xingqian nodded, then set Ji Qingluo down and soared towards the fourth-order demonic beast on his sword. However, now he stood upon the Yueqing Song, wielding the true martial radiance. The Azure Lotus Sword Song and 10,000 swords returning to the origin erupted forth without reservation. Roar! The fourth-order demonic beast, possessing considerable intelligence, was taken aback at the audacity of a mere human daring to strike at it, and it quickly became enraged. Yet soon, it sensed the imminent threat of obliteration. Hiss! Hiss! The radiant sword aura of the Azure Lotus Sword fell upon the fourth-tier beast, enveloping it in a cascade of countless swords returning to their origin. In an instant, the wounds of the fourth-tier beast intensified, blood erupting like a fountain. Meanwhile, Su Xingqian soared through the air, his feet poised on the long sword, encircling the formidable creature with relentless attacks. Roar! Roar! The fourth-tier beast bellowed in fury, its voice diminishing with each passing moment. It soon realized that its entire body had turned to stone, rendering it immobile, like a target subjected to human assault. Boom! Before long, the fourth-tier beast collapsed with a deafening crash, raising a cloud of dust. Congratulations on slaying the fourth-tier beast, the Wrathful Diamond. Experience, 10,000, 200. Gold, 100,000. Attributes, 10. Dropped item, Warlord's Crown, red, X1. As the beast fell, a notification sound echoed. Simultaneously, 2 crimson beams of light emerged from its form. Su Xingqian, on his end, had acquired an exquisite piece of equipment, an item of legendary status, a red gear from the fourth-tier beast, boasting a commendable drop rate. Ji Qingluo was overwhelmed with joy, elated at the acquisition of yet another red item. Could anyone blame her for her happiness? Red gear is an incredibly rare treasure. Not to mention red gear, even an ordinary white equipment piece could take many players a year or 2 to assemble. Equipping this is quite a challenge. The fourth-tier beast is no trivial foe. A bit more power would certainly ease the process, Su Xingqian remarked as he opened his inventory. A dazzling red piece of equipment glimmered within, radiating brilliance. This was a legendary item, second only to the golden mythic tier. Name, Warlord's Crown. Grade, human tier. Attributes, red. Combat power, 500. Required level, 1. Attribute 1, defense increased by 50. Attribute 2, resistance to negative emotions increased by 100. Indeed, this was an extraordinary item. The combat power was impressive, but it was the 2 attributes that truly stood out, the enhancement of defense and the astonishing resistance to negative emotions. It was evident that the headpiece was paramount. It not only elevated defense, but also shielded against adverse feelings. Upon equipping it, his total combat power surged by 1,000, reaching 18,968 points. Brother, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Ji Qingluo asked, directing Su Xingqian's gaze toward her character panel. It looks quite splendid, he replied, noting the enhancement in her appearance. As he turned to inspect Ji Qingluo's character panel, he discovered that her red item was a gorgeous feathered garment, looking exceptionally striking, accentuating her figure. Inadvertently, his gaze drifted to Ji Qingluo's chest, and he could not help but chuckle. Chapter 15, The Final Quest, Entering the Tomb of Lanling. Su Xingqian, I could bite you, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her spirits lifted by his earlier compliment, wholeheartedly agreeing with her brother's assessment of her beauty. However, the latter part of his statement struck her as inappropriate. What are you implying? My chest is not small either. It still has room for growth, she retorted, feeling vexed. Moreover, his lingering gaze on her was infuriating. If it were merely a glance, it wouldn't matter. But he was clearly comparing her attributes with those displayed on the character panel. In a playful retaliation, she bit down gently on Su Xingshan's shoulder, though she refrained from applying any real pressure, reluctant to hurt him. All right, let us proceed, Su Xingshan said, extending his finger to gently nudge Ji Qingluo's forehead. He closed the virtual interface. We still need to hunt 9 more 4th-tier beasts. In truth, he felt an exhilarating anticipation, hoping that the 4th-tier beast would yield him an entire set of orange or even red gear. The prospect of obtaining a golden mythic item was beyond hope. A stroke of sheer luck. Even though the drop rates for red and gold gear in disaster-level dungeons were high, it was improbable to receive consecutive drops of such caliber. With a swift motion, they took to the skies, seeking out the 4th-tier beasts. Boom, boom. The second 4th-tier beast fell, releasing an orange beam. Boom. The third 4th-tier beast succumbed, another orange beam illuminating the air. Boom. The 4th beast fell, a golden beam erupting. The 5th yielded an orange beam. The 6th a red one. The 7th an orange beam. The 8th and 9th red beams. And the 10th, yet another orange beam. Su Xingshan and Ji Qingluo were ecstatic. Each 4th-tier beast they defeated guaranteed a drop. Are these creatures predetermined to drop loot? They wondered, as the minimum yield was epic-grade orange gear. Congratulations on completing the 1st-tier beast task. Congratulations on completing the 2nd-tier beast task. Congratulations on completing the 3rd-tier beast task. Congratulations on completing the 4th-tier beast task. Congratulations on completing your level task. Notice, the Tomb of Lanling will open in 180 seconds. Countdown, 179, 178, 177, 176. Once the 10th 4th-tier beast collapsed, the notification sound rang out, indicating that all prior tasks had been accomplished. The Tomb of Lanling would only open after the completion of all tasks. With 180 seconds on the clock, the pivotal challenge awaited. Make sure to equip all your gear. Su Xingshan advised Ji Qingluo, his heart racing with excitement and trepidation. After all, this was a disaster-level dungeon. He was astute enough to recognize that the previous tasks were merely a prelude. The true test lay ahead in the Tomb of Lanling. There, they would have to vanquish the malevolent spirit of Lanling, which would likely be at least a 5th-tier beast. All right, Ji Qingluo nodded, mirroring Su Xingshan's feelings of excitement, anxiety, and fear. If they failed the final task, their trial in the dungeon would end in failure, with dire consequences, either remaining trapped forever or meeting their demise within. However, if it were the former, she felt no dread. She would gladly spend eternity with her brother there. In truth, even death did not frighten her, for she would rather face it alongside him. Consequently, they settled in place, reviewing the gear they had equipped after defeating 9 4th-tier beasts, which yielded 9 pieces of equipment, 5 orange, 3 red, and 1 gold. Su Xingshan received 3 orange items, 1 red item, and 1 gold item. Name, Xianjin Armor. Grade, Human Tier. Attributes, Gold. Combat Power, 2,000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1. Defense increased by 100. Attribute 2. Absorbs 50 damage when attacked. Attribute 3. Ignores the armor penetration of equipment below current quality. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. The increase in defense was profound. When under attack, one can negate 50 points of damage. In truth, the domain of the domain ring itself weakens the opponent's damage by 50, combined with the defensive capabilities of the Thunder Sword Chi, along with various other defensive enhancements, leaves the adversary's assault significantly diminished upon reaching him. After negating an additional 50, he hardly suffers any harm at all. Furthermore, attacks from equipment of a quality below the human-grade gold weapon cannot penetrate the Xianjin armor. It is not merely human-grade. Even weapons of the orange tier from the Xian tier may find it challenging to breach the armor. After all, this is the golden myth. Name, Bright Moon Bracelet. Quality, human-grade. Attributes, red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, defense increased by 50. Attribute 2, damage increased by 50. While the attributes of red equipment fall short in comparison to the golden myth, they nevertheless attain a legendary status when juxtaposed with equipment of inferior quality. Next, Su Xingshan glanced at another orange item, but it lacked appeal, as its combat power was merely slightly superior to that of the ordinary, devoid of any attributes. The orange necklace possessed a combat power of 300 points. The least impressive in the full set of equipment is the orange tier. Presently, Su Xingshan's combat power has reached an impressive 25,068 points, surpassing the 20,000 mark. Qingluo, how are things progressing? Su Xingshan inquired, shutting down the holographic display. The countdown showed only 1 minute remaining. All right, Ji Qingluo nodded, deactivating the virtual screen and bracing herself. Hiss hiss. The once clear sky has now become shrouded in ominous clouds, a sight that inspires a sense of dread. Upon witnessing this, Ji Qingluo clutched Su Xingshan's arm tightly. While he remained silent, merely reaching out to gently stroke her head, a considerable comfort for her. As the countdown approached its conclusion, the sky darkened entirely, save for a solitary blood-red point of light that seemed to materialize from thin air, rapidly expanding. In an instant, the light transformed into a portal of several meters in size. This portal resembled the gaping maw of a demon, as if it intended to devour all existence. Fear not. Let us proceed, Su Xingqian reassured Ji Qingluo. He summoned his sword, taking her hand and soaring towards the portal. In the blink of an eye, they vanished within, as if evaporating into thin air. Once they entered, the portal itself also disappeared. However, entering the portal did not lead to a conventional teleportation. Instead, it revealed a corridor radiating a blood-red glow and reeking of a fair scent that instilled profound fear. Hiss hiss, whoosh. Soon, Su Xingqian beheld ghostly apparitions, entities devoid of physical harm, yet capable of inflicting negative emotions and fear, even wounding the soul. Despite their lack of physical damage, the consequences they wrought could surpass that of tangible harm, effectively killing without a trace. Do you possess any attributes related to negative emotions? Su Xingqian queried Ji Qingluo. Yes, she confirmed with a nod. That is reassuring, Su Xingqian replied, relieved. With such an attribute, Ji Qingluo would be safeguarded against the specter's torment. Swish. The true martial radiance sliced forth, a fierce beam of sword light cleaving the specters in twain, and the severed apparitions vanished. Let us act. We must pass through here, Su Xingqian declared, gripping Ji Qingluo's hand with one and wielding his sword with the other, unleashing a formidable assault as they advanced through the corridor. This was their final task. The dawn of victory lay just ahead. 10 million experience points and a mysterious treasure chest awaited. Chapter 16. Defeating the Evil Soul of Lonling. Completing the dungeon trial. Additional rewards. Hiss hiss. Within the passage of the ancient tomb of Lonling, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo pressed forward, dispatching foes silently. Only faint sounds accompanied them as the specters were systematically eradicated, time slipping by unnoticed. After approximately half an hour, they encountered a door at the passage's end, leading into a vast, cavernous space akin to a self-contained world. Crimson. No other hues adorned this realm. At the center stood an altar, upon which a half-human, half-beast statue loomed. Roar. As if sensing their presence, the statue's eyes glowed with a blood-red radiance. Gradually, it animated, unleashing a fearsome roar. Fifth tier. The most formidable among the fifth tier. Su Xingqian's expression shifted. Initially, he had anticipated the evil soul of Lonling might be of the fifth tier. And now confronted with the reality, his anxiety intensified. What shall we do? Ji Qingluo panicked. If it were the fourth tier, I could manage, albeit with injuries. But as an S-rank healer, injuries are inconsequential as long as I survive to heal. However, the fifth tier, especially the strongest among them, my combat power exceeding 10,000 may hardly inflict any damage on this evil soul. Be cautious. Support me, Su Xingqian instructed. Reflexively, he glanced at Ji Qingluo's modest figure. It was indeed small, but there was still room for growth. Could you refrain from staring? Ji Qingluo retorted, exasperated. I can heal you. Why do you keep looking at me? Of course, casual glances were harmless, but she sensed he was teasing her. Truthfully, she felt the healer's role was increasingly burdensome, especially given her current stature. I must grow quickly. Once I reach a size surpassing my sister's, then we shall see who has the last laugh. Swish. Su Xingqian refrained from further teasing Ji Qingluo. He summoned his sword, charging towards the now animated statue, which towered an imposing 300 meters, emanating an aura of terror. Before Su Xingqian could close the distance, a massive hand descended upon him. Qinglian Sword Song. 10,000 swords returned to one. Su Xingqian held nothing back. With a single stroke, he unleashed his attack upon the evil soul, simultaneously enveloping it in the aura of 10,000 swords returned to one. Crack, crack. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of tearing, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing. The blade of light failed to intercept the descending claw, which bore down relentlessly upon Su Xingqian. Despite the protective effects of his domain, being struck would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. With a swift movement, Su Xingqian narrowly evaded the attack. He had no desire to be hit, regardless of his formidable defenses. The thunderous sword chi surged around him, hissing and slicing through the air. In that moment, Su Xingqian found himself in a perilous situation, besieged by the malevolent spirit's assaults. The creature towered above him, its immense size rendering it less agile than Su Xingqian. With a thunderous roar, the colossal claw lunged towards him once more. However, in that critical instant, Su Xingqian struck with his sword, petrifying the malevolent spirit, rendering it as immobile as a statue. At last, he had succeeded in petrifying a foe. It seemed that, when facing higher-tiered demonic beasts, the probability of achieving petrification diminished. It would be ideal if he could upgrade his petrification ring. Seizing the opportunity while the malevolent spirit remained petrified, Su Xingqian unleashed a flurry of attacks upon it. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ji Qingluo remained vigilant, prepared to cast healing and restoration spells at a moment's notice. Although Su Xingqian appeared to be in dire straits, he consistently evaded the spirit's onslaught, retaliating with relentless strikes. At this rate, Vanquishing the malevolent spirit was merely a matter of time. She felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Her brother was capable of defeating a fifth-tier demonic beast, the pinnacle of its kind. Other adventurers, even those at levels 60 or 70, would struggle to slay such a formidable foe. Suddenly, she witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. The malevolent spirit had indeed turned to stone. What could this mean? Was it a restriction of this realm? No, that was incorrect. It was clearly the result of her brother's sword strike, which had induced petrification. But what kind of skill was this? She had never heard of a swordsman possessing the ability to petrify. Not just swordsmen, but no other class seemed to wield such an extraordinary ability. Time slipped away, and eventually, the malevolent spirit collapsed. As it fell, a radiant golden beam erupted from its form, accompanied by 3 crimson and 2 orange beams, 5 in total, creating a stunning spectacle. An explosion of rewards ensued. Congratulations on defeating the 5th-tier demonic beast, Lonling Malevolent Spirit. Experience gained, 100, 200. Gold acquired, 1, 0. Attributes, 10. Loot, Celestial Bow, Archer, Gold, X1. Moonlit Mystic Garb, Mage, Red, X1. Witheredwood Ring, Red, X1. Obsidian Bracelet, Orange, X1. Su Xingqian heard the notification chime in his ears. 6 beams of light erupted forth, and he alone obtained 4 pieces of equipment. Congratulations, you have completed the Lonling Tomb quest. Notice, Lonling's Secret Realm quest completed. Quest category, unique. Upon completion, the secret realm will vanish. Congratulations on completing the quest ahead of schedule, earning experience 10, 000, and 2 mysterious treasure chests. Congratulations on completing the quest more than 24 hours ahead of time, receiving an additional mysterious treasure chest. Notice, you may teleport upon the expiration of the dungeon quest time. Following the drop information, the dungeon notification sounded, proclaiming their success in this trial. They had triumphed. Simultaneously, rewards were distributed, including an extra treasure chest for their accomplishment. As the announcement concluded, 4 luminous orbs appeared before Su Xingqian, and the same occurred for Ji Qingluo, who also received 4 orbs. Subsequently, the orbs entered their respective inventories. A gust of wind swept past them, and the space around them vanished. The Lonling Tomb dissipated into nothingness, leaving the two standing in the wilderness. As if the entire experience had been a mere illusion. This was truly miraculous. Brother, we completed the task. We conquered the Cataclysm level. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Ji Qingluo leapt up, throwing her arms around Su Xingqian's neck, hanging on to him. They had triumphed at the Cataclysm level. The excitement was palpable. They could finally take a well-deserved rest. Though they had succeeded, there still remained 25 hours before they would be teleported away. Su Xingqian remarked that he had not anticipated the Lonling Tomb would yield results so swiftly. Of course, while it was quick, the danger was undeniable. Only he could achieve this. Others might not even pass through the portal. Let's find a place to settle down and examine the rewards for this Cataclysm level. Presently, they needed 200,000 experience to reach level 31, and a total of 400,000 experience to achieve level 40. The reward of 10 million experience would likely elevate them to around level 43. While levels were important, the primary focus was on the mysterious treasure chests. Ji Qingluo, her cheeks flushed, gracefully descended from Su Xingqian, her voice a soft whisper. She had been too exuberant earlier, losing her composure. Let us go? We need to find a spot to rest and tally up our spoils. Su Xingqian soared through the air on his sword, guiding Ji Qingluo towards the cave where they had taken refuge the previous night. Chapter 17, 10 million experience, a meteoric rise in levels. In a century, it was only we who conquered the Cataclysm level. The drop rate at this level was astonishing. Out in the world, premium equipment was a rarity. Yet they found themselves adorned with nothing less than epic gear, with some golden mythic items. If others were to discover this, envy would surely consume them. Throughout their journey, Ji Qingluo chattered incessantly, her happiness radiating from her stunning visage, brimming with youthful vitality. Before their success, her heart had been laden with worry, though she had kept it to herself. Now, all that remained was exhilaration. Your skills must be enhanced, Su Xingqian reminded the little troublemaker, urging her to temper her joy. In this dungeon, her success had come far too easily. While that was acceptable, she still needed to elevate her abilities. For instance, she must at least refine her flying skill. Understood, she nodded earnestly. Brother, may I ask you something? With a sweet demeanor. She tilted her face upward to meet his gaze. What is it? Please, ask away, Su Xingqian replied. If I don't let you ask, would you remain silent? Ji Qingluo inquired cautiously. I wouldn't blame you, Su Xingqian answered flatly. The disparity between an S tier and a D tier was vast. They were not in the same league. Even when together, their experiences would not align. Sighing, Ji Qingluo understood. Although her brother claimed he held no grievances, she knew well that it weighed on him. After all, they had been romantically involved since middle school, for several years now. Such matters left her at a loss on how to console Su Xingqian. Whoosh, whoosh. They soared through the air on their swords, leaving behind a trail of azure light. The two of them pierced through the fabric of space, and in half an hour, they arrived once more at the lakeside. Let's take a bath, and then take our time to enjoy the scenery, Su Xingqian suggested. No sooner had she spoken than she tucked away the Yeoting song. Both of them descended directly. Ah, brother, what are you doing? Suddenly weightless, she exclaimed in surprise, instinctively clutching Su Xingqian tightly. It soon dawned on her that Su Xingqian had done it intentionally. Just as she grasped the situation, with a splash, they plunged into the water. Swimming here won't lead to pregnancy. Haha. Su Xingqian, seeing Ji Qingluo drenched like a wet chick, felt an immense sense of joy. You're being a bully. Ji Qingluo, submerged in the water, wore a thin garment that clung to her, revealing enticing glimpses beneath. She was a proficient swimmer, so there was no danger of drowning. As she spoke, she splashed water at Su Xingqian with her small hand. Anyway, we need to bathe. I'm just helping you. Su Xingqian replied. What are you doing? Suddenly, Ji Qingluo noticed that Su Xingqian had stripped down to his underpants. Overcome with embarrassment, she quickly covered her eyes and turned away. I'm just bathing, Su Xingqian said, exasperated. You still have your underpants on, right? Don't boys usually do this? I'm right here. Honestly, Ji Qingluo's face turned crimson as she turned to swim towards the shore. By the time she reached the bank, Su Xingqian had already finished bathing. I'm heading to the cave. Call for me when you're done. And wash my clothes, Su Xingqian said as he walked to the shore. He found a secluded spot to change his underpants. Although there were few taboos between him and Ji Qingluo, he still held some reservations. After greeting Ji Qingluo, he flew into the cave on his sword. After putting on clean clothes, he began to organize the bedding. 20 minutes later, he heard Ji Qingluo's call. Star brother, come get me. Her voice was crisp, sweet, and melodious, quite delightful to the ears. Whoosh. Su Xingqian flew down on his sword. On the branches by the lake, their discarded clothes had already been washed by Ji Qingluo. Now, she was wearing Su Xingqian's large underpants and shirt. How much have you improved in your flying technique? Su Xingqian inquired. It was 22 yesterday, so what about today? 5181. If I practice for another 2 days, I'll be able to fly, Ji Qingluo replied. Over these 2 days, she had worked diligently and reaped significant rewards. Her effort was yielding proportional results. Whoosh, whoosh. They flew into the cave, quickly made a simple concealment, and then sat on their beds, eagerly activating the virtual light screens. 4 orbs of light remained. The first orb, 10 million experience points, bound. The second orb, a mysterious treasure chest. The third orb, a mysterious treasure chest. The fourth orb, a mysterious treasure chest, extra. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingqian used them. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 32. A golden glow enveloped Su Xingqian. The notification chimed. He had leveled up. Initially at level 31. He now used 10 million experience points to advance, and his experience requirement for the next level was now 200, 000, 300, 000, 400, 000. In total, to ascend from level 31 to level 40, he would need 5 for million experience points. Naturally, as levels increased, the experience required would also escalate. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 33. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 34. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 41. His level surged rapidly. Soon, the 10 million experience points were exhausted, and Su Xingqian reached level 41. After level 40, each level required experience measured in millions, 2 million, 3 million. This 10 million experience had elevated him by 10 levels. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo was also surrounded by a golden glow, similarly using experience to level up. Brother, what level are you now? Ji Qingluo asked from her bed, her long jade-like legs exposed to the air, her toes glistening beautifully, reminiscent of silkworms. She looked at her virtual light screen while speaking to Su Xingqian. Level 41, Su Xingqian replied. Before entering the dungeon, he was at level 9. And in just under 2 days, he had reached level 41. Although the disaster level dungeon was perilous, it was also remarkably magical. I'm also level 41, Ji Qingluo said. Originally, when Su Xingqian was at level 9, she was only at level 1. However, before level 10, not much experience was needed. After entering the dungeon, their experience gained was equal, and now with the 10 million experience, Su Xingqian reached level 41, and Ji Qingluo did as well. However, Su Xingqian was at level 41, 8924, while Ji Qingluo was at level 41, 5639. Let's open the treasure chests. I wonder what's inside. A smile spread across Su Xingqian's face, his eyes brimming with anticipation. In such a formidable disaster-level dungeon, the reward was 10 million experience points and 2 mysterious treasure chests. What could possibly lie within these mysterious chests? Moreover, the extra reward marked with the word extra heightened his excitement. Taking a deep breath, he directly opened the second treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained. Chapter 18, Summoning Ring, capable of summoning a true dragon. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained Sword Dao Abyss 1, Sword Hero Cloak 1. The mysterious treasure chest had yielded 2 rewards. While he knew that the Sword Hero cloak was equipment, he was uncertain about the Sword Dao Abyss. Nonetheless, the fact that both items were related to swords assured him of their utility for a sword wielder. Without a moment's hesitation, he examined them. Name: Sword Dao Abyss. Category: Technique. Grade: Divine. Attributes: Colorful. Battle Power: 10,000. Function: Supreme Sword Attack. During combat, shout, "Sword Dao Abyss, accompany me," and unleash tenfold sword power. Cooldown: 1800 seconds. Good heavens! This is a divine ability. In the midst of battle, uttering the phrase "the sword path of the abyss accompanies me" amplifies one's swordsmanship prowess tenfold. Consequently, a warrior possessing a combat power of 10,000 would unleash a staggering force equivalent to 100,000. This enhancement, albeit temporary, comes with a cooldown period, as one would expect from a grand move. Unlike ordinary attacks that lack such limitations, it is undeniably impressive and striking. Envision the sheer allure of proclaiming "the sword path of the abyss accompanies me" during combat. Continuing his exploration, Su Xingqian examined the next item. Name: Sword Hero's Cloak. Grade: Profound Rarity. Golden Combat Power: 100,000. Required level: 50. Attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 200. Attribute 2. Enhances defense by 200. Attribute 3. Grants invisibility while stationary. Effect ceases during combat. Su Xingqian was taken aback to discover that the Sword Hero's Cloak was a piece of profound equipment, a golden myth with extraordinary attributes. The ability to become invisible was remarkable, though he lamented that he could not equip it yet, as it required level 50, and he was only at level 41. He would need to exert considerable effort to reach the required level. Profound grade equipment was indeed formidable, boasting a combat power of 100,000. Having successfully opened the first mysterious treasure chest, he proceeded to unveil the second. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Red Inferno Emperor, Sword Hero, Gold, X1. Universe Ring, Gold, X1. Once again, he was rewarded with 2 items, both of which were golden myth-grade equipment. During his time at school, he had heard from teachers that legendary and myth-grade items were exceedingly rare. However, he now realized that they were not as elusive as he had been led to believe. Together with Qing Luo, they had amassed several pieces of golden myth equipment, and now, after opening the treasure chest, their collection had surpassed 10. Name: Red Inferno Emperor. Grade: Profound Rarity. Golden Combat Power: 200,000. Required level: 50. Attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 300. Attribute 2. Permanently boosts overall combat power by 200. Attribute 3. Contains the essence of the Red Inferno Sword intent, with a 20 chance to unleash the Red Inferno Sword formation. Goodness gracious! This was yet another profound golden myth weapon, albeit one that also required level 50 to equip. Its attributes were astonishingly powerful. A 300 increase in sword damage, and the permanent boost to overall combat power was particularly appealing, akin to the effect of a combat power ring. The third attribute, imbued with the Red Inferno Sword intent, offered a chance to unleash a sword formation. He was determined to level up. Without progressing, he could not don such remarkable equipment. This piece of gear was priceless and would never be sold. Name: Universe Ring. Grade: Human Rarity. Golden Combat Power: 1,000. Required level: 1. Attribute 1. Increases overall damage by 20. Attribute 2. Poison resistance of 100. Attribute 3. Spatial capacity of 10m times 10m times 10m. This equipment was of human grade and could be used immediately. However, Su Xingqian hesitated upon noticing the third attribute, as he already possessed a system space, and the second attribute was redundant due to his existing poison resistance of 100. Subconsciously, his gaze drifted towards Ji Qingluo beside him. He decided to open the last treasure chest. Additional mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Summoning Ring, Special, Gold, X1. The additional treasure chest revealed a singular reward. The name sounded extraordinary, causing Su Xingqian's heart to flutter instinctively. This summoning ring was eerily familiar. Reminiscent of his past life, or rather, the entire system was familiar. Name: Summoning Ring. Grade: Special Rarity. Golden Combat Power: 38. 888. Required level: 1. Attribute 1. Can summon a true dragon. Initial combat power: 999. Unlimited revival. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Attribute 2. Contains a spirit beast space. Upon reviewing the attributes of the summoning ring, Su Xingqian sighed inwardly. As expected, it truly had the power to summon. Moreover, the summoned creature would be a true dragon with an initial combat power of 999, just shy of 1 million. More importantly, this dragon could revive infinitely. He promptly equipped the ring. Equipping successful. Placement: Special Ring Panel. A notification chimed as the summoning ring did not replace the mystic jade ring, but was instead placed on the special ring panel. Thus far, Su Xingqian had opened 2 mysterious treasure chests and 1 additional chest, yielding 5 rewards. Presently, he had utilized the sword path of the abyss and the summoning ring. The Red Inferno Emperor and Sword Hero's cloak remained unequipped due to insufficient levels. He decided to hold on to the Universe Ring for now, assessing whether Ji-Ching Luo possessed any spatial equipment. If not, he would offer it to her. The attributes of the Universe Ring were redundant for him, merely providing a slight increase in combat power. At present, his combat power had reached 124,878. Ching Luo, do you possess any spatial attributes? He inquired, addressing Ji-Ching Luo. No, I don't, she replied. I have one, Su Xingqian stated, subsequently trading the Universe Ring to Ji-Ching Luo. Wow, a golden myth. But what about you, brother? Ji-Ching Luo exclaimed upon seeing the golden item in the trade window, though she hesitated to confirm the transaction. The golden myth was a gift from her brother. What would he have in return? I have spatial capabilities. The attributes of this ring overlap with my other gear. Equipping it would only yield a marginal increase in combat power, Su Xingqian explained. Is that so? Thank you, brother. By the way, I'll give you some equipment I won't be using. You can sell it, Ji-Ching Luo offered, placing several orange, red, and even a golden item into the trade window. Perfect. I am in dire need of gold coins, Su Xingqian nodded in agreement. By the way, the additional treasure chest yielded a summoning bracelet. Do you have any summoning items? If not, I can give the summoning bracelet to you, Ji-Ching Luo said, turning to sit beside Su Xingqian on the floor, pouting as she spoke. She was reluctant to part with the summoned pet she cherished dearly. However, if her brother did not possess it, she would endure the pain of relinquishing the summoning bracelet to him. Only if her brother grew stronger could he protect her. For instance, during the recent cataclysmic event, she had merely lain there, while her brother had swiftly whisked her away. Observing her reluctance, Su Xingqian sighed softly. Of course, it was merely to tease the little troublemaker. They had known each other since childhood and were well aware of her temperament and quirks. I have no such reluctance, Ji-Ching Luo quickly interjected upon seeing Su Xingqian's expression, simultaneously initiating a transaction. The summoning bracelet remained in her backpack. I was just kidding. I possess a summoning ring, Su Xingqian replied with a smile, playfully tousling Ji-Ching Luo's hair, making it fluffier. Really? Ji-Ching Luo looked at Su Xingqian with earnest eyes. Chapter 19. Credits indeed, it's true. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow, while there is still time and numerous demon beasts abound, we should seize the opportunity to enhance our skills in battle. Don't let such chances slip away. What do you think? Su Xingqian said earnestly. In truth, he desired to accumulate more gold and attribute points. At present, his gold amounted to 2,810, 208. And he had 71, 220 attribute points. I will listen to my brother, Ji-Ching Luo nodded obediently. Let's go. Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen and stood up. Where to? Ji-Ching Luo inquired curiously. Dressed only in her brother's oversized shorts and shirt, feeling somewhat exposed, she found it manageable to move about in the cave, but quite inconvenient to venture outside, even though the Lonling's secret realm contained only her and Su Xingqian. To celebrate our successful completion of the dungeon trial, we shall have a barbecue, Su Xingqian declared. As he spoke, he took Ji-Ching Luo's delicate hand and soared out of the cave on his sword. He gently set her down below the cave and, after giving her a brief instruction, flew off to gather firewood and wild rabbits. In the Lonling's secret realm, most creatures were demon beasts, but there were also smaller wild animals like rabbits and pheasants. He had discovered them the previous day, but had lacked the mood to pursue them as the dungeon trial was incomplete. Now, feeling relaxed, Su Xingqian returned within a mere 10 minutes, carrying 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant, along with some mushrooms, all sourced from a tree as thick as a person's embrace. I'll wash the mushrooms, Ji-Ching Luo exclaimed joyfully upon his return. Yet, she realized she was of little help. She couldn't start a fire, nor did she know how to butcher a chicken. All right. Su Xingqian nodded, placing down the items. He then summoned a mystical blue flame, effortlessly chopping the withered tree into firewood. Next, he proceeded to clean the chicken and rabbits by the edge of the lake. Brother, you didn't forget the barbecue seasonings, did you? Ji-Ching Luo asked, resting her chin on her hand as she curiously watched Su Xingqian. You guessed correctly, he replied with a smile, producing various seasonings, jars, and barbecue tools, along with drinks and juices, all purchased that morning at the supermarket on their way to the Adventurers Center. With the system's storage space at his disposal, he had acquired numerous life essentials. He took out iron skewers, threading the wild rabbits and pheasant, as well as the mushrooms, before igniting the fire and commencing the barbecue. Brother, which university do you wish to attend? Ji-Ching Luo asked while helping to brush oil and sprinkle seasonings during the barbecue. I'll see how things stand when school starts. What about you? Su Xingqian responded. After awakening, university admissions were also contingent upon credits, which were determined by talent, level, combat power, and dungeon completion. S-Class, 100 points. A-Class, 80 points. B-Class, 60 points. C-Class, 40 points. D-Class, 20 points. Most individuals possessed D-Class talent, earning merely 20 points, while Ji-Ching Luo, with her S-Class talent, earned a perfect score of 100. As for Su Xingqian, he had only 20 points. Level credits were as follows. Level 20, 100 points. Level 15, 80 points. Level 10, 60 points. Level 5, 40 points. Level 2, 20 points. To attain a minimum of 20 credits, one must reach at least level 2. Achieving level 20 or higher would yield the maximum score of 100 points, a feat both Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo had accomplished, given that they were both at level 41. Dungeon completion credits were categorized as follows: Cataclysm level, 100 points, Desperate level, 80 points, Difficult level, 60 points, Ordinary level, 40 points. This required successfully completing dungeon tasks and surviving to return. In this regard, both Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo also received full marks. Combat power credits were the most challenging to obtain high scores in. Combat power of 4,000, 100 points, 3,000, 80 points, 2,000, 60 points, 1,000, 40 points, 500, 20 points. Everyone's base combat power began at 200 points, and achieving 500 required wearing 3 pieces of white gear. Attaining 4,000 combat power was even more arduous, generally. Those below S-class were unable to reach such heights unless they invested heavily in gear, a privilege typically reserved for wealthy families. Without a doubt, both Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo had also garnered full scores in this category. Brother, wherever you go, I will follow. Although your talent credits are merely 20 points, your scores in the other 3 categories are perfect, ensuring your admission to one of the 4 prestigious universities, Ji Qingluo stated earnestly. Initially, she could have directly entered Huaxia University, but chose to forego that opportunity to accompany Su Xingqian. Little did she anticipate that her brother would elevate her status so dramatically. Now, her credits were all perfect, and she was certain that she was the only one in the nation to achieve such a feat here. Be careful not to burn yourself, take it slow. Su Xingqian skillfully dissected the roasted rabbit with a small knife and handed it to Ji Qingluo. Leveling up is incredibly difficult. It's been 2 whole days, and I haven't managed to acquire a single piece of equipment. At this rate, I won't even be able to attend the most ordinary university. Finally, I reached 1,000 combat power. Let's celebrate. I heard someone from 9th middle school ventured into a cataclysmic dungeon. Is that true? Just a D-class talent loser seeking attention? Nothing more. One cannot utter such words. Originally, he was the heartthrob of the 9th high school, romantically entangled with the esteemed first school flower. However, upon her awakening of an S-rank ice magic, while he only awakened a D rank, their relationship faltered, leading to a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, he inadvertently lured another S-rank individual into the Calamity tier. Venturing into the Calamity tier is tantamount to courting death. At the professional center, individuals enter dungeons while others emerge from them. Nevertheless, 90% of the populace opts for ordinary tier dungeons, with a select few daring to tackle the difficult tier. Some return triumphant, while others are lost forever. The Calamity tier remains an ever-popular topic, especially since it has been nearly 2 decades since anyone dared to enter. Regrettably, it was initially thought that one could seize the opportunity to recruit that S-rank girl into Jiangnan University, only to discover she had ventured into the Calamity tier dungeon. Such a lovesick girl. Chu Mingyao, having gathered the information, confirmed that the girl who awakened the S-rank Linglong had indeed proceeded to the Calamity tier. At that moment, she could only lament the girl's infatuation, following her beloved into such peril. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of envy towards the girl's freedom. Chu Mingyao, 26 years of age, serves as a mentor at Jiangnan University, possessing S-rank talent and being a formidable 9th-tier monarch. Yet, her prowess and gifts are often overshadowed by her stunning beauty, earning her the title of the most exquisite female mentor at Jiangnan University. Among all mentors and throughout the university, she is regarded as the most enchanting goddess, adorned with a breathtaking visage, flawless physique, and an alluringly slender waist. Since Ji Qingluo has ventured into the Calamity tier, shall we return to the school? Inquired a teacher from the admissions office. Although Chu Mingyao holds the position of a mentor, she is a true powerhouse. Such a figure would not typically descend to high schools for recruitment. However, upon learning that Jiangxing 9th High School had produced 2 S-rank individuals, she took the chance to visit, hoping to secure one for Jiangnan University. Alas, she discovered that one S-rank had chosen not to attend Huaxia University, but remained behind, only to find out she had ventured into the Calamity tier, essentially sealing her fate. Chapter 20, Dungeon Levels and Limitations, Level 46. With the school year yet to commence, she decided to delay her return for a few days. You all carry on with your tasks. Do not mind me, Chu Mingyao replied, maintaining her proud and assertive demeanor, for she is indeed a 9th-tier monarch. Even the president of Jiangnan University must treat her with respect. Very well, Mentor Chu, we shall take our leave. The admissions teachers bid her farewell, each returning to their respective high schools in Jiangxing, each responsible for their own recruitment. The Calamity tier, last entered 19 years ago, has since become a source of frustration for Chu Mingyao. What on earth are these 2 little rascals doing? Running off to the Calamity tier? She mused, irked. Given her abilities, she had hoped to secure an S-rank recruit upon meeting her for Jiangnan University. While not on par with Huaxia University, is still a prestigious institution renowned throughout Jiangnan province. In the Lonling secret realm, on the 3rd day, at 8 in the morning, Su Xingqian finally roused Ji Qingluo from her slumber. Unlike the previous day when they awoke at 6, today was more leisurely, as the dungeon had already been cleared, allowing them to worry not. Even indulging in a bout of sleep would pose no concern. However, having ventured into the Calamity Tier dungeon, where the drop rates far exceed those outside, it was essential to seize this opportunity to hunt more beasts, amass gold, enhance attributes, and acquire equipment. Money was scarce. Exceedingly so. If only there were sufficient funds, activating the teleportation ring would be within reach. Brother, shall we hunt 4th tier beasts? Ji Qingluo inquired. Her curiosity piqued as they finished their morning meal. Yes, let us hope to acquire some fine equipment. Su Xingqian nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, as they finished their meal, Su Xingqian soared into the air on his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo, heading towards the battlefield from the previous day. Within half an hour, they arrived at the site of their earlier confrontation. However, the 4th tier beasts had vanished, leaving only 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier beasts in their wake. Understanding the situation, they realized that the 4th tier beasts were tied to a quest and had vanished upon defeat. Fortunately, the presence of lower tier beasts allowed them to avoid idleness. Taking a glance at the beasts before them, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo began their summoning. Suddenly, the air shimmered slightly, and a colossal true dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon, measuring 100 meters in length and several meters in girth, boasted shimmering silver scales that radiated an otherworldly glow, exuding an aura of grandeur. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dragonic majesty enveloped the area. This was the true dragon he had summoned, boasting a staggering combat power of 999. Not far from Ji Qingluo, a magnificent bluebird emerged, emanating an aura of terror, its lineage tracing back to the Phoenix clan. The bluebird also possessed a formidable combat power of 999. At this moment, Ji Qingluo perched upon the bluebird's back, brimming with excitement. She had never anticipated acquiring her own combat companion and mount so early on, especially not in their first dungeon, as many formidable beings lacked such allies. As dusk fell, they regrouped at their designated meeting point. Su Xingqian addressed Ji Qingluo, noting that with her new mount and combat partner, she was no longer in any peril. Farewell, brother. Ji Qingluo waved her small hand, soaring into the distance on her bluebird. With such a powerful ally, hunting beasts would be swift, and the two of them would be too cramped to maneuver together. Observing Ji Qingluo's departure, Su Xingqian mounted his true dragon and flew off in another direction. The true dragon roared, its voice echoing through the skies, exerting a profound bloodline pressure that caused countless beasts to tremble in fear, paralyzed by its presence. The battle commenced swiftly. Experience, 100. Experience, 10,000. Gold, 1,000. Gold, 100. Attributes, 10. Attributes, 10. With an astonishing battle power of 120,000, Su Xingqian could effortlessly vanquish 4th tier demonic beasts, let alone those of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. Utilizing techniques such as the Azure Lotus Sword Song, 10,000 swords returned to the origin and sword control. Each strike resulted in swathes of demonic beasts collapsing. Experience, gold, and attributes surged continuously, the rate of increase truly remarkable. Moreover, the true dragon, as his combat companion and mount, also engaged in the fray. With a staggering battle power of 999. The true dragon could annihilate entire groups of demonic beasts with a mere swipe of its claw. Time flowed inexorably. Levels, 41, 8,999. Levels, 42, 3,310. Levels, 42, 4,905. Levels, 46, 2,140. Levels, 46, 5,811. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Xingqian halted his onslaught. After a day's relentless combat, he and the true dragon had finally ascended to level 46. The number of slain demonic beasts was considerable. However, the experience required for the next level now demanded millions. While the experience from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier demonic beasts was comparatively low. Thus, reaching level 46 had been his utmost limit. Following this day, Su Xingqian's achievement stood at level 46, 5,811. Attributes, 661, 540 points. Gold, 6, 910, 230. Equipment, 113 white, 31 blue, 14 orange, 5 red, 1 gold. All these pieces of equipment were of the human tier. Currently, he could not acquire any mysterious tier gear, which was expected to only manifest in dungeons above level 30. He needed to keep his level below 50, otherwise, he would miss the trial of the level 30 dungeons. Su Xingqian observed the twilight sky, then mounted his dragon. Soaring towards the cave, with the true dragon at his side, there was no need for him to fly via sword control. Now that he had reached level 46, the threshold of level 50 was not far off, yet thoughts of the level 30 dungeon trials tempered his desire for further advancement, lest he exceed or reach level 50 and become ineligible for the level 30 dungeons. Each profession had fixed dungeon tiers: level 10 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysm entrance requirements. must not exceed level 20. Level 30 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysm, entrance requirements, must not exceed level 50. Level 50 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysm, entrance requirements, must not exceed level 70. Level 70 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysm, entrance requirements, must not exceed level 90. Level 90 dungeons, normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysm, entrance requirements, below reincarnation. After reaching level 99, there would be reincarnation dungeons. Each profession could only enter each level of dungeon a maximum of 4 times, and could not repeat the same difficulty. Currently, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo had surpassed level 20, thus becoming ineligible for the level 10 dungeons. They could only pursue the level 30 dungeons. Even within the level 30 dungeons, they could enter only 4 times. Therefore, he needed to manage his level carefully. A magnificent roar echoed through the heavens. Soon, Su Xingqian returned on his dragon, landing beside a stone wall by the lake, allowing the true dragon to rest nearby. Needing no space within the summoning ring since it could guard the night outside. Although the Lonling's secret realm had no other inhabitants and the demonic beasts were of low rank, the presence of a dragon ensured a more secure slumber. Upon seeing Su Xingqian, Ji Qingluo was filled with immense joy. She had returned a while earlier but had not encountered him, and her heart had been in turmoil. Chapter 21. The end of the Lonling's secret realm. Return to the Adventurer's Center. How did it go? What level are you now? Su Xingqian inquired. I'm S-rank Ling Long, with 200 experience points. This is one of the advantages of being S-rank. However, even though I'm D-rank, with the System S enhancement, I also have 200 experience. After a day of combat, he wondered how much Ji Qingluo had progressed. I'm level 44 now, Ji Qingluo replied. Ascending from level 41 to level 44 was an impressive feat, yet still lagged behind Su Xingqian. We must control our levels, Su Xingqian cautioned Ji Qingluo. If this little mischief maker gets competitive and surpasses level 50, it would be a pity. Brother, shall we choose the Cataclysm difficulty for the level 30 dungeon trials? Ji Qingluo asked. With you by my side, Cataclysm shouldn't be too difficult, right? Otherwise, she could simply coast through. Of course, the difficulty is relative to others. After all, not everyone is named Su Xingqian. Take the Lonling's secret realm, for instance. 10,000 first-tier demonic beasts overwhelmed all who ventured here. After we exit the dungeon, we should enhance our skills and wait until we've entered university before tackling the level 30 dungeon. Choosing Cataclysm for the level 30 dungeon is wise. Once we conquer the level 30 Cataclysm dungeon, we'll essentially be ready for the level 50 dungeon and even higher tiers. The teacher said that before reincarnation, the levels don't truly matter. Real strength is defined post-reincarnation. As Su Xingqian spoke, he readied his attire and headed towards the lake. With a splash, he dove into the water. By the time he returned to the cave after his bath, Ji Qingluo had already tidied up the bedding. Now, she could summon the Azure Bird, enabling her to fly without always relying on Su Xingqian to carry her. That night, they exchanged no words. The following morning, they both awoke early, for today marked the conclusion of the Lonling's secret realm trials. In the morning, they would be teleported back to the Adventurer's Center. Finally heading home. We are the only ones to have passed the Cataclysm level in 19 years, they remarked. After having their meal, they sat on the spacious lawn, awaiting the teleportation. The little mischief maker was quite excited, and so was Su Xingqian. As time elapsed, Su Xingqian gazed at the virtual screen, where the countdown to the task diminished second by second. In the sky, beams of light began to appear. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown reached 0, the light in the sky coalesced into a portal, which soon stabilized in midair. Observing its height, Su Xingqian marveled, recognizing that even the return journey posed a challenge. If one cannot soar through the skies, one cannot enter the portal of transportation. Come, Su Xingqian extended his hand, grasping Ji Qingluo's. Simultaneously, the ethereal blue flames appeared beneath their feet, propelling them toward the portal. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped within its embrace. The mystical flames retracting as time twisted around them. The practitioner center was bustling with fervor. This period was deemed the peak of instance trial season. For following the awakening day, a multitude of students would embark on their instance trials. From the break of dawn, throngs of people swarmed, queuing to enter either the normal or hard level instances. Group up, D-class healer, forming a party. For the normal level instance, one slot was missing. Hard level, heading to the Blood Moon altar, those with C-class talents and above, step forward. Is anyone venturing into the desperate level? I'm a B-class gunner, seeking 2 A-class or S-class partners to tackle the desperate level instance for a significant challenge. Anyone interested? If not, so be it. 3 days prior, someone had ventured into the Calamity level. If they succeeded, they should be returning today, right? Calamity level instance trials cleared? You jest. For nearly 2 decades, no one has dared to approach the Calamity level. The mortality rate hovers at a dismal 10 deaths to every survivor. How could they return? The Calamity level is far too daunting. None would dare to enter. Regardless of the tier, the Calamity level is nothing short of terrifying. In the square, calls for party formations echoed throughout. Few would dare to venture into instances alone. During the wait, conversations revolved around instances and equipment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, startling all present. It was early morning, the sky painted with the hues of dawn, and the weather splendid, making the abrupt thunderclap all the more astonishing. Boom! The noise intensified, piquing the curiosity of countless onlookers directed toward the sky. A red portal of transportation appeared. Heavens! That portal radiates crimson light. It must be the calamity level. Someone emerged from the calamity level instance. The portals for normal and hard levels were white, returning silently, while the desperate level portal glowed blue. The red of the calamity level portal signified that someone had indeed returned from that perilous realm. Could it be Jiqing Luo from our 9th high school? Only Jiqing Luo and Su Xingqian had braved the calamity level. It seemed Jiqing Luo had returned, alive from the depths of the calamity level instance. Witnessing the spectacle above, everyone was struck dumb. The red portal in the sky symbolized calamity, destruction, and death, indicating the level of the instance. Amidst the astonishment, the vast square of the practitioner center erupted in excitement. For 3 days, the tale of the S-class prodigy from 9th high entering the calamity level had circulated fervently. It was common knowledge that such an S-class talent would enter but not return, leaving many feeling disheartened. After all, it was an S-class Ling Long. To think they had gone to their doom. Yet today, 3 days later, the red portal representing the calamity level had manifested. Thus, the S-class prodigy from 9th high had returned alive from the calamity level. Swish, swish. The portal hovered 20 meters above the ground, and moments later, 2 figures emerged from it. As their feet touched the air, a long sword manifested, and the 2 soared upon it, spiraling gracefully through the skies, the sword trailing a brilliant arc of light. A sight to behold. Ultimately, they descended beside the transport altar. Jiqing Luo, the very Jiqing Luo, from our 9th high. She had returned alive from the calamity level instance. Su Xingqian had indeed traversed the calamity level. A D-class, returning from the calamity level, albeit reliant on Ji Qingluo's S-class prowess. Yet one could not deny his extraordinary fortune. After 19 years, someone had entered the calamity level and emerged alive. The novice calamity level instance, while designated as novice, was still immensely daunting for the inexperienced. What treasures had they acquired from such a harrowing ordeal? It felt as though they possessed an entire set of equipment. Could it be that the calamity level instance had become less formidable? Riding upon their swords, their skills had reached the first tier. In just 3 days, their swordsmanship had ascended to this level. Remarkable, indeed. At last, someone from our Jiangxing Practitioner Center had emerged from the calamity level. Upon closer inspection, the 2 were indeed Jiqing Luo and Su Xingqian. In an instant, students from 9th high were filled with exhilaration and pride. Many others, however, were envious. To fly upon a sword was a spectacle beyond compare. The ability to soar indicated that Su Xingqian's swordsmanship had achieved the first tier. A formidable feat accomplished in just 3 days. Yet, curiosity loomed among the crowd regarding the rewards and equipment they had obtained. Without a doubt, countless powerful individuals from Jiangxing, as well as those from Jiangnan province and beyond, would discreetly inquire about whether the 2 had secured legendary red tier or golden mythical level treasures, for they had emerged from the calamity level instance. Indeed, their return would send ripples throughout the community. Chapter 22. The reverberations of emerging from the calamity level instance Jiangxing. I have returned, Jiqing Luo exclaimed, brimming with excitement at having truly emerged alive from the calamity level instance. At last, she felt genuinely safe. Despite having lain through the calamity level in the Lonling secret realm without exerting much effort, the tension weighed heavily on her heart. Let us go, Su Xingqian urged, setting off toward the exit while contemplating how to navigate through the throng at the practitioner center. Outside the altar, a sea of people surged forth. These individuals were either preparing to enter instances, teachers, or staff from the practitioner center. Upon witnessing newcomers emerging from the calamity level instance, curiosity and astonishment sparked a desire for information, strategies, and the aspiration to personally explore the calamity level. All right, Jiqing Luo nodded obediently, following Su Xingqian toward the exit. Soon, they reached the threshold and stepped outside. Jiqing Luo, what level are you now? Jiqing Luo, what is your combat power? Jiqing Luo, was it dangerous in the calamity level? Jiqing Luo, sell me a guide. I intend to venture into the calamity level. I want a guide too. Jiqing Luo, I'm a teacher from the admissions office at Nanda. The moment they stepped out, countless individuals greeted Jiqing Luo, creating a scene of overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, Su Xingqian, standing beside her, was entirely overlooked, regarded as mere background noise. In the eyes of the crowd, Su Xingqian, a D-class talent, had only survived the calamity level by virtue of Ji Qingluo's S-class abilities, rendering him unworthy of their attention. In the midst of the gathering stood the newly awakened high school students, alongside seasoned professionals from previous cohorts, staff from the professional center, and representatives from various university admissions offices. All eyes were fixated on Jiqing Luo, who, with a sweet smile, offered a polite response before attempting to leave, only to find herself encircled and unable to escape. At that moment, Su Xingqian reached out, guiding Ji Qingluo away from the crowd. She discreetly hid behind him. And soon the two departed from the professional square. Once outside, Ji Qingluo exhaled deeply, patting her chest in relief. Do you believe it? There will surely be someone who dares to enter the catastrophe level, Su Xingqian remarked. Such is human nature. Although the catastrophe level is terrifying, witnessing someone emerge alive from it will undoubtedly embolden others to take the risk. After all, even those with D-class talents have returned unharmed. I believe you, Ji Qingluo nodded. Feeling somewhat fatigued, they then took a vehicle away from the professional center. After more than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. All right, goodbye, Su Xingqian waved. Farewell. Brother, Ji Qingluo replied with a hint of reluctance, watching him depart. What? Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian returned from the catastrophe level instance? At 9th High School in Jiangcheng. The principal was engaged in discussions with various university admissions officers, as the month following Awakening Day was the busiest time of the year. At that moment, upon receiving a phone call, his expression shifted dramatically, even questioning whether he had misheard. The S-class, Ji Qingluo was back. This must be a mistake. After all, she had ventured into the catastrophe level instance alongside Su Xingqian. Principal Zhang, who has returned from the catastrophe level instance. Ji Qingluo has returned? The inquiries from the admissions officers flooded in, their faces reflecting shock and curiosity. They could not hear the conversation on the other end of the line, but they could deduce much from the principal's words. Excitement surged through the office. Just 3 days prior, 2 students from 9th High had entered the catastrophe level instance, an event that had stirred considerable attention, as few believed they would return. Yet now, news of their safe return had emerged. To emerge from the catastrophe level instance, regardless of one's talent or strength, was immensely valuable. How could they secure these students for their institutions? All right, understood. After listening carefully, Principal Zhang responded before ending the call. At that moment, Zhang Leitang's expression flickered with surprise and elation. This year's 9th High School in Jiangcheng was exceptionally remarkable. Not only had they produced an S-class talent, but 2 students had also survived the catastrophe level instance and returned unscathed. According to reports, the 2 students were in excellent condition, evidently having made significant gains. Principal Zhang and the admissions officers turned their gazes toward him, each face filled with anticipation. 3 days ago, our Ji Qingluo, S-class Linglong, and D-class swordsman Su Xingqian entered the catastrophe level instance of Lanling's secret realm. Today, they have just returned safely from the instance. This is all the information I have. Further details are yet to be verified. Zhang Leitang cleared his throat, organizing his thoughts before speaking. Though he appeared composed, his heart brimmed with excitement. Who wouldn't he wish to mentor a student of such renown? It had been many years since anyone had returned alive from the catastrophe level instance. The difficulty was immense. However, the opportunities it presented were unparalleled. It seemed imperative to reach out to Ji Qingluo. Such a promising talent must be guided to Huaxia University and not led astray. Didn't you say you didn't want Ji Qingluo as a student? Teacher Chen, does Huaxia University still want Su Xingqian, the D-class talent? Surely. Teacher Chen would be flexible in their admission strategy. We at Kyoto University must also make an effort. In the principal's office, after a brief silence, exclamations of awe emerged. Gradually, they began to strategize how best to recruit Ji Qingluo to their universities. An S-class talent was already extraordinary, and her survival from the catastrophe level instance only heightened her allure. They had to act swiftly. However, as Chun Xueming made a remark, the atmosphere shifted to one of subtle mockery. No one had anticipated that the 2 students from 9th High who had ventured into the catastrophe level would return alive. How had they achieved this? With this, 9th High gained notoriety, and Zhang Leitang might be smiling from ear to ear. An S-class Linglong and a D-class swordsman had successfully navigated the trials of the catastrophe level instance. What exactly had transpired within? They were left wondering what equipment Ji Qingluo had acquired from the catastrophe level. Had they obtained a red legend? Perhaps they possessed golden mythic equipment? The news of Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian returning alive from the catastrophe level instance spread rapidly, leaving countless individuals astonished. Even some began to entertain thoughts of venturing into the catastrophe level themselves, primarily out of curiosity about the equipment the duo had obtained. After all, the catastrophe level instance was known for its dangers, but also for its extraordinary opportunities. Surviving it surely meant they had gained something remarkable. They are back. They actually returned. Chu Mingyao also received this news. Upon hearing it, she was left in a state of shock for quite some time. Amidst her astonishment, excitement bubbled within her. It was imperative to act swiftly, lest others seize the opportunity first. With that thought in mind, she rose and stepped out of her room with graceful strides. Chapter 23. Is he worth it, being only a D-class talent? Instances are the greatest resource. High schools do not possess exclusive or private instances, as their role is merely to impart general knowledge and foundational skills about becoming a professional, with true education occurring at the university level. Universities have access to specialized instances and secret realms. The stronger the university, the greater the resources it possesses. This is one of the reasons students aspire to attend top-tier universities. Top universities offer abundant resources, numerous instances, strong faculty, and a high-caliber social circle. 3 days have passed. In the novice dungeon of the catastrophe level, the maximum duration is 3 days. Today marks the day of Ji Qingyan's return. One can only hope for her safe return. It has been years since any student from Huaxia University has emerged alive from the catastrophe level. The challenge of the catastrophe level is daunting, and very few students dare to undertake it. As time passes, the moment draws near. At this very moment, the teleportation plaza of Huaxia University is bustling with numerous outstanding students and faculty members, including even the president. This gathering is prompted by the fact that 3 days prior, an S-rank prodigy, a new student, entered the novice catastrophe level dungeon at level 10. In Huaxia University, the presence of S-rank prodigies is abundant. It can be stated that there are no students below C rank within the institution. The majority are S and A ranks, with only a handful of B ranks, and C ranks being exceedingly rare. Yet, none have yet emerged from the catastrophe level dungeon. Boom. Crack. As time progresses, a thunderous roar reverberates through the sky. Subsequently, the fabric of space shatters, and beams of light pierce through, revealing a small red. This that rapidly expands, culminating in the formation of a crimson portal. The portal hovers 20 meters above the ground, stabilizing before a breathtaking young woman appears. The maiden, clad in a pale blue feathered garment, possesses an exquisitely refined visage and a perfect figure. Her long, slender legs are straight, delicate, and taut, with a porcelain-like luster. However, the aura she exudes is one of chilling coldness, reminiscent of an ice goddess. Whoosh. The young woman, Ji Qingyan, a student from Jiangxing No. 9 High School, awakened her S-rank ice magic. She was brought to Huaxia University that very afternoon and chose to undertake the level 10 novice catastrophe dungeon the following day. Now, having emerged, she has undergone a remarkable transformation. Ji Qingyan alights gracefully on the ground. Mentor, she greets her instructor. In truth, she had not desired the presence of her mentor. How did it go? Her mentor, Shi Luofei, a legendary figure at Huaxia University, inquired. At merely 24 years of age, she has established herself as one of the most formidable forces in the university. It is said that she has a grandfather who emerged from the catastrophe level dungeon. Mentor, I am level 49, 9901, with a combat power exceeding 100,000. Everything went smoothly, and I have acquired the legacy of the frozen plains. Ji Qingyan replies in a calm, yet icy tone. Her demeanor has always been proud and aloof, and after receiving the legacy of the frozen plains, she has undergone a complete metamorphosis. At level 49, she is mere steps away from reaching level 50. The reason for her hesitation to ascend to level 50 is strategic. Doing so would bar her from participating in 30-level dungeons. In a century, Ji Qingyan is the second person to return alive from the catastrophe level dungeon. President Zhong Tianli expresses a heartfelt sigh, his face illuminated with joy. Ji Qingyan is the second individual in a century to emerge alive from the catastrophe level dungeon, as well as the second from Huaxia University. The last person to return from such a dungeon was also from this institution, a peerless powerhouse. The emergence of a prodigy like Ji Qingyan is a source of great pride for the president. Not only is he elated, but Ji Qingyan's mentor, Shi Luofei, shares in this exuberance. President, I have just received news that 2 students from Jiangxing No. 9 High School who ventured into the catastrophe level have also returned half an hour ago. At this moment, a middle-aged teacher approaches the president, speaking in hushed tones. This information was relayed by Teacher Wang from the enrollment office at Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Oh, those 2 youngsters also emerged from the catastrophe level dungeon? Their names are Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen, correct? President Zhong Tianli is momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed Ji Qingyan to be the second person in a century to return from the catastrophe level, only to discover that 2 additional students from Jiangxing had also survived. He has heard of the circumstances surrounding Jiangxing. It appears Ji Qingluo is Ji Qingyan's younger sister, a pair of twin sisters. One awakened S-rank ice magic while the other awakened S-rank Linglong. Such a combination defies description. Yet it is unfortunate that the S-rank Linglong chose to remain for a D-rank swordsman, leaving him with a sense of regret, though merely a regret. He never anticipated that the S-rank Linglong and the D-rank swordsman would also venture into the catastrophe level dungeon. Even more astonishing is that both returned alive. At this moment, his feelings have shifted from regret to lamentation, even tinged with a hint of remorse. President, did Ji Qingluo also go to the catastrophe level? Ji Qingyan inquires, having overheard the middle-aged teacher's quiet words. Her heart is in disarray. Her sister, also in S rank, did not accompany her to Huaxia University, and she had not expected her sister to venture into the catastrophe level alongside Su Xingchen, returning safely. Yes, according to the information received. They also entered a level 10 novice catastrophe dungeon known as the Lanling Secret Realm 3 days ago and have safely returned, President Zhong Tianli confirms. Internally chastising Chen Xueming, that foolish pig. Mentor Chu, whether to attend Jiangnan University is still uncertain. Perhaps you could inquire with my brother Xingchen, wherever he goes. I shall follow, Ji Qingluo states. In Jiangcheng, within a villa, upon returning home, Ji Qingluo heads to her bedroom to bathe and change clothes before descending to engage her mother in conversation. However, a beautiful woman arrives at their home. After introductions, Ji Qingluo learns that this stunning woman is a mentor from Jiangnan University, here with the intention of recruiting her into the institution. However, Ji Qingluo neither accepts nor declines the offer, as her decision hinges on Su Xingqian's choice of university. Do you have feelings for Su Xingqian? Chu Mingyao inquires, observing the exquisite girl before her. In truth, she need not ask, for it is evident that if Ji Qingluo did not harbor affection, she would not have accompanied Su Xingqian into the catastrophe-level dungeon, especially considering the perilous nature of such an undertaking, with Su Xingqian possessing merely a D-rank talent. Of course I do. What of it? Ji Qingluo responds without a moment's hesitation. There is no shame in such feelings. Her sister once admired him, and she too harbors affection. Is he not merely a D-rank talent? Is it not worth it? Chu Mingyao inquires, regarding Ji Qingluo with a bright smile. Chapter 24, Golden Myth, Heart of Pure Jade, Skill Cultivation Speed Increased by 200. Mentor Chu, is liking someone related to their talent? Ji Qingluo inquired, her lively eyes fixed on Chu Mingyao. After all, my brother Xingqian's talent is hardly lacking. What does it matter if one's talent is inferior? I am an S rank. I can elevate him. Moreover, my brother's talent is not merely the D rank on the surface. His hidden abilities far surpass even the S rank. Classmate Qingluo, what level are you now? Chu Mingyao asked with a smile, choosing not to comment on Ji Qingluo's previous statement, for everyone is entitled to their own perspective. I am currently at level 44, Ji Qingluo replied. The rate of advancement is indeed swift, befitting one of the calamity level. By the way, where does Su Xingqian reside? Could you guide me to him? Chu Mingyao inquired. With a D-rank talent, he has nonetheless emerged alive from the calamity level dungeon. Gaining admission to Jiangnan University through connections is not particularly challenging. Besides, I have realized that in order to bring Ji Qingluo into Jiangnan University, the prerequisite is to secure Su Xingqian's admission. Thus, he is the key. I shall take you there. Ji Qingluo nodded, greeting her mother before leading Chu Mingyao outside. She was well aware of Su Xingqian's residence. Finally back, Su Xingqian thought, first, I shall take a shower. He returned to his rented apartment, a modest one-bedroom unit for 300 gold coins per month. As an orphan, he had no source of income prior to awakening, relying on the state's monthly welfare of 1,000 gold coins. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing filled the air as Su Xingqian took a quick shower and changed into fresh clothes. He then sat on a chair, beginning to examine his equipment. He recalled having obtained a golden necklace, precisely what he lacked. Name, Heart of Bright Jade. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 1000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Recovery Enhancement 100. Attribute 2, Skill Training Speed Enhancement 200. For someone like Su Xingqian, whose combat power exceeds 100,000. This minor boost was inconsequential. What mattered were the detailed attributes. The golden mythical Heart of Bright Jade, possessing recovery effects, particularly attracted his attention due to its second attribute, which enhances skill training speed by 200. During battles, skills would improve. Of course, this was still far inferior to enhancing through attribute points. Currently, with the necklace's attribute granting a speed enhancement of 200, effectively doubling it, daily combat could yield a progress increase of 40, rather than the regular 20. Equipping it, his total combat power surged to 137,932 points. Character panel, weapon, name, True Martial Radiance. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 2000. Required Level, 1. Armor, name, Xianjin Armor. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 1000. Required Level, 1. Helmet, name, Crown of the War God. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Necklace, name, Heart of Bright Jade. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 1000. Required Level, 1. Bracelet, name, Bracelet of the Bright Moon. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Ring, name, Xianjade Ring. Rank, Human Tier. Attributes, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. With a full set of equipment showcasing 3 golden and 3 red attributes. How could this configuration not be extraordinary? After surveying his gear, Su Xingqian felt a surge of exhilaration. Yes, it was sheer delight. This experience mirrored his past life in gaming, and was even more gratifying, as the previous games lacked system assistance. Upon reaching level 30, he would also select the Calamity level dungeon, potentially acquiring a complete set of Xiantier golden mythic gear. Gold coins and attribute points were in short supply. Su Xingqian returned the virtual interface to the main panel, murmuring softly to himself. Now at level 46, I am just 4 levels away from 50. At level 50, I will be able to don Xiantier equipment. I already have 2 pieces of Xiantier golden mythic gear in my backpack. What I still need are gold coins and attribute points. Attribute points enhance skills, while gold coins activate new special rings. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Class, Swordsman, minor success. Level, 46, 5811. Bond, none. Wealth, 6, 910, 230. Combat power, 137, 932. Attributes, 661, 540. Active skills, Sword Mastery, 2nd stage, 000. Qinglian Sword Song, 2nd stage, 000. 10,000 swords return to 1, 2nd stage, 000. Sword Path by the Abyss, 000. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Chi, 2nd stage, 000. After resting for 2 days and hunting second-tier monsters, he aimed to elevate his level to 49. Su Xingqian closed the virtual interface and pondered his future plans. He decided to keep his level under 50. Thus, he would only hunt first and second-tier monsters, as their experience points were minimal, yet each provided 10 attribute points. This strategy would allow him to accumulate considerable gold and attributes without surpassing level 50. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Brother. Su Xingqian was about to retire for the night when he heard a knock at the door, followed by the sweet voice of Ji Qingluo. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he wondered, what brings you here right after returning from the dungeon? Aren't you going to rest? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Ji Qingluo's stunning visage, exquisite and vibrant, radiating youthful energy. She, like her sister Ji Qingyan, was extraordinarily beautiful. Ji Qingyan was renowned as the top beauty of Jiangqing's 9th high school, and Ji Qingluo was equally captivating, perhaps even surpassing her sister in certain aspects. Though their personalities differed. Brother, Minter Chu from Jiangnan University wishes to see you, Ji Qingluo announced. As she spoke, she shifted slightly, and it was then that Su Xingqian noticed Chu Mingyao appearing behind her. Oh, Minter Chu, greetings, Su Xingqian acknowledged, realizing Ji Qingluo had not come alone. The woman before him appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a white inner garment. Her lower body was adorned with a cerulean pleated skirt, a visage of unparalleled beauty, an impeccable figure, a chest that swelled with grandeur, a waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Her long, shapely legs were smooth and fair, exuding a lustrous glow. She embodied the archetype of a mature goddess. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. It sent a tremor through his heart. While Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo were both lovely, they lacked the maturity that the present Minter Chu possessed. One could describe her as a blend of innocence and desire. A paragon of pure allure. Congratulations, classmate Su Xingqian, on your return from the catastrophic level dungeon. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Chu Mingyao smiled. It was no wonder Ji Qingluo and Ji Qingyan were enamored with him. He was undeniably handsome. Furthermore, he exuded an air of mysterious charm. Though he appeared youthful, he radiated an aura of composure, as if all was within his control. After you, Minter Chu, Su Xingqian gestured, allowing Chu Mingyao to enter. Ji Qingluo followed suit. Inside the room, the decor was quite simple, indicative of modest living conditions. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Minter Chu? After inviting her and Ji Qingluo to sit, Su Xingqian poured them water and settled across from them, curiosity evident in his tone. Deep down, however, he was aware that the purpose was undoubtedly recruitment. Chapter 25. Minter Chu's invitation to join Jiangnan University. I shall not beat around the bush, she began. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join Jiangnan University. While it may not rival the 4 great universities, it is nonetheless a premier institution, and it is our own university here in Jiangnan province. In reality, the resources at Jiangnan University are not inferior to those of the 4 great universities. The only difference lies in the champions who seek to conquer these resources. Both you and classmate Qingluo have emerged from a catastrophic level dungeon, and I believe you possess superior strategies for tackling these extraordinary dungeons. Jiangnan University is replete with dungeon resources. For instance, the realm of all things, the Demon Tower, and the Eternal Realm are resources that other academies can only dream of, making them among the most wondrous and formidable globally. Chu Mingyao took a sip of water before continuing with deliberate calmness, clearly outlining her purpose while simultaneously highlighting the advantages of Jiangnan University. After her speech, she did not rush for a response, simply observing him, waiting for Su Xingqian's decision. She was unaware of his true strength and level. But one thing she did know was that he was at least a D level. Her compliments were entirely aimed at persuading him to accept the invitation. Her true intention lay in securing Ji Qingluo's admission to Jiangnan University. Minter Chu, you are aware of my talents, are you not? Su Xingqian smiled as he spoke. Indeed, a D-level swordsman, Chu Mingyao acknowledged with a nod. You wish for Qingluo to attend Jiangnan University, do you not? Su Xingqian inquired, casting a glance at Ji Qingluo. Indeed. She confirmed. By the way, what level are you? Chu Mingyao asked with candor, her curiosity piqued regarding Su Xingqian's level. As for combat power, that remained a private matter for every practitioner, and it was generally best not to inquire further. Level 46, Su Xingqian replied. 46? You leveled up faster than classmate Qingluo? Chu Mingyao's exquisite face shifted with surprise. Surely you jest. Initially, I thought Su Xingqian relied on Ji Qingluo, an S level, to breeze through the catastrophic level dungeon. Ji Qing Luo reaching level 44 after that dungeon was already extraordinary. Keep in mind that even S-level talents typically achieve only a few levels after their first dungeon trial. Ji Qing Luo attaining level 44 in her first trial was remarkable, but now Su Xingqian claims to be at level 46. I cannot comprehend how he surpassed Ji Qing Luo's level. A hidden class, Su Xingqian explained. Surely, I cannot claim to possess a system. Minter Chu, in truth, I was the one who laid low during the catastrophic level dungeon. Ji Qing Luo interjected with a beaming smile. Indeed, she had laid low in one such dungeon, emerging with level 44 and top-tier equipment. Upon hearing Ji Qing Luo's words, Chu Mingyao was left utterly perplexed. What do you mean? You were the one who laid low? Did you clear the entire dungeon on your own? This is bewildering. Moreover, Su Xingqian mentioned a hidden class. Could it possibly be more formidable than an S-level class? Surely not. Yet, there seems to be no other explanation. Su Xingqian, have you made a decision? After a brief pause, Chu Mingyao inquired, her heart racing. If there truly existed a hidden class, it would be astonishing. With one hidden class and one S-level Linglong, their chances of conquering Jiangnan University's 3 major dungeons would increase significantly. After years of stagnation, this could be the opportunity she had been waiting for. Minter Chu, should I choose to attend Jiangnan University, what guarantees are there regarding dungeon resources? Su Xingqian did not answer directly, instead inquiring about the benefits. Selecting a university was paramount, primarily due to the resources available. He aimed to enter a catastrophic level dungeon. Attending a university without access to such dungeons would be futile. At Jiangnan University, there are no restrictions on dungeon resources. Moreover, tackling dungeons will yield additional rewards. Chu Mingyao assured him. Many universities impose limitations on their precious dungeon resources. Not every student has the privilege to enter the more advantageous dungeons. However, at Jiangnan University, there are no such restrictions. If you possess the capability, you may enter. Additionally, there are extra rewards for successfully clearing dungeons. Qing Luo, what about you? Su Xingqian's gaze shifted to Ji Qing Luo. I shall accompany my brother, Ji Qing Luo declared without a hint of hesitation. Very well, I shall attend Jiangnan University. Su Xingqian's attention returned to Chu Mingyao. In truth, the knowledge acquired during the 3 years of high school revolved around practitioners, the 4 great universities, the 9 elite academies, and the 20 top-tier universities, all of which were formidable institutions. Jiangnan University was among those 20 top-tier universities. Of course, beyond the 4 great universities, the 9 elite academies, and the 20 top-tier universities, there existed thousands of other universities. After all, 90% of awakened practitioners were able to attend university. Although Jiangnan University did not boast the same level of fame as the 4 great universities, it was primarily because most S-level and A-level prodigies opted for those top-tier institutions. The resources of Jiangnan University are even more formidable than those of the 4 prestigious institutions. Before his awakening, he had long yearned for Jiangnan University, never anticipating that he would awaken a D-level talent, which made him feel as though the university was an unreachable dream. Even more unexpectedly, he found himself invited to join Jiangnan University by a mentor. Classmates Su Xingqian and Ji Qing Luo, welcome to Jiangnan University. If there are no further inquiries, we can proceed to sign the enrollment agreement. Please take a moment to review the document. Upon hearing Su Xingqian's intention to attend Jiangnan University, Chu Mingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her, her anxious heart finally at ease. She had not anticipated that as a dignified sovereign, she would feel such nervousness over a novice. As she spoke, she produced the enrollment agreement and presented it to Su Xingqian and Ji Qing Luo, her impatience palpable. This was entirely reasonable, as the risk of other institutions poaching them loomed large. All right, let me take a look, Su Xingqian replied, nodding as he accepted the document. The agreement was straightforward, merely a notification of enrollment from Jiangnan University, supplemented by a list of special benefits. The terms were as follows. 1. Lifelong student status at Jiangnan University, with no transfer to other schools allowed. 2. A 4-year academic program, graduation upon reaching level 80. 3. An achievement-based system, early graduation possible upon successful reincarnation within 4 years. 4. Specially recruited students receive a fund of 200 million gold coins, 20 million provided upon signing, with subsequent distributions each semester based on performance. 5. Unlimited access to dungeon resources, dungeons available at levels 30, 50, 70, and 90, with options for normal, hard, desperate, and disaster levels. 6. An obligation to uphold the school's reputation and honor, prohibiting any actions that could tarnish its glory. Su Xingqian quickly perused the agreement and found himself quite pleased with its contents. It bore no constraining clauses. And the most surprising aspect was the immediate allocation of 20 million gold coins upon signing. He was in dire need of funds at that moment, and such a monetary test was unexpected. He promptly signed the document, producing 2 copies, one for himself and one for the university. Ji Qing Luo, standing beside him, also affixed her signature. In that moment, they officially became students of Jiangnan University. Chapter 26. Marketplace Stall, Selling Equipment. After the signing, Chu Mingyao transferred 20 million gold coins to both Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo, simultaneously assigning them their professional identifiers. This identifier served as a communication number. Each professional would possess only one throughout their lifetime. It was both a means of communication and a symbol of identity, akin to an identification card. Xingchen, Qingluo, will you accompany me to Jiangnan City now, or shall we wait a while to report? Chu Mingyao inquired curiously. Having secured the agreement and feeling reassured that neither would choose another university. After all, this concerned their credibility, should either of them breach the agreement to attend another institution. There could have been punitive clauses, yet the absence of such terms spoke volumes about the significance of trust. This time, she had come to Jiang City primarily for Ji Qingluo, but unexpectedly encountered Su Xingchen, a hidden talent. Nonetheless, whether or not he was a hidden profession was inconsequential at this point. His level spoke for itself. Now, as she was set to return to Jiangnan City, she casually asked if they wished to go along, as it would be convenient. Teacher Chu, we will report after a brief period, Su Xingchen responded. He intended to use this time to level up and accumulate gold and attributes. Although it was possible to grind in Jiangnan City, he had grown accustomed to Jiang City over the years. Alright, by the way, we will tackle the level 30 dungeon once we are at school to manage our levels. Chu Mingyao nodded, offering a reminder before departing from Su Xingchen's rented accommodation. Brother, I shall return now. Goodbye. Ji Qingluo said after engaging in conversation with Su Xingchen for a while, yawning and rubbing her eyes in mild fatigue. She bid farewell to Su Xingchen, who escorted her to the door and waved goodbye before retreating to his room to rest. Having awakened for 4 days without leveling up, he pondered. What am I to do? My lack of equipment has rendered my combat power exceedingly low. At this rate, I may not even qualify for the most ordinary of universities. He posted a request, seeking to purchase a weapon. A white one will suffice, for 200,000 gold coins. Desiring a full set of ordinary equipment for 500,000 gold coins. Anyone with archer weapons, I am willing to pay a premium. Seeking orange equipment, please contact me directly. Without money, equipment, or combat prowess. He felt utterly at a loss. He remembered hearing that Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo from 9th High had survived a disaster-level dungeon. Perhaps they might have surplus equipment for sale. It had been years since anyone had emerged from such a perilous dungeon. The Jiang City Professionals chat platform was abuzz with numerous discussions, predominantly revolving around equipment purchases, team formations, and disaster-level encounters. Equipment and combat power remained an eternal topic. Superior equipment invariably translated to heightened combat effectiveness, yet the drop rate for equipment was dismally low. Statistically, even for S-level monsters, the chance of obtaining a piece of equipment was a mere 0.1. In other words, one might need to hunt 1,000 beasts to acquire just one item. And even then, it would likely be a white-grade piece, with blue-grade items being even scarcer. As for orange or red equipment, such considerations were futile. The scarcity of equipment was palpable. At 8 in the evening, Su Xingchen stirred from his slumber, lazily unfurling the virtual light screen. The platform was inundated with inquiries for equipment. He could not help but reflect. Back in high school, the teachers emphasized the rarity of equipment. But only after becoming a professional did I truly grasp its scarcity. Having wealth does not guarantee access to equipment, he mused. Selling equipment was currently the most lucrative option. I should first sell some items and then activate the special ring, he resolved. Previously, Chu Mingyao had transferred 20 million gold coins as signing funds, which remained unutilized. However, 20 million gold coins would only suffice to activate a single special ring, hence his dire need for more gold. His system inventory held a considerable amount of equipment, which he needed to liquidate. Additionally, a key factor was that many had recently awakened. During this period, novice players were most in need of equipment, making it the most valuable time to sell, much like winter coats in the midst of winter, which are invariably pricier than in summer. With that, Su Xingchen established a stall in the marketplace. Despite the necessity of a 5-transaction fee, there was no requirement for him to oversee the process. He proceeded to list the equipment for sale. White items, 20,000 gold coins. Weapons and armor, 100,000 gold coins. Blue items, 40,000 gold coins. Weapons and armor, 500,000 gold coins. Orange items, 300,000 gold coins. Weapons and armor, 2 million gold coins. Red items, 1 million gold coins. Weapons and armor, 10 million gold coins. Mythical gold, weapons at 30 million gold coins. After listing all the equipment, Su Xingchen's face broke into a subtle smile. Subsequently, he entered the public chat. 1. Selling white equipment, blue equipment, orange items, red items, and mythical gold weapons. Those interested should act swiftly. Following his message, Su Xingchen spent 10,000 gold coins to pin his information at the top. The pinned message was highlighted in red and bolded, ensuring it was conspicuous. Anyone in the chat would be able to see it at first glance. Exceptional blue items. Selling orange items? What? There's even red gear for sale. This must be a joke. Have you all overlooked the mythical gold weapons for sale? Damn, is this a bulk sale? I'm off to take a look before they're all gone. Indeed, There were mythical gold weapons, but the price was staggering, 30 million gold coins. What a pity, for he was not an archer. The appearance of mythical gold weapons created a stir. Someone was actually selling legendary and mythical items in the marketplace. After Su Xingqian sent out his message, the chat exploded with excitement. However, after a brief period of fervor, it quickly fell silent as everyone rushed to check the equipment. Everybody was in need of gear. Upon hearing about the exceptional equipment, orange items, and red gear for sale, who could resist the curiosity? More importantly, there were mythical gold items available. Silence, silence, silence. After a minute of quietude, the once tranquil chat erupted anew, this time far more animated than before. For orange and red items were indeed for sale. They even spotted a mythical gold item, and it was a weapon. The presence of red gear and mythical gold created an uproar in the marketplace. What? This must be a prank. It has to be Su Xingqian's doing. Only he could emerge unscathed from the disaster level. Of course, it could also be Ji Qingluo. Not only in the chat, but this news also spread offline. After all, we were talking about red gear and mythical gold. In no time, countless prodigies in Jiangcheng were in a frenzy, particularly the archers. Those backed by prominent families hastily gathered funds, eager to acquire that mythical gold weapon. Beep, beep, beep. Brother Ji Qingluo, is that equipment you're selling? A message appeared on Su Xingqian's interface. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a private message from Ji Qingluo. Su Xingqian, yes. I'm selling off my surplus equipment to clear some space. After all, keeping them serves no purpose. He responded truthfully, which was one reason. The other was that he truly needed the money. A poor man, even with tens of millions of gold coins. He felt impoverished due to his system's insatiable appetite for funding. Ji Qingluo, brother, you're short on funds, aren't you? Once you sell the equipment, I'll also set up a stall to sell my surplus, and then I'll transfer the gold to you. Gold is of little use to me. Ji Qingluo sent another message, leaving Su Xingqian momentarily stunned. How did this little troublemaker know he was in need of money? Chapter 27. Activating the teleportation ring. Offering paid group upgrades for 10,010,000 gold coins. Half an hour later, Su Xingqian concluded his conversation with the little troublemaker. He came to realize that she had no concrete evidence of his financial situation. She merely sensed it. Such is the intuition of a woman. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. After all, the little troublemaker had little use for her gold, which was primarily for her daily expenses. With 2 to 3 million gold coins on her, she had more than enough, especially since she intended to sell equipment as well. After finishing his chat with Ji Qingluo, Su Xingqian checked his stall. It sold out remarkably fast, not a single item remained. Witnessing all his listed gear vanish, Su Xingqian could only sigh. Settling the accounts, he began the process. Notification, you have earned a total of 44,260,000 gold coins. After a 5 fee, your actual earnings amount to 42,047,000 gold coins. Beep. Account ending in 6667 has received 42,047,000 gold coins. Please check. Viewing the transaction, it was completed in mere seconds, with 42 million gold coins credited to his account. Indeed, the most powerful professionals were the wealthiest. However, they also spent quite liberally. Su Xingqian's balance had now reached 68,957,230 gold coins. Notification. Conditions for activating the teleportation ring have been met. Would you like to activate the teleportation ring? Upon accessing the special ring panel, the prompt appeared. The conditions for activating the teleportation ring had been fulfilled. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingqian confirmed. Was it not just 10 million gold coins? He had not 100 million, but he certainly had 10 million. Teleportation ring activated. Name, teleportation ring. Combat power, 1000. Rarity, unique. Attributes, directional. Fixed point teleportation distance of 1000 miles. Random teleportation distance of 1000 miles. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Note, activation of the invincible ring requires 1 billion gold coins. The activation of the teleportation ring functioned as anticipated. It allowed for both fixed point and directional teleportation, with a maximum distance of 1000 miles. The random teleportation distance was also capped at 1000 miles, both subject to a cooldown period of 60 seconds. This item was essential for survival, a must-have for escape. No, it was also crucial for travel. What excited Su Xingqian even more was the prospect of the next special ring, the invincible ring. He was curious to know just how invincible this ring could make him. However, activating the invincible ring required a staggering 1 billion gold coins. Earning money. Earning money. It truly was all about the money. Closing the virtual interface, he prepared for sleep, ready to hunt beasts the following day, accumulating gold and enhancing attributes. As for gear, it mattered little. He did not expect to find red or gold equipment in the wilderness. To put it another way, even if he stumbled upon mythical gold, he would merely consider it as gold coins. Chen Xueming, you are nothing but a foolish pig. A foolish pig indeed. Jiangqing. In the teacher's dormitory of the 9th high school, Chen Xueming, a representative of the enrollment office from Huaxia University stationed in Jiangcheng, found himself residing temporarily within the confines of this institution. At that moment, He held his phone away from his ear. Yet the vitriolic words from the other end pierced through the distance, loud and clear. He was being derided as a pig, specifically, a foolish one. It seemed this was permissible under the school regulations. After all, what was the big deal about surviving an S-rank disaster? Was it truly necessary for them to be so agitated? Even if they had cleared the disaster level, it merely indicated a stroke of good fortune. Tomorrow, he could simply approach Ji-Qing Luo and persuade her to enroll at Huaxia University. As for Su Xingqian, a mere D-rank, he hardly deemed him worthy of consideration. Did they not find it utterly ludicrous to entertain the idea of enrolling him at Huaxia University? Once the barrage of insults ceased, Chen Xueming finally spoke. He could only endure the onslaught of criticism without retorting, for the voice on the line belonged to Wang Ziguan, the director of the enrollment office and vice president of Huaxia University. Recently, he had faced a reprimand from the principal, thus compelling him to unleash his frustrations upon Chen Xueming. The following day, at the break of dawn, Su Xingqian arose, freshened up, and departed from his rented accommodation. He procured 2 portions of breakfast from a street vendor, stowing one in his system space. Within this realm, time stood still, thus, items would not expire, remaining as pristine as they were upon insertion, even after a millennium. One portion was reserved for lunch, as he intended to remain in the wilderness hunting beasts, fully aware he wouldn't return until later. In fact, he contemplated lingering in the outskirts for several days, with provisions readily available in his system space. After boarding a bus and exiting the city, Su Xingqian took to the skies on his sword, soaring deeper into the desolate wilderness. With a roar and a swift motion, he engaged in battle, effortlessly dispatching the beasts as though slicing through vegetables. Experience points and gold accumulated rapidly with each kill, while Su Xingqian paid little heed to the numbers. The lower-tier beasts yielded minimal rewards, and as for attributes, they were fixed. Each creature granted a mere 10 points. Thus, hunting these lesser beasts served primarily to accumulate attributes and gold, devoid of any significant equipment or experience benefits. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 3 beasts, until he had taken down a staggering 1,099. Time flowed by, and by noon, Su Xingqian had slain 300 first-tier beasts, earning an impressive sum of 130,000 gold, 13,000 attributes, and 13,000 experience points. The gold and experience were of little consequence to him, but the attribute points were undeniably gratifying. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Su Xingqian sought a serene spot with a pleasing view to enjoy his meal and rest briefly. With a blink, he activated the light screen, advertising his services as a level-up guide for novices. Level 1, seeking partners for leveling up, price negotiable. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Someone was seeking assistance, and they were willing to pay. This presented a lucrative opportunity. Su Xingqian disaster level, me, leveling up, 20 levels in 3 days, guaranteed safety, easy win, price 10,001 million gold, non-negotiable. In a moment of boredom, he typed the message into the chat screen, pinning it for visibility. The price of 10,001 million included 1 million for the pinning fee, which naturally had to be covered by the other party. After sending the message, Su Xingqian noticed his name now bore the suffix, disaster level, a mark of honor that conferred authority, showcasing his accomplishment in clearing the disaster level dungeon. 10 million gold for a carry? That is highway robbery, he mused, for only a fool would seek him out for assistance. Perhaps an elder from a wealthy family might do so. Leveling carries were typically reserved for peers. Novices could only be guided by others within the same novice phase, lest the assistance prove futile. Indeed, if a strong individual were to guide their junior, they would swiftly ascend the ranks. Wait, is that the 9th highest disaster level player, Su Xingqian? How cool. His name has the disaster level suffix. That's a symbol of status and glory. The chat erupted in astonishment at the audacity of his asking price. Suddenly, a private message notification chimed in. Someone wished to converse with him. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Junior. Duanmu Ruashi. Su Xingqian did not engage further in the public chat. Instead, he continued to enjoy his meal. The private message sound chimed again, indicating someone had reached out to him. Upon opening the message, he found it was from Duanmu Ruashi. Senior Su, please take me along. I agree to your price. Do you have time now? The sender's profile picture revealed a young woman, likely a striking beauty given her name. The offer of 10,001 million gold to reach level 20 suggested she hailed from a wealthy family. Su Xingqian replied, I'm available. Let us meet outside the East City Gate in half an hour. After sending his response, he resumed his meal. Sounds good. See you in half an hour. Duanmu Ruashi messaged back. In Jiangcheng, within the luxurious confines of the Lanxin Garden Villa district, a stunning young girl descended the staircase, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with her hair styled in twin ponytails and clad in a crisp white shirt that accentuated her figure. She wore a gray pleated skirt and white stockings that showcased her slender, graceful legs, topped off with dainty white shoes. She radiated youthful exuberance. Dad, I found someone to help me level up, she exclaimed as she approached a middle-aged man seated on a sofa, indulging in a cigar. Who is it? Before the middle-aged man could respond, a refined woman beside him inquired. In her eyes, there was an abundance of affection. This was because the couple had only one daughter, whom they cherished immensely, treating her as if she were a delicate treasure that might melt in their mouths or flutter away from their hands. Given their status and position, they could easily summon countless exceptional suitors to assist their daughter in leveling up. However, their daughter insisted on finding her own way. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, there was still some time before school commenced. As for the trial dungeon, she had merely participated in a most ordinary instance with her classmates, so ordinary, in fact, that upon its conclusion, her level remained at a mere 1. At the 9th high school, Su Xingqian was known as the D-grade swordsman who had emerged alive from a calamity-level dungeon. As Duanmu spoke, her small hands were clasped behind her back, bouncing eagerly towards the villa's exit. She was mindful of the time and needed to reach the eastern city gate within half an hour. A D-grade swordsman who had survived a calamity-level dungeon was indeed impressive. "I'll take you," Duanmu Nanxiao declared, extinguishing his cigar and rising from his seat, a beautiful woman draping a coat over his shoulders. "Dad, you mustn't speak carelessly. Or else you might as well not go," Duanmu cautioned, aware that her father's concern stemmed not merely from wanting to escort her, but also from a desire to assess her companion. Duanmu Nanxiao nodded, understanding her apprehension. The father-daughter duo departed the villa, and the driver took them towards the eastern gate. In less than half an hour, they arrived and stepped out of the car, making their way to the city gate. After waiting for a while, a streak of light suddenly pierced the air, landing gracefully at the city gate. Before them stood a strikingly handsome young man, arriving on his sword, with a trail of azure light following behind him, exuding an aura of undeniable coolness. The youth appeared to be around 18, his stature commanding and radiating a steady charisma. Duanmu Ruashi? Jun Ruaching sheathed his extraordinary sword, casting a glance at the exquisite girl before him and tentatively greeting her. After all, there was only one girl present, and the middle-aged man beside her was undoubtedly not named Duanmu Ruashi. "Yes, you are Senior Su," Duanmu Ruashi replied with a nod, her voice bright with happiness. Although she was a student at Jiangxing First High School, she was well aware of Su Xingqian's exploits, primarily due to the calamity-level dungeon that had garnered him fame as the heartthrob of the 9th high school. Indeed, he was quite handsome, even surpassing her father in looks. "That's right," Su Xingqian affirmed. "Senior Su, this is my dad," Duanmu Ruashi quickly introduced as she noticed her father's piercing gaze fixed on Su Xingqian. She gently tugged at Duanmu Nanxiao's sleeve. "Hello, uncle. Rest assured, I will safely bring her back in 3 days," Su Xingqian addressed her father respectfully, recognizing the importance of maintaining decorum. After all, he had intentions of winning over Duanmu Ruashi's affections, and they were, in essence, his benefactors. Duanmu Nanxiao nodded, though he was not entirely pleased. His eyes bore a warning as they scrutinized Su Xingqian, anxious that this young man might lead his daughter astray. Over the years, as his daughter matured, he had grown increasingly wary of young men, viewing all boys her age with disdain. Now, seeing Su Xingqian only intensified his unease, fearing that this young man might take advantage of his precious daughter. "Duanmu Jr., shall we be on our way?" Su Xingqian inquired, giving a nod to Duanmu Nanxiao before turning his gaze to Duanmu Ruashi. "You are quite a beautiful junior, just as lovely as Qing Luo." "All right," Duanmu Ruashi responded, eagerly awaiting Su Xingqian to lead her. She could not fly by herself, and thus relied on Su Xingqian's ability to soar through the skies with his sword. With a swift motion, the extraordinary sword appeared, and Su Xingqian stood upon it. He extended his hand towards Duanmu Ruashi. "Thank you, senior," she said, placing her delicate hand in his as she positioned herself behind him, her heart racing with nervousness and shyness. After all, it was her first time holding hands with a boy, and the sensation made her blush. Even though their intentions were innocent, the simple act was enough to fluster her. As they took off, Duanmu Ruashi instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Xingqian's waist, a mix of embarrassment and fear flooding her. What if she fell? The inertia of their flight compelled her to cling to him tighter. This little rascal is clearly doing this on purpose, Duanmu Nanxiao thought. His teeth clenched in frustration as he watched from the eastern city gate, wishing he could reprimand the young man for taking liberties with his daughter. In the distant sky, the streak of light had vanished, yet Duanmu Nanxiao remained vigilant, unable to quell his worries. "All right, you may release me now," Su Xingqian said, trying to ease Duanmu Ruashi's anxiety as he felt her delicate form pressed against him. As a normal man, it was only natural for him to feel a surge of excitement. However, he knew that such closeness was not conducive to flying, and recognizing her nervousness, he spoke to reassure her. Duanmu Ruashi was indeed flustered, yet the fear of falling kept her from loosening her grip. Following Su Xingqian's words, she tentatively relaxed her hold, using one hand to clutch his clothing. "Senior Su, what level are you now?" After a moment of acclimatization, her curiosity got the better of her. It was only natural for her to be inquisitive, considering Su Xingqian's extraordinary prowess as a D-grade swordsman who had emerged unscathed from a calamity-level dungeon, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. "I'm at level 46. By the way, what is your profession and talent?" Su Xingqian replied, also inquiring about her own skills out of sheer curiosity. After all, guiding a novice to level 20 could easily be achieved with a little assistance. Level 446. Wow, Senior Sue, you are truly amazing. Just a few days since awakening. And you have already reached level 46, while others are still at a mere few levels. By the way, I am an S-class archer. Upon hearing that Su Xingqian had attained level 46, Duanmu Ruashi was momentarily stunned, her speech faltering. Level 46, how astonishing. In her eyes, even if Su Xingqian had survived a calamity, his level should have been at least 20, otherwise, he would not have claimed to elevate others to that level in just 3 days. After all, he still possessed a D-class talent. Yet, she was utterly astounded that Su Xingqian had reached level 46, an extraordinary feat. It is worth noting that many prodigious professionals take months, if not years, to achieve level 46. And yet, Su Xingqian accomplished this in mere days. Let us form a party. You should level up a bit first, she suggested. Soon, the two arrived at Wildsnow. For a location far from the city, densely populated with monsters, an excellent place for leveling and farming gold. Since Duanmu Ruashi was still at the basic level 1, she needed to elevate her level first. Level 20 will be a breeze. Alright, Senior Sue, I will transfer the funds to you. Let's exchange IDs, Duanmu Ruashi nodded, preparing to form a party. Additionally, she needed to transfer gold to Su Xingqian, which required them to become friends first. Su Xingqian shared his ID with her, and they quickly set up the party. She transferred 10,010,000 gold to Su Xingqian's account. Beep. Account ending in 6667 has received 10,010,000 gold. Please confirm. The funds were received, bringing him one step closer to activating the invincible ring. He aimed to activate it before the semester commenced, for he had no intentions of pursuing red legends or golden myths, as these were virtually unattainable. Legendary and golden gear could only be found in powerful dungeons, and acquiring them in the wild was akin to expecting smoke to rise from ancestral graves, an impossibility unless the sun were to rise in the west. Let us begin, Su Xingqian declared, not pausing in his flight as he headed straight for the area teeming with monsters. As they neared, he waved one hand, summoning the radiance of Jinwu, and then unleashed the Qinglian sword song. In that moment, the air was filled with the ravaging sword energy, the brilliance of the blade flickering like a tempest. As the monsters fell one after another, offering no resistance whatsoever. Occasionally, the powerful technique, 10,000 swords returned to origin, erupted forth. Experience, 10. Gold, 10. Experience, 100. Experience, 10. In party mode, the rewards earned by the two would remain intact. Each would receive their due share of experience without division. Consequently, Duanmu Ruashi's experience surged rapidly, far beyond her expectations. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2. Base combat power x 110. In an instant, Duanmu Ruashi heard the notification of her level up. After all, under Su Xingqian's onslaught, several first-tier monsters and one second-tier monster had fallen, directly elevating her in rank. Senior Su, I leveled up, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. It was her first upgrade, and despite having experienced it before, she felt an exhilarating thrill. Instinctively, she tugged at Su Xingqian's sleeve to share her joy. Just a few days ago, she had entered a dungeon without leveling up, yet now, thanks to Su Xingqian's efforts, she had achieved this milestone. I see. Su Xingqian replied with a smile. I can see it without you saying a word. As she leveled up, a golden radiance enveloped her, a clear indication of her ascension. While conversing, he did not cease his assault. Levels 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, 15 came in quick succession as her experience soared. Time slipped away, and darkness began to descend upon the land. Noticing the encroaching night, Su Xingqian halted his battle. Regrettably, had they started 2 hours earlier, he could have easily guided Duanmu Ruashi to level 20, concluding their endeavors. But now, with her at level 15, it was evident that further combat was unnecessary for the day. Duanmu, are you heading home or planning to camp out here? If you wish to return, I can escort you to the city gates, he inquired, casting a glance at her. It finally dawned on him that her attire bore no semblance of a warrior's garb. Her JK uniform, white stockings, and little shoes seemed more suited for a spring outing. Senior, are you planning to spend the night in the wild? Duanmu Ruashi was astonished at Su Xingqian's suggestion. You don't intend to return to the city? Initially, he had no plans of returning, intending instead to linger in the wilderness for a while, as he found it tedious to run back and forth. It's safer than you think, Su Xingqian reassured her. Duanmu Ruashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, she yearned for the novelty and thrill of camping outdoors. Though concerns over safety lingered. Safety? He nodded. It's not an issue. Then I shall stay out tonight, she declared joyfully. Besides, I brought supplies. When she heard Su Xingqian affirm her safety, her delight was palpable. As she spoke, she gestured with her right hand, revealing a deep blue bracelet that appeared ancient and mysterious. Is that a space treasure? Su Xingqian asked, his tone nonchalant. Yes, she nodded. Oh. It's best not to flaunt wealth too openly. I trust your parents and teachers have advised you on this, Su Xingqian remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. He found it amusing how this charming girl seemed so naive, as if she were a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. Regardless, it was surprising that she would so carelessly display such a precious item to someone she barely knew. Space treasures were incredibly valuable, had it been anyone else. They might have harbored ulterior motives. Are you sure you can remain safe? Especially as a beautiful young lady, he mused, forming an impression of Duanmu in his mind, a naive, sheltered flower, a wealthy heiress. Of course, did you think I was just a delicate flower? She teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. It is said that I possess an innate ability to discern the hearts of men. Those who harbor ill intentions towards me are easily recognizable, as are those who wish me well. Otherwise, I would not dare to spend a night in the wilderness. Upon observing Su Xingqian's demeanor, Duanmu couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she chirped, indeed, however, you must still exercise caution. The human heart is a labyrinthine enigma. Su Xingqian experienced an epiphany. It became clear why her father was so at ease in allowing her to team up with him for leveling up. He was not merely a sheltered flower, oblivious to the ways of the world, but rather someone capable of discerning intentions, knowing that his motives were pure. Understood. She replied with a nod. Chapter 30 Duanmu exclaimed, Senior, your dragon is magnificent. The wilderness survival skills she learned over her 3 years of high school were indeed invaluable. Su Xingqian soared through the skies on his sword and discovered a cave. The cave was modest in size, perhaps a mere dozen square meters, yet it was dry and suitable for resting. Upon entering, Su Xingqian took the initiative to obscure the cave's entrance. In the wild, a cave serves as the ideal refuge, ranking paramount among options. Experiencing outdoor living for the first time was exhilarating. Duanmu surveyed the cave with curiosity and then set about organizing the space. Witnessing her tidying up the cave significantly altered Su Xingqian's perception of her. She was no delicate flower, after all. Before long, the cave was orderly and inviting. I'll manage this myself, Su Xingqian said as he noticed Duanmu attempting to prepare his sleeping area. Her bracelet was a spatial treasure, brimming with countless supplies. According to her, the provisions within could sustain one person for a decade without ever expiring. Do you possess a spatial treasure as well? She asked, astonished as Su Xingqian produced a mat, blanket, and quilt seemingly from thin air. It was noteworthy that her bracelet was a family heirloom. While Su Xingqian had no notable background nor support, his talent was merely rated D. Yet here he was, producing an array of items indicative of a spatial treasure. Hidden profession, Su Xingqian remarked mysteriously. No wonder. This hidden profession must be more formidable than an S rank. Duanmu paused, taken aback, and then expressed her awe. It makes sense now, a D-rank talent daring to venture into a disaster-level dungeon and returning unscathed, with a level of 46, must indeed possess a hidden profession. Although she was unaware of the specifics of this hidden profession, it was evidently extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing an S rank. By the way, did you bring any food? Su Xingqian asked. I have some rations. As he spoke, an array of bread, snacks, juice, and fruit materialized in his hands. He preferred not to delve into matters of talent, as they pertained to his secrets and strategies. We must have purchased the same provisions. Thank you, Duanmu replied. Sitting across from him, she then unfurled a picnic blanket, laying out the food and juice, giving the impression that they were on a delightful picnic. Half an hour later, after finishing their meal and tidying up, they took out bottled water to wash up. Let us retire early. If we rise early tomorrow, you should reach level 20 by noon, and I can escort you back then. Su Xingqian suggested as he returned to his sleeping area and removed his outer clothing in preparation for rest. Senior, isn't it supposed to be 3 days? Duanmu said, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous smile. Internally, she mused, is he in such a hurry to send me back? Could it be that he doubts his own allure? Surely, it must be delightful to accompany a beautiful maiden on a hunt for beasts. Level 20 within 3 days. Su Xingqian asserted, activating a virtual interface. Today he had slain 201 beasts, earning 761,200 gold coins, along with 32,010 attributes and approximately 40,000 experience points, which could be disregarded. He contemplated his strategy. After helping Duanmu attain level 20 in the morning, they would venture to the farthest reaches to hunt second or third tier beasts, thereby accumulating experience, gold, and attributes. While he needed to manage their levels, keeping them around level 49 was ideal. After a brief review of the virtual interface, he closed it and lay down to sleep. Senior, is this truly safe? Time passed, each second heavy with anticipation. Duanmu felt a rush of nerves and excitement, as it was her first night in the wilderness, yet insecurity gnawed at her. Thus, she inquired of Su Xingqian, can you keep watch at the entrance? In a half-asleep state, Su Xingqian murmured a response. Duanmu, hearing his words, was taken aback. What are you watching for? A mix of tension, worry, fear, and curiosity swirled within her. After a moment of internal conflict, she cautiously approached the cave entrance, her demeanor akin to someone expecting a ghostly apparition. As she peered outside, her heart raced, fearing the sight of something terrifying. Upon glimpsing a magnificent dragon coiled nearby, she trembled, her heartbeat momentarily halting, She had indeed encountered a fearsome creature. Oh my, I cannot believe dragons truly exist, she gasped. Just then, the dragon lifted its massive head, its enormous eyes locking onto hers, but after a brief glance, it lowered its head and resumed its slumber, disregarding her presence entirely. Senior, is that dragon yours? Manhwaedit inquired, her intelligence shining through. She understood that if he instructed her to look outside, it meant he was well aware of everything beyond the cave, including the dragon's presence. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that the dragon belonged to him. Yet, disbelief lingered within her due to the sheer incredulity of the situation. She required his affirmation to truly accept it. Enough chatter, sleep, Su Xingqian replied, slightly irked by her persistence, for he yearned for slumber while she continued to engage him in conversation. All right, Manhwaedit conceded, her mind reeling with astonishment, intrigue, and the enormity of having a dragon. How could he possibly possess such a creature? What formidable power did it hold? She had countless questions, yet it was evident that he desired rest and was growing impatient. No wonder he had assured her of their safety. A formidable dragon stands guard outside, ensuring safety. Who? After a while, the steady sound of the senior's breathing is once again heard. It is evident that he has fallen into a deep slumber. Manhwaedit cautiously returns to her own bed. At last, she feels no fear and can sleep soundly, for a powerful dragon is watching over her. However, despite her efforts, sleep eludes her. She is curious as to how her senior came to possess a dragon. The senior, with a D-grade talent, exudes an air of mystery, immensely strong, indeed. In his presence, even those with S-grade talents pale in comparison, utterly unable to rival him. The following day, Su Xingqian awakens, opens his eyes, dresses, and prepares to wash up, intending to call Manhwaedit. Upon reaching her bed, he is taken aback. The thin blanket that once covered her has been kicked aside, and the top 2 buttons of her shirt are undone, revealing a glimpse of her figure. Her short skirt has nearly rolled up to her waist, exposing her long, alluring legs. Unfortunately, her sleeping posture is quite unrefined. How could Su Xingqian withstand such a sight? Fortunately, it is he who witnesses it. Had it been another man, he surely would have taken liberties. With a gulp, he swallows hard and strives to maintain his composure. It seems his previous impression of her was misguided. She bears little distinction from a sheltered flower. Manhwaedit, it's time to rise, Su Xingqian calls out. After doing so, he walks towards the cave entrance, reluctant to linger and risk embarrassing her further. Chapter 31, Ji Qingluo. Even if we do not sign a contract with Jiangnan University, we will not attend Huaxia University. May I sleep a little longer? Her voice is laced with nasal tones, a tone of spoiled laziness. Just moments ago, she was lost in slumber, having tossed and turned all night. Now, she still believes herself at home, responding in a childlike manner. Soon, she realizes something is amiss. The voice she hears does not belong to her parents. Instinctively, she awakens, sitting up abruptly, her bleary eyes scanning her surroundings in a daze. After a moment, she blinks and comes to the realization that she is in the wilderness, not at home. Suddenly, she notices the state of her shirt and pleated skirt, as well as her disheveled appearance, and gasps in shock. But she quickly covers her mouth with her hand, fearing that she might make a sound. This is disastrous. Her senior must have seen her in this indecorous state. Alas, she knows this predicament is of her own making. Hurriedly, she rises to tidy her pleated skirt and shirt. Originally planning to change her clothes, she hesitates, worried that Su Xingqian might return unexpectedly, and decides to wait a moment to greet him before changing. After a night's rest, her clothes are wrinkled and unkempt, necessitating a change. Senior, please wait a moment. I need to change my clothes, she softly murmurs, lowering her head as she steps out of the cave, spotting Su Xingqian washing up. Her cheeks flush crimson, uncertain of how much he has seen. I'll take a stroll nearby, Su Xingqian responds after finishing his grooming, then walks further away, mindful to give her space while she changes. It is prudent to avoid any discomfort. Upon observing Su Xingqian's demeanor, Manhwaedit's eyes sparkle with admiration. This senior, in terms of appearance, character, and strength, commands great respect. She quickly returns to the cave, retrieves clothes from her spatial treasure bracelet, and changes. Typically, changing at home would take her half an hour, but now it takes less than a minute. Such speed is indeed remarkable. Senior, I'm ready, she announces, stepping out of the cave to find Su Xingqian idly wandering at a distance. Noticing his stance, Manhwaedit purses her lips. Su Xingqian replies, returning to the cave entrance. Let us have a bite to eat. I can send you back at noon. Senior, could you possibly keep me for another day? I can pay you 20 million. Initially in high spirits, Manhwaedit's mood darkens upon hearing Su Xingqian's plan to send her back at noon. Why is he so eager to send her away? Does she lack charm? I'll send you back tomorrow at noon. No more changes. Su Xingqian intends to refuse, but, upon contemplating the 20 million, ultimately agrees. With that amount, he could activate the invincible ring within a few days. However, he can only afford to keep her for one more day. After sending her off, he intends to devote himself to reaching level 49 and enhancing his skills before school begins, not even contemplating equipment. as he doubts he could find good gear in the outskirts. All right, upon hearing Su Xingqian's agreement, Duanmu Ruashi beams with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she promptly transfers the funds. Hello, Ji Qingluo. I am Teacher Chen from the Huaxia University Admissions Office. Yushui Bay, Villa number 12. Having just finished breakfast, Ji Qingluo prepares to practice her skills when an uninvited guest arrives. Upon seeing him, she feels a wave of distaste. However, the visitor wears a smile, pretending not to notice, and greets her. Teacher Chen, please have a seat, Ji Qingluo says. Not inviting him into the living room, but instead directing him to sit on a bench in the villa. Accompanying Chen is another teacher. Ji Qingluo, I believe you are aware of the purpose of my visit. An earnest invitation for you to join us at Huaxia University. You are surely aware of the institution's esteemed reputation, which requires no elaboration from me. The conditions you previously mentioned have been approved by the school. However, it only permits your entrance without any additional benefits. Clearing his throat, Chen speaks, fully aware of his intentions to win Ji Qingluo's favor. Once she enrolls at Huaxia University, she will owe him a favor. He awaits her response. Convinced that since he has allowed the D-grade talent Su Xingqian to enter Huaxia University, Ji Qingluo should be grateful and readily agree to join, especially given Huaxia University's globally recognized strength. Apologies, Teacher Chen, but I cannot join Huaxia University, Ji Qingluo replies with a smile, unfazed by his expectations. Such audacity. Clearly, it was after witnessing her return from the cataclysmic level dungeon alongside her brother that he felt the pressure from Huaxia University, prompting him to once again beseech her to join their ranks. Yet, he feigned concern for her well-being, perhaps even expecting her gratitude in return. However, subsequently, he belittled Su Xingqian, offering her a place at Huaxia University but denying her any additional benefits. This infuriated her. What does this mean? Chun Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing Ji Qingluo had acquiesced. But as the realization dawned upon him, he found himself bewildered. Did I not agree to let that Su Xingqian attend Huaxia University? We have already signed a contract with Jiangnan University, Ji Qingluo replied, unwilling to engage in any subterfuge with the instructors from Huaxia University. Signed a contract with Jiangnan University? How unfortunate. Chun Xiuming lamented, feeling utterly drained. What was he to report to the school? Both Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian had committed to Jiangnan University, and he was left behind. Jiangnan University is remarkably swift in their responses. I have arrived too late, he thought. Mr. Chen, even if we had not signed with Jiangnan University, we would not be attending Huaxia University, Ji Qingluo stated, a smile gracing her features. In the depths of the outskirts, where first-tier demon beasts were nearly non-existent, only second- and third-tier creatures roamed. Even these were but trifles in the presence of Su Xingqian. With Qinglian's sword song and 10,000 swords returned to origin, he relentlessly harvested the demon beasts, each one falling before him. Experience, gold coins, and attributes surged. He even obtained a few pieces of ordinary equipment, which he found utterly unremarkable. After all, his entire ensemble was adorned in red and gold. Hunting third-tier demon beast Ironclad Boar. Experience 10,000, 200. Gold coins 3,000. Dropped. Yunluo Bao Red 1. At that moment, Duanmu Ruashi, also engaged in battle, heard the prompt and paused, excitement washing over her. Today, not only had she followed Su Xingqian, but she had also begun to participate in the fray, honing her skills. Moreover, she had acquired a complete set of ordinary equipment, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. Wow! Unable to contain her exhilaration any longer, she burst into joyful cheers. Although she had not slain the third-tier demon beast herself, the team mode still granted her rewards. A weapon. A bow. This is an archer's weapon, and it's red. How could I not be thrilled? Chapter 32. The sword path ascends. 20-fold sword power. Is it a weapon or clothing? Su Xingqian inquired. As the equipment dropped, a crimson beam of light indicated it was a legendary red item. The equipment was allocated to Duanmu Ruashi, signifying its suitability for her as an archer. Equipment for professionals is categorized strictly into weapons and clothing, while all other gear is universal. Thus, this must be either a weapon or clothing. Senior, it's a red legendary weapon. How wonderful! Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap in joy, embodying youthful exuberance and vitality. First, equip the gear, Su Xingqian instructed, maintaining their momentum in battle. Time is equivalent to gold coins, experience, and attributes. Indeed, Duanmu Ruashi nodded, inspecting her equipment. She was unconcerned about safety, for with Su Xingqian by her side, there were no security issues. Her motivation for combat stemmed purely from a desire to enhance her skills, not from a need to level up. Swish! Hiss! Su Xingqian stood upon his flying sword, the radiance of Jinwu transforming into sword light as he traversed the air. Qinglian's sword song unleashed waves of sword energy, periodically erupting with 10,000 swords returned to origin. Wherever he passed, demon beasts fell like blades of grass before a scythe, devoid of any pressure. As seconds ticked away, evening approached. The two ceased their battle, preparing to return to their resting cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sky darkened, Su Xingqian summoned his sword, bringing Duanmu Ruashi back to the cave. Senior, which university do you plan to attend? Outside the cave, the two sat upon stones, resting and watching the sunset. Duanmu Ruashi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she curiously inquired of Su Xingqian. I have signed with Jiangnan University, Su Xingqian replied candidly. With no hesitation. I heard you have a girlfriend named Ji Qingyan, correct? She went to Huaxia University. Though your surface talent may only be D grade, you surely qualify for Huaxia University based on credits. Why not attend there? Duanmu Ruashi asked, her curiosity piqued. Ever since Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo ventured into the cataclysmic level dungeon, he had gained notoriety, capturing the attention of countless onlookers, including her. Many speculated that Su Xingqian had sought out the cataclysmic level due to heartbreak, while Ji Qingluo was deemed a love-struck fool, an S-grade prodigy willing to risk her life. Yet, no one had anticipated that both Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo would emerge alive from the cataclysmic level dungeon. Duanmu Ruashi was well aware of Su Xingqian's circumstances at the ninth school and was now curious about why someone so extraordinary would not attend Huaxia University. If she were in his position, she certainly would seek to prove herself there. Jiangnan University is quite commendable, Su Xingqian replied straightforwardly. As darkness enveloped them, Su Xingqian and Duanmu Ruashi returned to the cave. Duanmu Ruashi produced rations, mineral water, juice, and fruit. Senior, I acquired a red item today. Let's celebrate, she exclaimed, spreading a variety of food and drink upon the makeshift dining area. Pouring 2 cups of juice, she held one for herself and offered the other to Su Xingqian. All right, congratulations. Su Xingqian smiled as he accepted the juice, clinking their cups together. Senior, do you possess a golden myth? Duanmu Ruashi inquired, her curiosity evident. Having returned alive from the cataclysmic level dungeon, he surely must have acquired a golden myth. Although such treasures were rare, they were expected from someone who had faced the cataclysmic level. Yes, indeed. My weapon and clothing are both golden myths, Su Xingqian replied, while utilizing it externally. There were no apparent characteristics to substantiate its quality. Thus, Duanmu Ruashi remained oblivious to the fact that Su Xingqian's Jinwu radiance was golden. Duanmu Ruashi was enviously awestruck. A golden myth. The senior possessed not one, but 2 such artifacts, both a weapon and attire. The two engaged in lively conversation and shared delectable morsels, basking in a delightful atmosphere. Over the past couple of days spent together, they had grown more familiar, no longer feeling the awkwardness of strangers. Half an hour later, having satiated their hunger and refreshed themselves with a simple wash, they each returned to their respective beds. Su Xingqian unfurled his virtual light screen, contemplating elevating his skills today. Gold coins, 102, 318, 200. Attributes, 832, 710. A faint smile graced Su Xingqian's face upon viewing the information displayed on the main panel. The special ring could now be activated, and his attributes had reached 830,000. Sword Control Technique, Level 2, 3, 815. Qinglian Sword Song, Level 2, 8, 911. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, Level 2, 1, 182. Thunder Sword Barrier, Level 2, 227. Sword Path Lingyuan 0. These attribute points would enable the enhancement of regular skills to Level 3. His utmost desire was to elevate Sword Path Lingyuan, for it was indeed a formidable ultimate move. After reviewing the information, he commenced the upgrade, beginning with Sword Control Technique. Consumption, 61, 850 attribute points. Sword Control Technique upgraded to Level 3, 0. Flight Speed, 400. Number of controlled swords, 4. Upgrading from Level 2 to Level 3 required 100,000 attributes. However, during combat, it had surged to 3,815, saving him 380,000 attributes. Now, Sword Control Technique had ascended to Level 3, boasting a flight speed of 400 and the capability to command 4 long swords simultaneously. At this rate, what distinguished it from 10,000 Swords Return to Origin? The sole difference lay in the fact that 10,000 Swords Return to Origin had a cooldown period, whereas Sword Control Technique permitted infinite attacks without respite. Next, he turned his attention to enhancing Qinglian Sword Song. It was the skill he employed most frequently in battle. Consumption, 10, 890 attribute points. Qinglian Sword Song upgraded to Level 3, 0. Qinglian Sword Song damage increased by 40, as it was utilized most often. Its enhancement occurred at a swift pace. Now elevated to Level 3, it required merely over 10,000 attribute points. Consumption, 88, 180 attributes. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin upgraded to Level 3, 0. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin damage increased by 400. Attack range, 500 by 500. Cooldown, 170 seconds. This 10,000 Swords Return to Origin was the ultimate skill among regular abilities, akin to an area attack or sword formation, wielding terrifying power. Nevertheless, in scenarios where the density of demon beasts was insufficient, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin was virtually unusable. Consumption, 98, 730 attribute points. Thunder Sword Barrier upgraded to Level 3, 0. Thunder Sword barrier defense increased by 400. His attacks were overwhelmingly potent, obliterating foes with ease. Thus, the demon beasts had no opportunity to retaliate, let alone launch an attack against him. This passive skill required a much slower enhancement. Although seldom utilized, it was indispensable for survival. Some skills might be optional, but Thunder Sword barrier was not one of them. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for the pivotal moment. Now, it was time to enhance Sword Path Lingyuan. He was eager to discover the transformations that would accompany its elevation, for this was a divine-level skill. Communicating with the system, he initiated the upgrade for Sword Path Lingyuan. Consumption, 100,000 attributes. Sword Path Lingyuan upgraded to Divine 1-0. Name, Sword Path Lingyuan. Category, Martial Arts. Grade, Divine 1. Entry, Colorful. Combat Power, 100,000. Function, Supreme Sword Path Attack. During combat, utter the phrase, Sword Path Lingyuan, accompany me. Unleashing a 20-fold increase in Sword Path power. Cooldown, 500 seconds. The enhancement of Sword Path Lingyuan commenced with a staggering 100,000 attribute points. However, upon its elevation to Divine 1, the potency of Sword Path Lingyuan was exponentially greater than before. The combat power surged directly to 100,000. When activated in battle, the utterance of Sword Path Lingyuan, accompany me, would unleash a 20-fold Sword Path might, with a significantly reduced cooldown. It was worth it, immensely so. Chapter 33. Activation of the Invincible Ring. Combat Power 310,000. Skills comprehensively enhanced. All regular skills reached level 3, including 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sword Path Lingyuan, Divine 1. He yearned to continue upgrading, yet the attribute points fell short. Entering the special ring panel, he discovered that the conditions for activation of the Invincible Ring had been met. Would you like to activate? A prompt appeared. The activation criteria had been satisfied. Activate. What hesitation or deliberation remained? Spending gold was merely a means to activate the special ring. Invincible Ring successfully activated. Name, Invincible Ring. Combat Power, 1,000. Grade, Unique. Entry, Golden, Mythical. Attributes, Active. Temporarily increases overall combat power 10-fold during combat. Duration, 100 seconds. Cooldown, 800 seconds. Ignores all damage and attacks. Duration, 100 seconds. Cooldown, 800 seconds. Note, activation of the Resurrection Ring requires 010, 000, 000 gold coins. After activating the Invincible Ring, Su Xingqian examined his attributes, his expression shifting as he contemplated the terrifying capabilities of the long-coveted Invincible Ring. This meant that for 100 seconds, his overall combat power would magnify 10-fold, rendering him impervious to all harm and assaults. Indeed, it was akin to invincibility. While his combat power was low, the gravity of it was not fully realized. However, once his power increased, the sheer terror of a 10-fold enhancement was unfathomable. The expenditure of 1 billion was indeed worthwhile. In truth, several special rings possessed astounding capabilities. The Resurrection Ring. The next activation would be for the Resurrection Ring. Upon realizing that the subsequent activation would involve the Resurrection Ring, Su Xingqian's heart quivered with anticipation. The Resurrection Ring. Experienced gamers understood its significance, and even those unacquainted with gaming could glean its formidable nature from its name. However, activating the Resurrection Ring necessitated a staggering 1 billion gold coins. Strive to amass wealth. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D grade. Profession, Swordmaster, minor accomplishment. Level, 46, 79, 66. Bond, none. Wealth, 2, 318, 200. Combat power, 317, 932. Attributes, 437, 060. Active skills, Swordsmanship, Tier 3, 000. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Tier 3, 000. 10,000 swords returning to 1, Tier 3, 000. Sword Path at the Abyss, Divine 1, 000. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Barrier, Tier 3, 000. Main panel. It now looks splendid. Originally possessing a mere 130,000 combat power, it has surged to an impressive 310,000, primarily due to the Sword Path at the Abyss, which ultimately increased combat power by 180,000. After leveling up and activating everything, Su Xingqian deactivated the virtual screen and laid down on the bed to rest. The cave is modest, spanning only a few dozen square meters. It is clear that two individuals cannot sleep side by side, thus 2 beds occupy significant space, leaving their beds quite close to one another. Duanmu Ruashi intended to engage Su Xingqian in conversation, but upon noticing his readiness to sleep, it was evident that he had no desire to chat. Reluctantly, she too prepared for slumber. The following day, in the early morning, Su Xingqian and Duanmu Ruashi awoke, freshened up, and had a light meal before soaring away on their swords toward the horizon. You should still enhance your skills, I shall elevate your level," he remarked while gliding through the air. Duanmu Ruashi stood behind him. Her spirits were somewhat diminished, as with each passing second, she drew closer to home. Her senior intended to escort her back to the city. Soon, they arrived at the depths of Outskirts Number 4, a mountainous region teeming with countless second- and third-tier monsters. The optimal locale for farming gold and experience. Upon arrival, Su Xingqian summoned the true dragon. In that instant, the roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens. Its might overwhelming. All beasts trembled and prostrated in fear, soon crushed beneath the dragon's indomitable presence. Before the true dragon with its combat power of 999, the second and third tier monsters were obliterated. Experience, 100. Gold, 1000. Experience, 1000. Attribute, 10. Attribute, 10. Su Xingqian's experience, gold, and attributes surged continuously. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 47. Base combat power x 110. Shortly thereafter, a golden light enveloped Su Xingqian, reminiscent of a golden dragon, but it was fleeting, ultimately merging with him. His level had now ascended to 47, with a base combat power increase of 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 47. Base combat power x 110. Simultaneously, Duanmu Ruashi also leveled up, requiring significantly less experience than Su Xingqian. While Su Xingqian now needed millions of experience to level up, Duanmu Ruashi only required tens of thousands. Wow, senior, your dragon is incredibly powerful. Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing its strength far exceeded her expectations. Wherever it passed, destruction ensued. Indeed, Su Xingqian smiled. With 999 combat power, it is undeniably formidable. However, even with my current 310,000 combat power, when I unleash my ultimate moves, I would not be inferior to the true dragon, perhaps even surpassing it. Boom. The true dragon crushed the monsters effortlessly. Su Xingqian remained undeterred, eager to enhance his skill in hunting beasts and advancing his own abilities. Time passed steadily, and as noon approached, Duanmu Ruashi reached level 33. Fortune favored her that day, as she acquired a red item and an orange item, along with several blue and white equipment pieces, yet her spirits remained low. Should we eat first before I send you back, or do you wish to return and eat on your own? Su Xingqian inquired, casting a glance at Duanmu Ruashi to gauge her preference. After all, he had earned 30 million gold from her. I'll return to eat, senior. Please escort me back. Duanmu Ruashi replied, her mood noticeably downcast, her lips pouting slightly, invoking sympathy. Very well, let us depart. Su Xingqian nodded, summoning his sword to fly toward the city. After reaching the third tier of swordsmanship, his speed had doubled, and within merely 10 minutes, they arrived at the eastern city gate. Duanmu Ruashi had already informed her family, so Duanmu Nanxiao awaited her arrival. The father felt anxious after 2 days apart from his precious daughter, especially knowing she had been traversing the wilderness with a young man. Moreover, this young man was rather handsome. Unbeknownst to Su Xingqian, in Duanmu Nanxiao's eyes, he was merely a young man with yellow hair. Daddy! Duanmu Ruashi joyfully called out upon spotting her father from a distance. This was her first extended separation from home. How are you? Duanmu Nanxiao expressed delight upon seeing his beloved daughter, though he managed to conceal it well. His gaze scrutinized her, ensuring she had not been harmed or mistreated. After a thorough inspection, he noted her impressive level gain and that she appeared unscathed. Dad, I'm perfectly fine. I owe it all to Senior Su. I found 2 red items. Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed with joy. Oh! Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duanmu Nanxiao was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the unexpected news. Red items? I cannot believe you obtained 2 in just 2 days. When did the drop rates become so favorable? This is unprecedented. Chapter 34, Level 49. Heading to Jiangnan University for registration. Duanmu Jr. Uncle, I must take my leave. Su Xingqian politely bid farewell, unwilling to intrude on their reunion. He took flight on his sword, heading toward the outskirts. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword transformed into a brilliant azure streak, dazzling in its magnificence as he vanished into the horizon. Duanmu Ruashi's gaze lingered long after, her thoughts adrift. What's this? Do you fancy him? Duanmu Nanxiao observed everything about his daughter with keen awareness. A hint of jealousy flickered in his heart as he sighed inwardly. Alas, his little cabbage had indeed been poked by the boar. Although they had not reached that stage, the expression on the little cabbage's face had already made his understanding clear. Ah, who would ever fancy him? Upon hearing Duanmu Nanxiao's words, Duanmu Ruashi realized the implication. Her petite face instantly flushed. Heh, as if your father were blind. Duanmu Nanxiao remained speechless. His little cotton-padded jacket was about to be snatched away. Daddy, please enroll me. Duanmu Ruashi spoke to Duanmu Nanxiao. Which university? Duanmu Nanxiao inquired, surprised at her sudden decision. However, with the Duanmu family standing, she could easily gain admission to any institution. Moreover, his daughter possessed an S-grade talent. Whoosh. With the ethereal fire of Qing Shuang beneath his feet, Su Xingqian soared into the depths of the wilderness. Once immersed, he commenced his battles, as if determined to root himself in this place. Daylight was spent in combat, while nightfall found him in a cave. Days turned into a blur. And before he knew it, 22 days had elapsed. Throughout this time, apart from resting at night, he had not paused for a moment. Gold coins, experience. Attributes, he had amassed them in abundance. Gold coins, 61, 208, 200. Attributes, 2, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Level, 49, for 1976. Swordsmanship, 3rd tier, 8314. Qinglian Sword Song, 3rd tier, 9481. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, 3rd tier, 6614. Thunder Sword Aura, 3rd tier, 3739. As for the sword Dao Ling Yuan, he had yet to employ it. As twilight descended, Su Xingqian took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the city gates. Despite having fought in the wilderness for over 20 days, his face bore no trace of fatigue. Rather, he radiated vitality. Upon returning to the city, he boarded a bus and swiftly arrived back at his rented accommodation. After bathing and changing, he lay on his bed to rest. Then, he activated the virtual light screen, revealing unread messages. Jiqing Luo, brother. Let us meet at the airport at 8 tomorrow morning. It was a message from Jiqing Luo, reminding him of their rendezvous before reporting to Jiangnan University the next day. During his time in the wilderness, Jiqing Luo had frequently messaged him, maintaining their connection. Su Xingqian, okay, got it. See you tomorrow. He replied, anticipation blooming within him. Finally, he was about to embark on his university journey. At last, he would bid farewell to this place. It had been 18 years since he had crossed over. And prior to awakening the system, he felt as though he had squandered his time, somewhat of a disgrace to the realm of transmigrators. Nonetheless, he did have a stunningly beautiful twin sister for a girlfriend, and although she had departed after his awakening, their time together had been delightful. Moreover, even if Jiqing Yan had left, Jiqing Luo remained by his side. With the activation of the system, his peak era had begun. University marked the commencement of this peak era. How could he not feel elated? He had come to realize that traversing and reincarnating both carried their own rewards. It merely depended on the timing. The following day, bright and early, Su Xingqian rose, washed up, and vacated his room, choosing not to renew the rental. He left, purchasing breakfast from a roadside vendor, eating as he walked. This place might never see him again, and he felt no sense of nostalgia. There was nothing to miss. Boarding a bus, he arrived at Jiangxing Airport. Brother. Upon reaching the airport entrance, he spotted a breathtakingly beautiful lowly girl, joyously waving her little hand at him. Her delight indescribable, appearing even more exquisite in the morning glow. Many onlookers turned to steal glances at her. The airport buzzed with activity, as it was the day when all practitioners returned to school and newcomers arrived to report to their universities. You came so early? Su Xingqian approached Jiqing Luo. During his time in the wilderness, he had not seen her, and her beauty seemed to have blossomed further in his absence. Jiqing Luo, beaming, grasped Su Xingqian's hand with her delicate, fair fingers as they walked towards the airport. What level are you now? Su Xingqian inquired. Knowing that although Jiqing Luo had not participated in any dungeons, she had gained experience in the wild. I'm level 47. What about you, brother? She replied sweetly, curiosity evident in her voice. Level 49, Su Xingqian answered, noting that he was 2 levels ahead of her. This was only natural. After all, he had not stopped grinding in the outskirts, amassing gold and attributes, which naturally led to greater experience and a higher level than Jiqing Luo. Brother, you level up too quickly, Jiqing Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Despite the seemingly modest 2-level difference, it represented a staggering 17 million experience points, as Su Xingqian, being above level 41, required at least 2 million experience for each level gained. The experience needed for advancement escalated dramatically with each subsequent level, becoming increasingly daunting. After a half-hour wait, they boarded the plane. An hour later, the aircraft touched down at Jiangnan Provincial City Airport. Nowadays, intercity travel was limited, as the outskirts were rife with magical beasts and unknown threats, rendering planes the sole viable long-distance transportation option. Welcome to Jiangnan University. A massive banner adorned the airport exit. Alongside Jiangnan University, banners of other institutions welcomed new students arriving at the airport. Senior sisters, senior brothers, we are the new students of Jiangnan University. Jiqing Luo and Su Xingqian approached the welcoming area for new arrivals. Welcome, junior sisters and brothers. Please wait a moment. Once there are more of you, we will take you to the university, said Jiang Yusin, a student from the previous year responsible for airport reception, accompanied by 4 boys and 4 girls. Upon encountering Jiqing Luo and Su Xingqian, their eyes sparkled with delight, for Jiqing Luo's beauty was striking, and Su Xingqian possessed an undeniable charm that was impossible to overlook. Very well, senior, Jiqing Luo replied obediently. Subsequently, a brief registration ensued, followed by Su Xingqian's own simple enrollment. After both had completed their registrations, Jiang Yusin made a note in the folder she held, which contained the list of students to be welcomed. So you are both from Jiangxing, she remarked, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing their details. Indeed, my brother and I are students of Jiangqing No. 9 High School, Ji-Ching Luo chimed in energetically. I too am an alumnus of No. 9 High School, Jiang Yusin responded, her happiness evident. After all, these were her junior students from Jiangqing No. 9. Although Jiangnan University may not rival the 4 prestigious universities or the 9 elite academies, it is nonetheless a first-rate institution. Its caliber is scarcely inferior to that of the top 9 academies. Each year, it enrolls 3,000 students. While 3,000 may seem substantial, these students hail from all corners of the nation. Those who come to Jiangnan University are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. This year marked her first encounter with students from Jiangqing No. 9. Chapter 35, Evaluation and Assessment, Shock After Shock. After approximately half an hour, a dozen more freshmen arrived, and Su Xingqian and Ji-Ching Luo joined them in boarding Jiangnan University's dedicated bus, departing the airport en route to the university. On board, a senior explained the university to the newcomers. Welcome to Jiangnan University. Each year, we admit 3,000 students, with a credit line of 200. Fellow juniors, Jiangnan University has arrived. Our admissions generally consist of 2 categories, credits and special admission. If anyone has not been assessed for credits, please accompany me to the evaluation center. To facilitate the enrollment process and optimize future instruction, credit registration is essential. Upon reaching the university's entrance, a banner heralded a grand welcome ceremony. After disembarking, Lan Yubing addressed the group of freshmen. This is specifically for those under special admission. Lan Sr., my brother and I have not yet been evaluated, Ji-Ching Luo interjected. Upon hearing this, the group of freshmen and Lan Yubing turned their gazes toward her, their eyes glimmering with envy. Clearly, they recognized her as one who had been specially admitted, undoubtedly of S or a rank, or perhaps even a rare B-level profession. Regardless of the category, they were certainly the elite among their peers. Very well, follow me, Lan Yubing nodded, instructing the other newcomers to wait momentarily, as the evaluation center was not far from the entrance. Before long, the trio arrived at the evaluation center, which was relatively empty. Instructor Lu, these 2 juniors have yet to receive their credit evaluations. Could you please assess them? Lan Yubing requested of a middle-aged male instructor. You may proceed here, Instructor Lu nodded, gesturing toward the nearby light screen. He spoke, this process is akin to awakening a talent. As long as you pass through here, your information will be scanned and a score will be provided. Ji-Ching Luo stepped forward to the light screen. Beep. Her information was scanned, and her credits were displayed. Name, Ji-Ching Luo. Age, 18. Talent, 100 points. Level, 100 points. Instance, 100 points. Combat power, 100 points. Total score, 400 points. The LED display beside the light screen showcased Ji-Ching Luo's credit information, leaving Lan Yubing and Instructor Lu momentarily speechless. Full marks. Full marks. They exclaimed in astonishment. It was unprecedented to encounter a student with a perfect score. In the history of Jiangnan University, such a feat had never occurred, nor had it been common nationwide. The last occurrence of a perfect score dated back a century. Beep. Following Ji-Ching Luo's assessment, Su Xingqian approached the light screen, and his information was scanned. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, 20 points. Level, 100 points. Instance, 100 points. Combat power, 100 points. Total score, 320 points. As Lan Yubing and Instructor Lu remained in a state of shock, Su Xingqian's credit information appeared on the LED display. 320 points, while considerably lower than Ji-Ching Luo's, was still exceptionally impressive, more than sufficient for admission to any of the 4 major academies. His score was primarily affected by his talent rating of 20 points, which lowered his overall score. Without this talent score, his credits would have been even higher. However, he was unconcerned with his credits or his talent. For with a system in place, talent was not of paramount importance. 320 credits. 3 perfect scores aside from talent. Amidst their astonishment, Lan Yubing and Instructor Lu noticed the information on the LED screen change once more. This time, it was Su Xingqian's. Upon viewing his scores, they were once again taken aback. 3 perfect scores. Had his talent been higher, he would have achieved a perfect 400 credits. S-rank students were not uncommon at Jiangnan University. This semester alone had seen the admission of 6 S-rank students. However, they had not anticipated the arrival of a student with a perfect score in their midst, nor had they expected another student with a D rank and 320 credits, a true prodigy. You too, did you undertake the disaster level instance? Lan Yubing inquired incredulously. Only by completing a disaster level instance could one hope to achieve full credits. Yet, very few dared to enter such instances, and even fewer returned alive. Given that both Ji-Ching Luo and Su Xingqian had secured perfect scores in their instance evaluations, it was evident they had successfully navigated a disaster-level instance. By mere chance, Ji-Ching Luo replied with a smile. Did you both enter the disaster-level instance together? Instructor Lu asked curiously. Yes, Ji-Ching Luo nodded in affirmation. I see. Instructor Lu's gaze shifted away from Su Xingqian, still pondering how this D-rank swordsman could possibly have achieved perfect scores in the instance evaluation along with 2 other perfect scores, while possessing a mere 20 points in talent. It now made sense. All of Su Xingqian's achievements were attributed to Ji Qingluo, while he himself had merely benefited from her prowess. Only the luminous screen possesses detailed information. Other practitioners are oblivious to it. Even Mentor Lu, who is responsible for the assessments, is unable to discern the intricate details, thereby preventing any potential invasion of personal privacy. Consequently, he remains unaware of Su Xingqian's combat prowess. Nor does he know her level. Junior brothers and sisters, let us proceed to complete the enrollment procedures, Lan Yubing announced. She then led Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo away from the assessment center, soon reuniting with the other new students to finalize their enrollment. The process was quite straightforward. Registration, name, Ji Qingluo age, 18 years talent, S level, 47 address, Jiangqing credits, 400 points. During registration, information required was more comprehensive, necessitating the entry of level and credits, as this facilitated class assignments and tailored teaching according to actual circumstances. Moreover, level and credits were not confidential matters. 400 credits. Full marks. What? Full marks? S-class brilliance. She actually achieved full marks. The revelation that this junior sister had attained a perfect score of 400 astonished everyone. Could her trial in the dungeon be of calamity level? The mentors and senior students processing Ji Qingluo's enrollment were left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief, which elicited gasps from those around them. Instantly, they turned their gazes toward Ji Qingluo. How exquisite! How extraordinary! Amidst their astonishment, they continued to complete Ji Qingluo's enrollment, which was swiftly accomplished, followed by Su Xingqian's turn. Registration, name, Su Xingqian age, 18 years talent, D level, 49 address, Jiangqing credits, 320. Upon glimpsing Su Xingqian's information, the still reeling mentors and senior students were once again struck with surprise. The countenance of the new student, Su Xingqian, though not achieving full marks, was nonetheless comparable, as he had excelled in all but one category. Notably, Su Xingqian's level surpassed Ji Qingluo's by 2 levels, 49. It was evident that he had deliberately suppressed his level. Impressive. What more can be said but impressive? Chapter 36, Class Assignment Results, Class 101, Mentor, Chu Mingyao. The enrollment procedures were being handled for the new students who had arrived with Su Xingqian from the airport. Their previously imperious demeanor had now diminished, as they could no longer maintain their lofty pride. The so-called children of heaven paled in comparison to Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian, as they were clearly on an entirely different echelon. Simultaneously, they were perplexed. How could Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian, with such remarkable achievements, end up at Jiangnan University? With their presence, how could anyone else hope to thrive? Soon, the enrollment procedures were completed. Su Xingqian was assigned to a standalone villa in the male dormitory area, while Ji Qingluo received a similar accommodation in the female dormitory area. This distinction reflected their respective statuses, one an S-class prodigy with comprehensive full marks, and the other with 3 full marks and the highest level. Class assignments would be announced 2 days later. Students were instructed to check the communication group for class assignment updates. On the 3rd, students would report to their respective classes. Today being the 1st, they had to wait until the 3rd to discover their designated classes, as the class divisions would not commence until the evening of the 2nd. During these 2 days, other new students would also complete their registrations before class assignments could be finalized. Brother, goodbye, Ji Qingluo waved to Su Xingqian as she headed toward the female dormitory area. She intended to inspect her accommodation since she would be residing at Jiangnan University for several years. Su Xingqian nodded and made his way toward the male dormitory area. Jiangnan University was vast, reportedly covering an area of 20,000 acres. However, the student population was not overly large, with around 10,000 students, each one a paragon of excellence. The expansive campus dedicates 1/3 of its area to dormitories, providing prodigies with commensurate living conditions, even without standalone villas. Each student enjoyed the luxury of individual suites, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. In the dormitory area, flying was prohibited, as was the walking of pets or mounts. Upon arriving at the male dormitory zone, Su Xingqian was greeted by a conspicuous notice in red font stating that flying and the walking of pets or mounts were forbidden within the area. Once inside the dormitory area, Su Xingqian was somewhat taken aback to encounter numerous female students. It appeared that the university structure was entirely different from that of his previous life, as the male dormitory area was bustling with female presence. This was understandable, considering that Jiangnan University did not house several individuals in cramped quarters, nor did it comprise multiple floors of overcrowded accommodations. Here, it was akin to a normal living area, with a symbolic division between males and females, allowing for relationships and cohabitation to occur naturally. To be honest, the environment in the dormitory area was exceedingly pleasant. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Xingqian found Villa 108, a 2-story abode equipped with all necessary amenities, far surpassing the quality of his rental in Jiangqing. Moreover, it even boasted a dedicated training room and a pet room. Have you settled in? Shall we go for a meal? Ji Qingluo messaged half an hour later. Okay, let's meet at the school gate in 20 minutes, Su Xingqian replied. Within the villa, there was a kitchen and a refrigerator. But he had no culinary skills and lacked the inclination to cook. Although he was low on funds, his need for food was not dire. 2 days later. In the evening, after returning from shopping, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo each returned to their respective villas, filled with anticipation for the class assignment announcements. The results would be transmitted to their communication numbers. As time ticked away, around 8:30, a notification appeared on the virtual screen. Dear student Su Xingqian, welcome to Jiangnan University. Your enrollment procedures have been successfully completed. You have been assigned to Class 101. Please add your mentor's communication number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Wishing you a pleasant life and a bright future, Jiangnan University Teaching Department. This message from Jiangnan University indicated that class assignments had been finalized, and it was necessary to add the mentor's communication number. This university experience was unlike any from his past life, with fixed classes and designated mentors. After perusing the information, Su Xingqian commenced the process of adding his mentor's contact number. Chu Mentor? Upon adding, he realized that this contact was already among his friends. The name associated with it was Chu Mingyao. This was the esteemed goddess mentor who had come to Jiangchang to recruit him and Qingluo. He had not anticipated that she would become his mentor. Su Xingqian. Hello, Chu Mentor. I am Su Xingqian from Class 101. Having received the notification from Jiangnan University, it was only natural for him to reach out to his mentor, even if she was already a contact in his address book. Chu Mingyao. Welcome, Su Xingqian. I will add you to the class group. She responded promptly and sent a communication link. After clicking on it, Su Xingqian entered a group, Jiangnan University Class 101 Contact Group. The group was headed by Chu Mingyao, with an administrator named Xia Shui. At that moment, there were already over 30 individuals present in the group. Given that classes at universities nationwide typically consist of 48 students, it meant there were still several individuals yet to join, either because they had not been added by the mentor or had not yet arrived. Zhang Mingming salutes Qin Yinping, salutes Zhou Xiaoya, salutes Jiang Liuli, salutes inside the group. No one engaged in conversation. They merely sent salute emojis. Su Xingqian refrained from sending any emojis himself. He lay down on his spacious, soft bed, awaiting the moment he would retire for the night. Approximately 5 minutes later, all 48 students had joined the group. In total, there were 48 students, 1 mentor, and 1 teaching assistant. Group leader, Chu Mingyao. Hello everyone. I am your mentor for Class 101. It is an honor to guide you until graduation. I hope each of you strives forward diligently to become the backbone of our nation. Group leader, Chu Mingyao. Please report to the classroom at 8:30 a.m. sharp tomorrow. I am a stickler for punctuality and do not tolerate tardiness or early departures. Once all the students had entered the group, Mentor Chu Mingyao introduced herself succinctly. Establishing the rules, all the students replied in unison. Hello, mentor. This marked the first interaction between the students and their mentor. Administrator Xia Shui. Hello everyone. I am the assistant mentor for Class 101, here to assist Chu Mentor in addressing your academic and daily concerns. The assistant mentor also spoke, clarifying her role as Chu Mingyao's aide. When Chu Mingyao was unavailable, Xia Shui would represent her and handle matters related to the students' studies and lives. Hello, assistant mentor. The students greeted her warmly. After the introductions, both the mentor and the assistant ceased further communication. Following this, Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen and prepared for sleep. His heart brimming with anticipation for the next day's registration. University life awaited him. He had finally embarked on this journey. Additionally, he needed to prepare for the level 30 dungeon trials, lest his progress stagnate. Chapter 37. The freshman's first class. Self-introductions. The class erupts. The following morning, Su Xingqian awoke, freshened up, donned his attire, and stepped out of the villa. He observed numerous students heading out for classes. Most were from the previous years, with only a handful being freshers like himself. It was evident from their demeanor and mannerisms, as well as their ages, allowing for easy distinction. The school featured a cafeteria where the majority of students opted to dine, for who would want to cook when laziness beckoned? At the entrance of the cafeteria, he encountered Ji Qingluo. They had previously arranged to meet here. Qingluo, which class were you assigned to? Su Xingqian approached Ji Qingluo, and together they ventured into the cafeteria, attracting attention from all sides, so much so that some bumped into people, walls, and pillars, for Su Xingqian was extraordinarily handsome, and Ji Qingluo was stunningly beautiful. Class 102. What about you, brother? Ji Qingluo responded, then inquired, I wonder if the class assignments were random or intentional. The two had been placed in different classes. It was rumored that Jiangnan University had opened 65 new freshman classes this year. I am in Class 101, with Mentor Chu, who was recruited recently, Su Xingqian replied. My mentor is Muron Qingguo. When are you going to attempt the trial dungeon? Ji Qingluo asked. Entering the cafeteria, they selected a relatively quiet table to enjoy their breakfast while conversing. Originally, they had hoped to be in the same class, but this separation was inconsequential, as they were still in the same university, which offered a degree of freedom without constraints. Perhaps in a few days, Su Xingqian said. Soon. They finished breakfast and departed the cafeteria, heading toward their respective classrooms. In 10 minutes, Su Xingqian located the classroom for Class 101. Though referred to as a classroom, The area was quite expansive, comprising lecture halls and training rooms, covering several acres. I heard our mentor is a goddess. Someone exclaimed. I've seen Mentor Chu. She is absolutely stunning, an extraordinary goddess and a formidable powerhouse. If you value your life, do not provoke her. She is exceedingly powerful. Greetings everyone, I am Luo Xiangjuan, a B-grade marksman. Upon entering the classroom, Su Xingchen found a buzz with excitement. Each student wore expressions of curiosity and exhilaration, their brows adorned with pride. After all, being admitted to Jiangnan University marked them as the elite. Senior. At that moment, Su Xingchen heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The tone was melodious. He recognized it, yet could not place who it belonged to. Following the sound, he spotted a breathtaking young woman waving at him. Surrounded by several male students clearly vying for her attention due to her remarkable beauty, Duanmu Ruashi. Su Xingchen regarded the young woman with a frown, pondering until he finally recalled her name, Duanmu Ruashi. He had recently aided her in leveling up, but as time passed, he had forgotten. Or perhaps he had not paid enough attention to remember, thus unconsciously overlooking her. Senior, have you forgotten me? Upon seeing Su Xingchen's expression, Duanmu Ruashi pouted in displeasure. She had never imagined that after spending 2 days in a team with him and sharing a cave for the night, he would forget her entirely. My apologies, he said with a smile, offering no further explanation, simply expressing his regret. Ruashi, who is he? Indeed, who is he? The group of boys surrounding Duanmu Ruashi cast glances at Su Xingchen, their expressions brimming with hostility, a palpable animosity that transformed them into fierce rivals. After all, Su Xingchen was acquainted with Duanmu Ruashi, my senior, hailing from Jiangqing. Senior, I've saved you a seat here, Duanmu Ruashi succinctly replied. She then waved her delicate hand, gesturing for Su Xingchen to take the place she had reserved for him. Thank you. Su Xingchen accepted without hesitation, as there was no reason to decline. After all, he intended to sit, and it hardly mattered where. He settled beside Duanmu Ruashi, and in that instant, he felt the hostility intensify. The boys surrounding them appeared as if they wished to tear him apart. Yet, Su Xingchen remained unfazed, feigning ignorance to their disdain. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed through the classroom. Soon, an enchanting woman made her entrance, exuding breathtaking beauty, a flawless figure, long, elegant legs, and an extraordinary aura. She was the epitome of a goddess. Good morning, class. I am your mentor. You may refer to me as Mentor Chu. Chu Mingyao surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping over every student before she spoke. Good morning, mentor. The entire class rose in unison to greet Chu Mingyao, a gesture of respect. As this is the first class of the new semester, let us begin with self-introductions. It is essential for us to become acquainted and foster unity for our mutual advancement. Chu Mingyao waved her hand, prompting the students to take their seats. She was the mentor of Class 101, and in her classroom, one must adhere to her rhythm. In truth, she felt a twinge of disappointment, for among the 2 students she had recruited from Jiangcheng, one had been assigned to another class, an S-class Linglong, emerging from a catastrophe-level dungeon. However, the mentor of Class 2 was her close friend. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Mingming, a C-class swordsman, level 20. Hello everyone. I am Tang Guoqiang, a B-class blade master, level 21. Hello everyone. I am Hao Jian, a C-class lightning mage, level 16. Hello everyone. I am Mu Xian, an A-class Linglong, level 24. One by one, the students stood to introduce themselves, the majority being B and C classes, with a few A classes present. Most levels ranged between 15 and 25, for this was Jiangnan University, and those who attended were certainly not ordinary. The average students had gone to regular universities. Hello everyone. I am Qin Mingfeng, an S-class gunner, level 32. Qin Mingfeng, the student who had initially surrounded Duanmu Ruashi, was somewhat handsome. After his introduction, he turned his gaze towards Su Xingchen, tilting his head in a provocative manner. Hello everyone. I am Duanmu Ruashi, an S-class archer, level 34. When it was Duanmu Ruashi's turn, her introduction elicited envy from countless students. She was stunningly beautiful, and her talent was equally impressive, boasting a high level. Hearing her introduction, many A-class boys, including Qin Mingfeng, brightened with interest. If one could win Duanmu Ruashi's affection, it would be a triumph indeed. She was the perfect partner, possessing talent, strength, and beauty in abundance. Hello everyone, I am Su Xingchen, a D-class swordsman, level 49. As Su Xingchen stood to introduce himself, he felt somewhat embarrassed, aware that he stood out conspicuously, exuding an air of arrogance that he did not possess. In a class where most students hovered between levels 15 and 25, he alone stood at 49, the singular D-class talent. Level 49? Surely this is a mistake? Is he not level 9? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the classroom. A D-class talent attending Jiangnan University at level 49? Upon hearing Su Xingchen's introduction, many students instinctively reacted with disdain. A lack of talent might be overlooked, but to boast of achieving level 49 was deemed inappropriate. Even an S-class prodigy would take months to reach that level. Those with lesser talents might take years. Yet here he is, claiming to have reached level 49 in just a month after awakening. How audacious. The two S-class and 9A class students in the room hesitated to assert levels above 40. Did he dare to imply he was superior to an S-class? My senior is correct. He is indeed level 49, and he emerged from a catastrophe-level dungeon. I was only level 1, and he elevated me to level 33 in just 2 days. Observing the majority of students casting doubt on Su Xingqian and even expressing contempt, Duanmu Ruo, she could no longer remain seated. She stood and spoke up. How extraordinary. Truly level 49. A catastrophe-level dungeon. Could he be the one who recently returned from such a perilous realm in Jiangxing? Remarkable. To dare venture into a catastrophe-level dungeon and return alive is no small feat. Level 49 is incredibly impressive, superior to even S-class talents. Upon hearing Duanmu Ruoxi's words, the students ceased their skepticism. After all, she was an S-class herself and, aside from Su Xingqian, held the highest level. Furthermore, news had circulated in Jiangxing about a student returning from a catastrophe-level dungeon, and though it had spread, few outside had been aware of the prodigy's presence at Jiangnan University. They had presumed he would be claimed by Huaxia University. All right, having completed our introductions, you are welcome to converse during break time. We shall now officially commence our lessons. Unlike high school, university life predominantly involves practical courses, confronting beasts, enemies, and formidable dungeons. I hope that by graduation, Class 101 will still consist of all 48 students. Chu Mingyao gestured, signaling the beginning of their academic journey. Silence, please. The self-introduction has concluded. We may now commence the lesson. A formidable professional relies upon rank, combat prowess, skills, and, of course, battle experience, all of which must be intertwined with dungeons and monstrous beasts. The strong remain strong, creating a virtuous cycle. However, if one falls into a vicious cycle, only luck can save them. Jiangnan University provides resources for dungeons and learning. The rest depends on your individual efforts. Your current task is to diligently level up, enhance your combat strength and skills, and prepare for the 30-level dungeon trial. I recommend that each of you reach level 40 before attempting the 30-level dungeon trial, said Chu Mingyao earnestly. In truth, after entering university, there is not much that the instructors teach. It primarily relies on personal endeavor. The university can only provide some basic support. Instructor Chu, may I participate in the dungeon trial now? I am almost at level 50, otherwise, I might miss the opportunity for the 30-level dungeon trial. Su Xingqian raised his hand. After Chu Mingyao gestured for him to speak, he continued, yes. Regarding the choice of dungeon, feel free to approach me after class if you have any questions. The same goes for the other students. Chu Mingyao was not surprised by Su Xingqian's eagerness to enter the dungeon. After all, he was already at level 49. If he delayed further, he would miss the chance for the 30-level dungeon trial. A single class lasts for 15 hours. Each week, there are only 3 days of classes, with one session in the morning and one in the afternoon. This class primarily covers rules and the planning for the semester. Students must ensure they attend at least 2 classes each week, unless approved by the instructor or if they possess S-level status and outstanding grades. In addition to attending classes, students must also engage in skill training. All right, class is dismissed. As the time for class concluded, Chu Mingyao signaled for dismissal. Upon finishing, she elegantly departed the classroom, her long, graceful legs carrying her away. Instructor Chu. Su Xingqian quickly stood and called out. Office. Chu Mingyao responded without turning. Soon, her alluring silhouette vanished from sight. She understood that Su Xingqian was inquiring about the dungeon trial. This young man was leveling up quite rapidly. Did he perhaps possess a hidden class? If so, what could it be? With curiosity swirling in her mind, Su Xingqian exited the classroom, heading toward the instructor's office. He soon located Chu Mingyao's office, which was left ajar. Instructor, he greeted as he entered, casting a glance around the spacious and luxurious office. Indeed, Jiangnan University was a prestigious institution. The instructor's office was remarkably opulent, even more so than the offices of some corporate presidents. After all, professionals earn swiftly. Naturally, a bit of indulgence is warranted amidst their constant peril. Have a seat. You wish to learn about the dungeons, I presume? Chu Mingyao gestured for Su Xingqian to sit. This student, aside from his rather unimpressive innate talent, exhibited extraordinary potential in all other aspects. Teachers are naturally inclined to favor excellent students. Yes, Su Xingqian replied, reclining casually on the leather sofa, devoid of the hesitance typical of students. There are a total of 20 dungeon trials at Jiangnan University for the 30-level category, 8 at the ordinary level, 6 at the difficult level, 4 at the desperate level, and 2 at the cataclysm level. You should consider which tier of dungeon you wish to attempt, and I can offer you guidance. I can only provide insight into the cataclysm level, as I have not personally ventured there. However, I have experienced the desperate level. Chu Mingyao sat across from Su Xingqian on the sofa, her alluring legs elegantly crossed, exuding an irresistible charm, regardless of whether she wore black stockings. Even a mere glance sent a shiver through Su Xingqian, who dared not linger his gaze for fear of being noticed by the instructor. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Mingyao had already sensed his reaction. As a formidable 9th-tier monarch, Her perception was astoundingly acute. At her level, it transcended mere combat prowess, embodying a profound transformation of existence. At this moment, as she spoke, she was also testing Su Xingqian, curious whether his previous foray into the cataclysm level had been due to luck or his own formidable capabilities. Thus, she mentioned the desperate and cataclysm levels, deliberately omitting the ordinary and difficult levels from her discourse, her eyes fixed on Su Xingqian as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Instructor, could you elaborate on the cataclysm level? Su Xingqian inquired. Had he not intended to pursue the 30-level cataclysm trial, he would not have felt the need to suppress his level. Very well, Chu Mingyao replied, visibly pleased. She discerned that he possessed formidable confidence. It was clear that his previous experience in the cataclysm level was not merely a stroke of luck. For the 30-level cataclysm trials, there are 2 dungeons, the Realm of All Things and the Jinwu Mountain Range. According to records, 29 individuals have ventured into the Realm of All Things, none of whom returned alive, while 31 individuals have entered the Jinwu Mountain Range, with only 1 surviving. These accounts date back a long time, and no one knows the specific circumstances. After relaying this information, Chu Mingyao looked towards Su Xingqian, intrigued to see whether he would choose to enter the cataclysm level and how he would decide. Chapter 39. Duanmu Ruashi wishes to join the dungeon. The new class flower rankings are released. Instructor, I choose the Realm of All Things. Su Xingqian contemplated for a moment before addressing Chu Mingyao. The Jinwu Mountain Range had a survivor, indicating that it might have been cleared, rendering an attempt unnecessary and a waste of time and opportunity. Thus, he resolved to pursue the Realm of All Things. Very well. The Cataclysm level dungeons do not require advance reservations. One may enter at any time. However, prior to entering, you must report to either the instructor or the assistant instructor. Will you be venturing alone or in a group? Chu Mingyao nodded, issuing this advice, her tone laced with a hint of probing, given the deep-seated perceptions of talent levels. D level is rather ordinary. It depends on the situation, Su Xingqian replied. Qing Luo should return. If she wishes to accompany me, I will take her along, as she can summon. Ensuring safety is not a significant concern. Having reached an agreement, Su Xingqian exited the instructor's office. It was only 10 a.m. Classes would not resume until 2 p.m. Thus, he planned to grab a bite to eat and then take a short nap. Senior. Just as he stepped out of the instructor's office, he heard someone calling out to him. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. At Jiangnan University, he was acquainted only with Ji Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi, and the voice was unmistakably Duanmu Ruashi's. Looking in her direction, he confirmed it was indeed her. Is there something you need? Su Xingqian inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face. Are you planning to enter a dungeon soon? Duanmu Ruashi inquired, her hands clasped behind her back as she leaned closer, her demeanor exuding an endearing charm. A faint fragrance wafted into Su Xingqian's nostrils. What's the matter? Su Xingqian asked, intrigued. This younger sister of his. Surely she isn't contemplating accompanying him to the dungeon? His destination was a catastrophic level, not a trivial matter. Senior, could you possibly take me along? I promise to be very obedient, Duanmu Ruashi said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of coaxing. She longed to join Su Xingqian in the dungeon. Ever since their last team disbanded, she felt an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something significant. Knowing that Su Xingqian was set to attend Jiangnan University, she persuaded her father to enroll her there as well, even leveraging connections to secure a spot in Class 101. The catastrophic level is perilous, with survival chances exceedingly slim, Su Xingqian remarked. He felt no need to elaborate, for everyone understood the terror associated with the catastrophic level. Otherwise, no one would have emerged alive from it in a century, save for him and Ji Qing Luo, who were mere exceptions. He had the system on his side. I'm not afraid. I'll give you 100 million. Duanmu Ruashi declared without a trace of hesitation. Although she was well aware of the grave dangers of the catastrophic level, the prospect of being alongside Su Xingqian filled her with courage. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The senior must be in need of funds, and she happened to possess an abundance of money. All right, but I cannot guarantee your safety 100%, Su Xingqian replied. Money? Why didn't you mention it sooner? 100 million 1T activate the special ring. But it's a step closer, he mused. Understood. Thank you, senior. When shall we venture into the dungeon? I need to prepare. Oh, and I'll transfer the money to you first. Senior, should we bring Qing Luo along? Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed with delight, promptly initiating the money transfer to Su Xingqian. I'll ask her, Su Xingqian said, waving goodbye to Duanmu Ruashi as he walked towards the dormitory. Qing Luo, I'm heading to the dungeon in a couple of days. Would you like to join? Su Xingqian messaged Ji Qing Luo during his walk. Of course I will. Brother, are you at the cafeteria? Ji Qing Luo replied within seconds, revealing that she too was preparing to message him, only to find that he had beaten her to it. I'm at the dormitory. We'll head to the cafeteria shortly, he responded while continuing his walk. Soon, he arrived at the villa in the dormitory area. What? Ji Qing Luo received a perfect score. Ji Qingyan also achieved a perfect score. Goodness, our Jiangxing No. 9 high school has produced perfect scores. His thoughts raced as he realized the sisters were both rated S-class talents with perfect cumulative scores. Su Xingqian, with a score of 320, was astonishing. How could someone with a D-class talent achieve such a score? It was a trifecta of perfect scores. Surely, Ji-Qing Luo and Su Xingqian would be attending one of the 4 prestigious universities. Yet, it seemed they were bound for Jiangnan University instead. This was the final score tally of the month following the awakening, despite some prodigies having not attended school or already enrolled in universities. The school could still account for their scores and was utterly astonished to discover Ji-Qing Luo and Ji-Qing Yin had achieved perfect scores. Aside from the sisters, Su Xingqian's score of 320 was remarkable, indicating that all his other 3 scores were perfect as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to attain 320 points. Given that his talent score was only 20, did I make an error? But I followed the school's admission regulations, Chen Shuiming sighed, his face adorned with a bitter smile. Huaxia University had berated him severely, and he was now reluctant to return to campus. Upon hearing of Ji-Qing Luo's perfect score, he realized that Su Xingqian, the D-class swordsman, had caused Huaxia University to lose an S-class prodigy. Losing such a remarkable talent was devastating, especially when this D-class swordsman had also achieved a score of 320, surpassing many A-class and S-class students. Thus, talent is not everything. Look at Su Xingqian, a D-class talent who survived the catastrophic level dungeon and reached a score of 320, not inferior to an S-class. Students, as you head to university, strive to enhance yourselves and bring glory to number 9 high school, Principal Zhang Leitang proclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Jiangxing No. 9 high school had suddenly produced 2 S-class prodigies, both achieving perfect scores due to their success in the trial of the catastrophic level dungeon. In addition to Ji-Qing Yin and Ji-Qing Luo, Su Xingqian, with his D-class talent, had also emerged alive from the catastrophic level dungeon with a score of 320. Apart from his talent, all his other scores were perfect. On Jiangnan University's campus communication platform, the new class beauty rankings were released. First beauty, Ji-Qing Luo second beauty, Duanmu Ruoxi third beauty, Nangong Xian fourth beauty, Luo Yuhing the first beauty, astonishingly, achieved a perfect score, having passed the trial of the catastrophic level dungeon. The communication platform buzzed with excitement as the new class beauties were unveiled. The rankings were primarily based on appearance, with talent and strength as supplementary factors. It could be said that every beauty was an extraordinary gem of the heavens, universally acknowledged as a goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Unexpectedly, the top 2 beauties in this year's rankings were both freshmen. The campus was a vibrant realm infused with youthful exuberance, a place where the strongest congregated, both male and female. Junior Qing Luo, hello? I am Lu Suifeng, a 4th-year student. An S-class swordsman, currently at level 99. I believe we will have plenty to discuss. As Ji-Qing Luo exited the girls' dormitory with her newly acquainted classmates, eager to head to the cafeteria, they were suddenly surrounded by many prodigies, predominantly upperclassmen. The speaker was a remarkable student from class 401, at level 99, equally an S-class and an unparalleled prodigy. He exuded charm, his demeanor suave, and at that moment, his gaze seemed to devour Ji-Qing Luo whole. In his eyes, the new beauty was an easy target, for he considered himself an experienced connoisseur, with talent in abundance, strength to match, and a powerful family backing him. He awaited Ji-Qing Luo's response, convinced that this stunning junior would undoubtedly gaze upon him with adoration. Chapter 40, Sword Path in the Abyss, Divine Level 2. Combat power exceeding 500,000. Senior Lu, I must apologize. If you seek to conquer the catastrophe level dungeon and wish to consult me, I regret to inform you that I too lack the capability to tackle such challenges. You might do well to seek guidance from my elder brother. Ji-Qing Luo stated with serene composure. Her gaze briefly flickered towards Lu Suifeng. To the onlookers, her demeanor unmistakably conveyed a certain fondness for Lu Suifeng, particularly given that he was an S-rank prodigy, having reached level 99 even before graduation. Likewise, Lu Suifeng shared this sentiment. However, Ji-Qing Luo's subsequent words left everyone momentarily stunned, Lu Suifeng included. Once he regained his composure, disbelief washed over his features. Did she truly misunderstand? Or was this intentional? Was she unaware that Lu Suifeng harbored intentions of pursuing a relationship with her? Yet, she had suggested he sought her counsel on conquering the catastrophe-level dungeon. Moreover, was it not an affront to imply that Lu Suifeng had never traversed a catastrophe-level dungeon? Such an implication bore a hint of humiliation, and she ultimately rejected him. Qing Luo. Lu Suifeng's expression turned awkward. Is emerging from a catastrophe-level dungeon truly a remarkable feat? Before he could finish, he noticed a delightful smile illuminating Ji-Qing Luo's exquisite face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she waved her delicate hand, evidently greeting someone. Brother, I am here. Ji-Qing Luo called, her lively spirit manifesting as she trotted forward. The students observed Ji-Qing Luo with astonishment, their attention following her as she made her way toward a strikingly handsome youth not far away. He exuded an enigmatic charm. Let us proceed, Su Xingqian suggested, allowing Ji-Qing Luo to take his hand as they made their way toward the cafeteria. The sight left all the students in a daze, their expressions shifting rapidly. The illustrious campus beauty, Ji Qingluo, had someone she favored. Her evident adoration was unmistakable. Who could it be? Curiosity gripped them. Damn it, Lu Suifeng's expression soured significantly. He had approached Ji Qingluo in earnest, only to be outright rejected. Yet here she was, displaying such endearing behavior in front of another man, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. On the second and third days, aside from attending classes, Su Xingchen devoted his time to procuring daily necessities. Given their impending venture into the catastrophe-level dungeon, the uncertainty of their duration within necessitated a guarantee of ample supplies. Furthermore, the system's storage capacity was vast, capable of accommodating a multitude of items. Over the span of 2 days, he expended nearly 1 million gold coins, ensuring his inventory was well stocked. Tomorrow morning, at 8:30. Let us gather at the school's teleportation plaza in preparation for our expedition into the dungeon. Su Xingchen messaged Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. Their replies confirming their availability arrived swiftly. He activated the virtual interface. Gold, 61, 208, 200. Attributes, 2, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Level, 49, for 1976. Sword control technique, Tier 3, 8314. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Tier 3, 9481. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, Tier 3, 6614. Thundersword Force, Tier 3, 3739. First, he decided to upgrade his skills, as he had ample attribute points. Presently, his only course of action was to enhance his abilities. System, Enhanced Sword Control Technique. Su Xingchen communicated with the system, proceeding in order to upgrade the sword control technique. Consume 33,720 to elevate sword control technique to Tier 4, 000. Flight speed, 600. Sword count, 6. He advanced directly to Tier 4. In truth, his sword control technique had already reached Tier 3, 8314, merely 1686 points shy of Tier 4. Primarily owing to frequent usage. The enhancement of 1686 points consumed 33,720 attributes, which implied that upgrading now required 2,000 attribute points per increment. A doubling from the previous requirement of 1,000 during the transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3. However, Su Xingchen was unconcerned about the attribute points, given his substantial balance of 2 million. After the upgrade, the sword control technique's speed increased to 600, and the number of controlled swords rose to 6. Next, he proceeded to upgrade the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Consume 10,380 attribute points to elevate Azure Lotus Sword Song to Tier 4, 000. Damage of Azure Lotus Sword Song increased by 60. The attribute points required for this enhancement were notably fewer, attributable to the frequency of its application during combat. He then sought to enhance 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Consume 66,720 to elevate 10,000 Swords Return to Origin to Tier 4, 000. Damage of 10,000 Swords Return to Origin increased by 600. Attack range, 1,000 meters x 1,000 meters. Cooldown, 160 seconds. Indeed, this ultimate move proved formidable, significantly amplifying its power and doubling its attack potential. Consume 220 attribute points to elevate Thundersword Force to Tier 4, 000. Defense of Thundersword Force increased by 600. The Thundersword Force consistently demanded the highest attribute point expenditure during upgrades. Nevertheless, Su Xingchen recognized the necessity of enhancing this skill. Though seldom utilized, its lethality was paramount. It could be deemed optional, yet its strength was non-negotiable. For a lack of it could jeopardize his very life. Finally, he turned his focus to upgrading the sword path in the abyss, his most potent skill, a divine technique. In Su Xingchen's mind, while other skills could remain unenhanced, the sword path in the abyss was imperative to elevate due to its unparalleled strength, a trump card. Consume 100,000 attributes to elevate sword path in the abyss to divine level 2, 000. Name, Sword Path in the Abyss. Category, Martial Arts. Rank, Divine Level 2. Attributes, Colorful. Combat Power, 200,000. Function, an unparalleled sword attack. During battle, utter the incantation, Sword Path in the Abyss. Accompany me, unleashing 30-fold sword power, cooldown, 1,400 seconds. Remarkably powerful, the upgrade to Sword Path in the Abyss cost 1 million attributes, raising its combat power from 100,000 to 200,000, a substantial increment of 100,000 combat power. In combat, its unleashed sword power reached 30-fold, and the cooldown period was reduced by 100 seconds. Though a reduction of merely 100 seconds may seem trivial, at critical moments, every second can dictate victory or demise. Indeed, the enhancement of Sword Path in the Abyss was paramount, Su Xingchen mused. A combat power of 100,000, with the enhancement of the battle power ring, which contributes an additional 200, the actual increase translates to a staggering 200,000 battle power. The next upgrade for the sword path, Ling Yuan. is anticipated to require a monumental 10 million attribute points. Su Xingqian found himself lost in contemplation. The first upgrade of the sword path, Lingyuan, consumed 100,000 attribute points, and the second demanded 1,000,000. Thus, if memory serves correctly, the third upgrade should indeed necessitate a daunting 10 million attribute points, an astronomical sum, not merely 1,000. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. And what would the fourth and fifth upgrades entail? Nevertheless, while the attribute point consumption for upgrading Lingyuan is indeed terrifying, its power is undeniably formidable. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D grade. Occupation, Sword Hero, Minor Accomplishment. Level, 49, 4976. Bond, None. Wealth, 161, 208, 200. Battle Power, 527. 582. Attributes, 773, 960. Active Skills, Sword Control Technique, 4th Stage, 000. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 4th Stage, 000. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, 4th Stage, 000. Sword Path Lingyuan, Divine Level 2, 000. Passive Skills, Thunder Sword Chi, 4th Stage, 000. His battle power has surpassed 500, 000. If others were to discover this, they would surely be left agape. It is worth noting that many newcomers might not even possess 3,000 battle power at this stage. In fact, numerous professionals who have awakened for a year or two still lack 10,000 battle power. He closed the virtual screen and prepared for rest. For tomorrow, he would venture into the cataclysmic level dungeon, the multiversal world. Chapter 41. The cataclysmic level dungeon, multiversal world. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly. Su Xingqian rose, attended to his morning routine, donned clean attire, and stepped out of the villa to the dining hall for breakfast. The meals served there are complimentary. Yet the quality is remarkable, rivaling that of upscale hotels. After all, the students of Jiangnan University are all prodigies. One must indulge while they can, for the next opportunity may not arise for several days, if not longer. Sitting across from him were Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo. The trio gathered for their meal, drawing countless gazes, some filled with astonishment, others with envy, and even jealousy. It is noteworthy that these two are the reigning beauties of Jiangnan University, the first and second campus flowers. Many struggled to comprehend why the first and second campus flowers would dine with a boy, and even more so, they appeared to share a close bond. The boy was undeniably handsome, surpassing even the campus heartthrob of Jiangnan University. The level 30 dungeon has a longer duration, Ji Qingluo remarked, her cheeks puffed adorably as she spoke. The cataclysmic level is unpredictable, she continued. The rules within dictate the experience. External influences are powerless to sway it. The same applies to the dire level. Have you both prepared over the past 2 days? As Su Xingqian conversed while eating, the two girls nodded in agreement, appearing obedient. They embodied the lively, charming, and graceful beauty typical of their kind. Shortly after finishing their breakfast, the three made their way toward the teleportation plaza. 3 days had passed since the term commenced, and everything had fallen into its proper rhythm. Classes were attended, training was undertaken, and the dungeons awaited exploration. At the teleportation plaza, a considerable number of students gathered, primarily aiming for the ordinary and difficult dungeons. Few ventured to the dire level. Mentor. Upon arriving at the plaza, Chu Mingyao and another stunningly beautiful girl awaited them. This other girl, equally enchanting, was named Murong Qingwu, Ji Qingluo's mentor. Upon seeing the two, Su Xingqian, Ji Qingluo, and Duanmu Ruashi greeted them with proper etiquette. Murong Qingwu and Chu Mingyao acknowledged them with a nod before guiding them into the plaza. The first campus flower, Ji Qingluo. The second campus flower, Duanmu Ruashi. They are simply breathtaking, the students whispered among themselves. They are also heading to the dungeon. Should we inquire about teaming up? Who is that boy? Mentor Qingwu is the only goddess in my heart. Mentor Chu is my goddess. They are all so beautiful. Whom should I choose? In truth, many envied that boy. Who knew him? As the students at the teleportation plaza recognized Ji Qingluo and her companions, excitement surged among them. The first and second campus flowers, along with 2 goddess mentors. What a sight. Safe travels. Safe travels. Chu Mingyao and Murong Qingwu led Su Xingqian and the others to the altar. This location housed only 2 altars, as they were designated for the cataclysmic level. As they initiated the teleportation, the mentors offered no further advice to Su Xingqian and the others, merely wishing them a safe return. After all, they had not ventured into the cataclysmic level dungeon themselves. What could they possibly advise? Name, Multiversal World Level. Cataclysmic Level Conditions, Level 49 and below. Age 20 and under, no items from outside members allowed. Time, unknown rating. 100 points team formation, allowed death probability. 9,999 boom, boom, boom. Crimson light shot skyward, accompanied by a series of muffled roars. This spectacle left countless students in a state of astonishment, for this blood-red radiance signified the teleportation light of the cataclysmic level dungeon. It was evident that someone was about to enter the cataclysmic level dungeon. They're heading to the cataclysmic level dungeon. How audacious. Do you not recognize them? The boy is Su Xingqian, and the first campus flower is Ji Qingluo. They recently returned alive from a cataclysmic level dungeon. I believe Su Xingqian is from Jiangxing No. 9 High School. A D-grade sword hero. To be frank, I lack such courage. Choosing the cataclysmic level again seems like an addiction, though the cataclysmic level is fearsome. It also offers opportunities and fortunes. A wave of shock and excitement swept through the crowd, as few anticipated that Su Xingqian and his companions would embark on this perilous journey, especially considering the terrifying mortality rate. Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, the crimson teleportation light surged upward before vanishing, leaving the sky in tranquil silence, as if nothing had transpired. At the teleportation altar, Su Xingqian and his companions, too, vanished along with the teleportation light. Yao Yao, do you think they will return safely? Murong Qingwu gazed at the fading light, her eyes filled with concern. Ji Qingluo is indeed my student. An S-rank Linglong. She has previously ventured into the catastrophe-level dungeons and returned unscathed. However, it must be noted that her success was largely attributed to luck. Now, they are embarking on another catastrophe-level dungeon, which, at this 30th tier, is undoubtedly far more terrifying than the novice levels. My greatest regret is that I have never had the opportunity to explore a catastrophe-level dungeon. Chu Mingyao did not respond to Murong Qingwu. Answer? How could one respond? Can I predict the future? You have already attained the rank of sovereign, and yet you still ponder dungeons? Murong Qingwu shot a glance at Chu Mingyao. Dungeons are merely for those who have not undergone reincarnation. Once one has transcended, dungeons cease to exist, replaced instead by far more formidable secret realms. Thus, it is indeed a regret. In a year's time, I too shall be heading to the battlefield, and I hope they grow stronger swiftly. Chu Mingyao reflected. For all practitioners, the ultimate destination is the battlefield. That battlefield, destruction, chaos, resembles a purgatory upon the earth, perhaps even more dreadful than hell itself, yet it is a necessity. For that place stands as the first line of defense for our homeland. I shall join you when the time comes, Murong Qingwu remarked. As formidable practitioners, we cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear, for behind us lie our homes and loved ones. By the way, this year marks the triennial National Practitioner Student Tournament. Does it not? There are only 3 months remaining. Alas, Su Xingqian and the others are too low in level. If only they could wait a year. They might have a chance to shine in the tournament. Chu Mingyao thought of the tournament, a competition among university students nationwide. While every university student is eligible to participate, it is inevitable that those ranked highest will be the prodigies, surpassing level 90, and even those who have undergone reincarnation. Whoosh, whoosh. As they were transported, there was no sign of spatial disruption, indicating that entry into the infinite realm would not result in random teleportation. Many dungeons involve random teleportation. Although one may begin the teleportation process together, the locations upon completion are often unpredictable, making it impossible to remain with companions. In the infinite realm, one can form a party, ensuring they remain united. At this moment, the 3 held hands, fearing not the multitude of uncertainties. Time ticked by second, as they remained oblivious to when it might conclude. The longer the teleportation lasted, the greater the distance, perhaps indicating that the dungeon would be more perilous and mysterious. Whoosh. After approximately 2 minutes, a rush of wind resonated in their ears. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before them, signaling the end of the teleportation. In an instant, the 3 felt a sensation of weightlessness as they plummeted rapidly downward. Chapter 42, The Rules of the Infinite Realm, a Land of Opportunity. Before them, a radiant light emerged, marking the conclusion of the teleportation. In that fleeting moment, they experienced a sensation of freefall, descending swiftly towards the ground. Whoosh! Just as they were about to fall, Su Xingqian's sword materialized, transforming into a streak of light. With 1 foot upon the sword, he grasped 1 person in each hand, stabilizing their descent. The teleportation has finally concluded. The duration was exceedingly lengthy. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi exhibited not a shred of panic. A hint of excitement could even be gleaned from their voices. Has your flying technique not yet reached the first tier? Su Xingqian inquired, casting a glance at Duanmu Ruashi. It has indeed, she replied. Since the last time Su Xingqian had assisted her in leveling up, she had dedicated herself to honing her flying skills. And just a few days prior, she successfully reached the first tier, enabling her to utilize flight. Of course, practitioners must learn to fly with objects before reincarnation. True flight through the air is unattainable unless one's flying skills reach the 5th tier or above. But just now Su Xingqian expressed his confusion. After teleportation, one should instinctively employ their flying technique to stabilize themselves in midair, assessing their situation before making further decisions. Yet Duanmu Ruashi showed no inclination to utilize her flying abilities. There's a senior brother present, Duanmu Ruashi pouted, playfully asserting. Her demeanor left Su Xingqian at a loss for words. And you? Su Xingqian redirected his attention to Ji Qingluo. Ji Qingluo echoed Duanmu Ruashi's sentiment. Isn't there an elder brother to rely on? This reasoning left Su Xingqian speechless. It was a valid point, yet he still felt it was inadequate. Whoosh! He soared on his sword to the summit of a mountain, landing atop the peak as they awaited the manifestation of the artifact spirit. Welcome to the Infinite Realm. I am the artifact spirit of the Infinite Realm. Current population, 802, 381. Total beasts, 201, 927, 365, 395, ordinary, 2, 0, 81, elite, 88, legendary. Trial duration, 100 days. Notice, those who exceed 100 days will be annihilated. Early departure conditions are as follows. 1. Hunt one beast. 2. Acquire a piece of golden equipment, mysterious grade. 3. Accumulate over 10,000,000 points of infinite value. 4. Enter the infinite holy city to obtain infinite inheritance. After waiting for approximately a minute, a melodious yet resounding voice echoed through the sky. The voice of the artifact spirit announcing the rules of the infinite realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the artifact spirit's voice faded, 3 beams of light materialized from the void, descending before Su Xingqian and his companions. The trio was enveloped in the luminous glow, which vanished in an instant, revealing a virtual information panel before them. Each received their own virtual information display. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Benefits, 0. Guaranteed drops, 0. Infinite value, 0. Inheritance, 0. Countdown, 99 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 11 seconds. Su Xingqian's information panel revealed that aside from his name and age, all other fields were marked as 0. A countdown had appeared as well. Senior brother, how challenging are the rules of this dungeon? Compared to the difficulty of your previous dungeon, is it more formidable or simpler? At this moment, Duanmu Ruashi spoke, addressing him as senior brother. Upon hearing this title, Su Xingqian was taken aback. Why had the form of address changed? Moreover, Duanmu Ruashi appeared to regard it as entirely natural. Senior brother is simply senior brother. Why the addition of brother? Ji Qingluo cast a wary glance at Duanmu Ruashi, uncertain of her intentions. For the time being, it seemed the corresponding levels were roughly on par. In this vast and complex world, there exist 800,000 practitioners, yet their respective levels and strengths remain shrouded in mystery. The number of monstrous beasts is staggering, amounting to 200 billion. However, the creatures that guarantee drops number only 2,000, and the welfare beasts a mere 88. Currently, the levels of ordinary beasts, as well as those of the guaranteed and welfare beasts, are unknown, but the circumstances suggest that their levels are likely formidable. If the levels of these beasts were low, this would not qualify as a catastrophe level instance. Were the welfare and guaranteed monsters to possess low levels, we would have long since been rendered irrelevant. Su Xingqian replied, indicating that the data appeared clear. Yet, everything remains uncertain. The duration of the trials is capped at 100 days. Exceeding this limit results in annihilation. One may exit early, but only under specific conditions, for in total, fulfilling any one of them permits an early departure. However, are these conditions truly easy to meet? It is evidently quite challenging, especially considering the catastrophe level. Brother, there are annotations, Ji Qingluo interjected. Ordinary beasts range from level 1 to level 6, guaranteed beasts are level 7, and welfare beasts are level 8. Upon hearing her words, Su Xingqian glanced at the bottom of the information panel, and indeed, there were annotations. Ordinary beasts are level 16, guaranteed beasts are level 7, and welfare beasts are level 8. How are we supposed to deal with this? Duanmu Ruashi's expression turned grim. Such high-level beasts, how can we defeat them? Level 1, approximately 1,000 combat power. Level 2, around 5,000. Level 3, approximately 10,000. Level 4, about 50,000. Level 5, roughly 100,000. Level 6, around 500,000. Level 7, about 1,000,000. Level 8, approximately 5,000,000. And here she was, with only a few thousand combat power. How could she possibly contend? Even with her ultimate abilities, she could only take on level 3 and level 4 beasts, and the pace of her hunts was painfully slow. Levels 5 and 6 were beyond her reach, and encountering a level 7 guaranteed beast would leave her without a chance to escape. Upon reflection, it seemed straightforward. After reading the annotations, a smirk appeared on Su Xingqian's lips. For others, this world of myriad phenomena might spell certain doom, yet for her and Ji Qingluo, it bore little difference from an ordinary dungeon. After all, both she and Qingluo possessed the ability to summon. Is it really that simple, senior brother? Duanmu Ruashi's eyes sparkled at Su Xingqian's assertion. If the senior brother deemed it simple, then it must be so. He surely had a way to accomplish this catastrophe-level task. Suddenly, she recalled that her senior brother possessed a formidable dragon. Indeed, it was simple. For us, this is a veritable bonanza. Though it depends on luck whether we encounter the guaranteed beasts. Ji Qingluo nodded in agreement with Su Xingqian's sentiment. Indeed, it all hinges on fortune. Qingluo, would it still be simple if you were alone in this instance? Duanmu Ruashi glanced at Ji Qingluo, Her lips pursed. The two girls harbored a subtle rivalry, yet outwardly it was imperceptible. Simple, Ji Qingluo chuckled. Little girl, you aspire to compete for my brother's affection. Did you think I was unaware? It would indeed be a marvel if I allowed you to succeed. Duanmu Ruashi scoffed, clearly skeptical. Despite Ji Qingluo being in her 40s, she wasn't her senior brother. To claim it was simple under such circumstances was surely a jest. We shall see. Summon. Ji Qingluo shot a glance at Duanmu Ruashi. It appeared that without demonstrating some strength, she could not quell her. With that, she initiated her summoning, and a massive azure bird materialized in the air, its wings spanning several dozen meters. The pressure emanating from this bird sent tremors through the hearts of onlookers. You can summon such a terrifying azure bird. Duanmu Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically before she quickly regained her composure. She had not anticipated Ji Qingluo could summon such a formidable creature. A descendant of the Phoenix clan, its power was truly terrifying. In that moment, Duanmu Ruashi felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Suddenly enlightened, she comprehended why Ji Qingluo had said it was simple. She could summon such a powerful azure bird. Chapter 43, Level 50, clad in Xiantier golden mythology. Combat power exceeding 1 million. Do you now believe? Ji Qingluo's face beamed with pride. Her smug demeanor only fueled Duanmu Ruashi's irritation, leaving her helpless. At that moment, she could only turn her gaze pitifully towards Su Xingqian, who was already aware of the tension between his sister and the little troublemaker. As the day was still young, Su Xingqian decided to take a brief tour to hone their skills. The scarcity of welfare and guaranteed beasts made their discovery challenging, reliant on luck. So they could not afford to be idle. Let us go, Su Xingqian urged, shifting his focus to the task at hand. He glanced at the sky before taking off on his sword, leaving Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi to exchange glances before hastily following suit. Senior brother, wait for me. Duanmu Ruashi called out, her feet poised upon a long arrow of Xian gold, a construct of condensed power rather than a physical entity. As true arrows were difficult to manifest without a bow, her flight technique, being only at level 1, could not hope to match Su Xingqian's speed, nor even Ji Qingluo's. Su Xingqian said nothing and merely slowed his pace, allowing her to catch up. Logically, he could have carried her along, yet that would hinder her training in flight. With midday already upon them, darkness would soon fall. Their objective today was modest, to familiarize themselves with the world of myriad phenomena. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, they encountered a nest of beasts, specifically level 4 and level 5 monsters. Look at all these monsters, Ji Qingluo exclaimed. It's quite normal for there to be beasts, but all of them are level 4 and 5. Ruashi, what is your combat power? Su Xingqian inquired. Senior brother, I have 7,000 combat power, Duanmu Ruashi replied. Very well. You shall accompany Qingluo to hunt level 4 beasts, while I will operate separately. We can use team mode, Su Xingqian instructed. The 4th and 5th tier demon beasts were mere trifles for him, easily dispatched with a mere wave of his hand. Even Ji Qingluo could effortlessly eliminate a 4th tier demon beast. While 5th tier beasts posed little challenge as well, summoning the azure bird would obliterate everything in its path. However, this was not the case for Duanmu Ruashi. She was hindered by inferior equipment, a lower level, and a lack of skills, barely managing to contend with 4th tier beasts, which served only as practice for her abilities. Duanmu Ruashi nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Ji Qingluo summoned the azure bird, and the two ascended onto its back, soaring toward the direction of the demon beasts. Fortuitously, Ji Qingluo, being delicate and not particularly skilled in combat, found greater safety perched atop the azure bird. Meanwhile, Duanmu Ruashi, as an archer specializing in ranged attacks, greatly benefited from this advantageous position. Thus, they found themselves together in this endeavor. With a thunderous roar, Su Xingqian summoned a dragon. Its roar echoed through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. He chose not to ride the dragon, feeling it would be cumbersome. In an instant, the battle commenced. Experience points surged. 10, 000, 50, 000, 50, 000, 10, 000. Gold coins accumulated. 100, 000, 500, 000. Attributes increased by 10 and 10. Su Xingqian's experience, gold, and attributes continued to rise. While the daunting requirement of 10 million experience points for his next level loomed ahead, the demon beasts he encountered were all 4th and 5th tier, each yielding between 10, 000 and 50, 000 experience points. As time passed, moment by moment, the notification buzzed. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 50. Base combat power x 110. At long last, he achieved level 50. The moment he had eagerly anticipated for reaching this milestone allowed him to don profound great equipment. With a swift motion, he soared upward on his sword. Landing upon the dragon's back, he paused the battle to equip his new gear. Name, Swordmaster's Cloak. Grade, Profound. Attributes, Golden. Combat power, 100, 000. Required level, 50. Attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 200. Attribute 2. Enhances defense by 200. Attribute 3. Grants invisibility while stationary. Effect ceases during combat. with a smile gracing his face. He admired his new equipment once more. Profound grade. This was indeed a profound grade item of Golden Myth, directly augmenting his combat power by 100,000. The three attributes it possessed were utterly extraordinary, and the gear he had longed for was finally within his grasp. Name: Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss. Grade: Profound. Attributes: Golden. Combat power: 200,000. Required level: 50. Attribute 1. Increases sword damage by 300. Attribute 2. Permanently amplifies overall combat power by 200. Attribute 3. Contains the essence of the Crimson Abyss sword intent, capable of unleashing the Crimson Abyss sword array with a 20 chance. Equipping this weapon, he replaced the previous True Martial Radiance, which had a combat power of 2,000, with the Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss, boasting an astonishing 200,000. His combat power surged to a staggering 792,000. Incredible. His total combat power had now skyrocketed to 1,411,558 points, surpassing the million mark. Alongside this remarkable increase in combat power, the attributes from his gear were equally astounding, particularly those of the Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss, with each attribute surpassing even that of his combat power ring. Name: Suxingchen. Age: 18. Talent: D grade. Profession: Swordmaster, minor accomplishment. Level: 50,001. Bond: None. Wealth: 163. 808, 200. Combat power: 1, 411, 558. Base combat power: 20, 991. Attributes: 781, 050. Active skills: Sword Control Technique, 4th tier, 000. Azure Lotus Sword Song, 4th tier, 000. 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin, 4th tier, 000. Sword Path at the Abyss, Divine 2, 000. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Chi, 4th tier, 000. Equipped combat power: Special Ring Combat Power, Sword Path at the Abyss. Swordmaster S Cloak, X Combat Power Ring 200X, Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss, 200 total combat power. Now, Suxingchen's combat power was no longer limited to the 200 from the combat power ring or the 200 from the Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss. On the surface, it had increased by a mere point, but in reality, it had surged by 4 points, shutting down the virtual interface. A smile of excitement illuminated his face as he stood upon the dragon's back, gripping the Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss. A faint, ethereal cloak appeared around him, reminiscent of the legendary sword masters of lore. "Brother, you've changed your weapon," Ji Qingluo exclaimed from a distance. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed Suxingchen halting his combat. Soon, she beheld the transformation of his weapon. While the former true martial radiance appeared somewhat flashy, it paled in comparison to the one he now wielded. Moreover, a subtle cloak of light enveloped him, not a physical entity, rendering him a true embodiment of a mythical swordmaster. "Indeed, profound grade, Golden Myth," Suxingchen replied. "I obtained it from a treasure chest last time, but I hadn't even mentioned it to Ji Qingluo." "Profound grade Golden Myth. Brother, what is the combat power of your weapon?" Duanmu Ruashi inquired, astonished. "Profound grade. Even ordinary equipment of this grade boasts high combat power," she mused, marveling at the fact that her senior brother possessed such a remarkable item. "What, then, is the combat power of the Golden Myth profound grade equipment?" 200,000 combat power. Suxingchen responded. 200,000. What a staggering figure. Duanmu Ruashi gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief, her adorable expression prompting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks playfully. "In reality, it grants an additional 400,000 combat power," Suxingchen added with a smile. "The truly astonishing aspect lies in the Chiming Emperor of the Crimson Abyss's second attribute, which permanently enhances overall combat power by 200. "What? An enhancement of 200? Brother, let me see," Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed, her expression shifting from shock to awe, her stunning visage reflecting a myriad of emotions as she regained her composure, unable to restrain her desire to behold Suxingchen's Golden Myth. "Here, take a look," Suxingchen nodded, promptly adjusting the settings to grant her viewing permissions so that she could inspect the attributes of his equipment. If permissions were not granted, no one could see his gear. "Wow, this is incredible," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Due to Suxingchen's invitation to inspect his equipment, it was evident that he bore no suspicion of her, which undoubtedly filled her with exhilaration and joy. Amid her elation, curiosity arose within her. What kind of equipment did her senior possess? What was his battle power? Upon catching a glimpse of Suxingchen's gear, she gasped in astonishment. Aside from 2 red items, the rest were all golden. This exceeded her wildest imagination. It was no wonder her senior was so formidable. His equipment was extraordinary. Moreover, every piece had been acquired through his own endeavors. As she examined the weapon's attributes and inscriptions, she found herself utterly dumbfounded. The inscriptions were incredibly powerful. A cursory glance revealed that her senior's battle power likely reached around 6 to 700,000. Once they emerged from this dungeon, her level and battle power would also see a significant enhancement. Su Xingqian glanced at Duanmu Ruashi and announced, "This dungeon is immensely rewarding for him. It is a veritable paradise. However, it is contingent upon luck. If fortune favors us, we might encounter guaranteed drop monsters and beneficial creatures. If luck is lacking, even if we do come across them, we may not receive valuable equipment." Now that their strength was adequate, it was time to leave everything to fate. Duanmu Ruashi nodded, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Her senior was remarkably powerful. 99% of professionals would never acquire even a single golden item in their lifetime, let alone a red one. Yet, here he was, having awakened only recently and already nearing a complete set of golden gear. She finally comprehended that those rated A and S were merely trivial in comparison to her senior, akin to fools. Observing Duanmu Ruashi's reaction, Su Xingqian spoke up before commencing the battle. With a swift motion, the Crimson Emperor unleashed a devastating aura of the Crimson Sword, its blade radiating and its energy ravaging the space around them. Simultaneously, the Crimson Sword array materialized, a grand formation spanning 500 meters in length and width. Within this array, annihilation reigned supreme. This sword array was perhaps even more terrifying than the famed 10,000 swords returned to origin. The sword array. The sword array. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi were transfixed, watching Su Xingqian closely, eager to witness its power. Upon seeing the sword array, they both gasped in awe. In this realm, the Azure Bird and Dragon dominated all. The sword array and its fierce radiance wreaked havoc as monstrous beasts fell one after another, scarcely given a chance to react before being reduced to blood mist. Experience points surged, and gold flowed in abundance. Duanmu Ruashi, being the lowest level among them, experienced the fastest rate of advancement. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 36. Base battle power x 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 37. Base battle power x 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 48. Base battle power x 110. As the sky gradually darkened, the trio ceased their combat. That will suffice for today, Su Xingqian declared. With that, he took flight upon his sword, soaring into the distance. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mouth of a gorge, towering 1,000 feet high. Approximately 100 meters above ground level lay a cave, the dwelling of a flying monster that Su Xingqian had already vanquished that afternoon. Within the gorge flowed a small stream, culminating in a waterfall. Today had been fruitful. Duanmu Ruashi was particularly delighted as she had reached level 48. Additionally, she had acquired 2 pieces of Xingye orange gear and 1 piece of Xingye red gear. Such items were of the Xingye tier. Even Xingye white equipment boasted a battle power of 10,000 points, let alone orange and red gear. You will only be able to equip them tomorrow, Ji Qingluo remarked, noting that Xingye gear required level 50 for use, and Duanmu Ruashi was only at level 48. Given their current rate of hunting beasts, she could easily reach level 50 by the next day. Please tidy up a bit. I will gather some firewood and perhaps a wild rabbit, Su Xingqian said, surveying the cave. It measured around 30 square meters. Ample enough for the 3 of them without feeling cramped. Tidying up was something the girls excelled at, as they appreciated cleanliness and were meticulous, ensuring that the cave would soon resemble a well-kept boudoir, while Su Xingqian, on the other hand, was unlikely to assist. The little troublemaker nodded affirmatively and began to tidy up. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Xingqian departed on his sword, venturing into the dungeon where powerful beasts roamed, alongside ordinary wildlife that were superior to those found outside, having grown in an environment saturated with spiritual energy. Not long after, he returned with a small wild boar and a plump rabbit. He then located a massive dead tree, hoisting it along with the boar and rabbit as he made his way back to the cave. Upon returning, he prepared the boar and rabbit by the stream. After arranging the firewood, he noticed that Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo were nowhere to be found, which made him frown. Consequently, he retrieved clean clothing and toiletries from his system space and headed toward the depths of the gorge, where the stream originated. Bathing in the pool beneath the waterfall would be an unparalleled comfort. Hee, giggling. Due to the loud noise of the waterfall, Su Xingqian did not hear the distant laughter. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, he was met with the sight of 2 stunning figures within the water. They were snow white, exquisite, and flawless, leaving him utterly mesmerized. The visual impact sent shivers through his very soul. As the 2 frolicked, the alluring scene was simply irresistible. Soon, their laughter ceased abruptly, for they had noticed Su Xingqian standing at the water's edge. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi, closer to the waterfall, had not initially detected his presence due to the noise. Upon realizing he was there, they were taken aback. Recovering from their shock, they gasped and quickly crouched, revealing only their heads above the surface, their hearts flooded with shyness and anxiety. In that moment, they wished to find a crevice to hide in, never having anticipated such a scenario. It wasn't intentional. The noise was too loud. I just arrived as well. Please, continue, Su Xingqian stammered, feeling awkward as he quickly turned away, struggling to regain his composure. Reluctant to divert her gaze, the two figures submerged in the crystalline waters of the pond appeared all the more alluring, their silhouettes tantalizingly elusive. After a moment's hesitation, they stepped away from the water's edge, a wave of embarrassment washing over them. How mortifying! Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi felt their cheeks flush crimson. Once they confirmed that Su Xingqian had departed, they hastily applied soap and commenced their washing. Before long, they emerged, dried off, and donned fresh garments. Senior brother, you are such a rogue, Duanmu Ruashi teased as they made their way toward the cave, approximately 200 meters from the pond. Upon spotting Su Xingqian, she softly addressed him, her lovely face aflame with a deep blush, as if blood could drip from it. Brother, how long have you been watching? Ji Qingluo inquired, her heart racing. Surely he hadn't been observing for too long. I didn't see anything, Su Xingqian replied awkwardly, choosing to ignore their flustered expressions as he grabbed his clothes and toiletries, heading toward the pond. With the darkness encroaching, he intended to wash up before preparing a meal. Aware that the current atmosphere was laden with discomfort, they needed a moment to regain their composure. However, he couldn't help but admire the splendid figures of the two young ladies. They were simply breathtaking. Chapter 45. The enormous spaceship in the distant starry sky. The dark-robed priest and the holy master. After bathing and changing into clean attire, he took the opportunity to wash his soiled garments as well. Upon his return, the night had fully descended, enveloping everything in darkness, devoid of moonlight. Yet, within the cave nestled in the gorge, a bright bulb illuminated the space. Powered by a portable source, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi had already kindled a fire and were preparing for a barbecue. Duanmu Ruashi possessed spatial treasures, and Ji Qingluo had a ring of vast dimensions. Both had come prepared for their adventure, stocked with an abundance of provisions, now ready for use. Senior brother, Duanmu Ruashi called out softly upon seeing Su Xingqian return, her demeanor still tinged with shyness. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a girl to be seen bathing by a boy, especially when unsure of how long he had been watching. However, reflecting on it, she realized they had been frolicking and the sound of the waterfall had drowned out their voices. Yet, her eyes hadn't failed her. Su Xingqian had indeed come closer before realizing their presence. I'll take care of it, Su Xingqian said with a smile as he accepted the plump rabbit and wild boar from their hands, placing them over the flames to roast, turning them slowly. Yet, his thoughts incessantly wandered back to the figures of the two young ladies. Moments later, the air was filled with a rich aroma as the small wild boar and large rabbit turned a golden hue, appearing utterly delectable. At that moment, Ji Qingluo retrieved some juice from her spatial ring, while Duanmu Ruashi produced various other items. The scene was reminiscent of a delightful picnic, utterly devoid of the grim atmosphere one would expect from a catastrophe-level dungeon trial. How fragrant! I can hardly wait, Ji Qingluo exclaimed, eyeing the golden brown rabbit and wild boar. Swallowing hard in anticipation. Almost ready, Su Xingqian assured her. In a realm far beyond, shrouded in the blackness of dark matter, a colossal spaceship, reminiscent of a vast planetary world, sped through the void. Inside, silence reigned supreme. Master, we are approximately 3.5 years away from the galactic world, intoned a dark-robed priest, bowing before a bronze coffin in the heart of the ship, his demeanor imbued with profound reverence. After completing his homage, he reported, ordinary travel is unbearably slow. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the attention of those ancient ones, I wouldn't have to plot for 1,000,000 years. Once I acquire that supreme treasure and attain true divinity, let those old ones see what I am capable of. 1,000,000 years. I have expended 1,000,000 years of my life. A voice, ancient and indistinguishable in gender, emanated from the coffin. Master, should we avoid the higher realms of the galactic world? The dark-robed priest inquired, maintaining his bow, exuding utmost deference. Until the outcome is determined, I shall not enter the galactic world. A mere avatar will suffice, the timeless voice responded. Understood, the dark-robed priest affirmed with a nod. The master requires 3 years of slumber. We must ensure the seal of the starry spaceship is intact, lest those ancient ones take notice. With that, silence enveloped the spaceship's core once more, the massive vessel gliding through the dark matter like a silent particle, heading towards an undisclosed destination. Satisfied and sated, the two stunning young women playfully patted their full bellies. The large rabbit and small wild boar had been entirely consumed, alongside an ample supply of juice and drinks. As night fell at 9 o'clock, they prepared to rest, intending to rise early and resume their tasks with renewed vigor. Su Xingqian stood, washed at the stream, then soared back to the cave on his sword. Within, he found either Ji Qingluo or Duanmu Ruashi had already prepared a bed for him. Due to the cave's limited space, their beds were closely nestled together, and the area had been tidied up, exuding a faint fragrance. Reclining on the bed, he blinked as a virtual screen unfurled before him. Gold, 193, 808, 200. He had earned 30 million gold coins that afternoon. Attributes, 894, 520, with a gain of 120. 000 attributes. Universal value, 289, 803 points. It appeared quite promising. He had just reached level 52. In addition, he had acquired 9 pieces of white grade gear. 4 pieces of blue grade, 2 pieces of orange grade, and 2 pieces of red grade. Senior brother, do you plan to participate in the Battle of the Chosen? Manhwaedit inquired from the other side of the bed, her figure elegantly poised, her smooth, pale skin exposed to the air, her toes adorably reminiscent of silkworms. Glistening and enticing. There's still some time, but I will definitely participate, Su Xingqian responded without a hint of hesitation. The Battle of the Chosen was a competition for university students, held every 3 years on a national scale. Typically, participants were 3rd and 4th year students, as they possessed higher levels, greater combat prowess, and stronger skills, qualifying them to vie for a place on the esteemed leaderboard. There are also 1st and 2nd year students participating, but it is quite challenging to achieve commendable results. In her heart, Ji Qingyan thought, 3 months later, we shall meet again, and we will undoubtedly face off. 3 months' time. According to the growth speed of her senior brother, reaching level 80 should not be arduous. Manhwaedit remarked, and she was indeed correct. This dungeon typically yields levels in the 60s and 70s. Within 3 months, Su Xingqian could easily progress to level 80 by entering another dungeon. As time progresses, leveling becomes increasingly difficult. Let us strive harder. Su Xingqian deactivated the virtual screen, lay down, covered himself with a blanket, and prepared for slumber. Not far away, Ji Qingluo glanced at Su Xingqian but chose not to speak. She understood that her brother and sister would inevitably confront each other, though her brother remained silent. She knew he was deeply affected by their separation. During the Heavenly Pride battle, she most dreaded witnessing the conflict between her brother and sister. However, with her sister on one side and her brother on the other, what could she say? For the next dungeon, I must venture there alone. I need to grow rapidly and then triumph over my sister to prevent her from facing my brother. If one day it comes down to choosing between her sister and brother, I will assist. In the boundless world. The next day, early morning, the 3 of them awoke early. The vigor of youth is indeed a blessing. Upon waking, they were radiant and brimming with vitality. While others in the dungeon wore frowns, these 3 were cheerful, filled with anticipation and excitement, devoid of any worry. Good morning, senior brother. Brother, good morning. Good morning, rise and shine. They greeted one another and simultaneously began tidying their sleeping quarters, storing them away in their spatial compartments. Then, they made their way to the stream to freshen up, consuming a light meal of dry rations. Today's objective, Ruashi at level 52, striving to break the 1 million mark in universal points. Su Xingqian set forth a goal, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, it is essential to establish a target, as having a direction is crucial. Who knows, it might just be achieved. As for the guaranteed drop monsters and welfare beasts, those depend on luck. Let us give it our all. Manhwaedit and Ji Qingluo cheered, raising their small fists. With a whoosh, they soared from the cave, heading towards the site of yesterday's battle. Chapter 46, Level 53, Encountering a 7th Grade Beast. Experience, 10,000. Experience, 100,000. Gold, 100,000. Attributes, 10. Yesterday was merely about adapting to the environment, but today they were on the right track. Both Ji Qingluo and Manhwaedit showcased their strengths, with Su Xingqian as the primary force. Sword techniques, Azure Lotus Sword Song, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, Scarlet Inferno Sword Array, executed in succession. Besides the 3 of them, there were also the True Dragon and the Azure Bird. In an instant, the beasts fell in droves. Experience and gold surged rapidly. The only regret for Su Xingqian was the attribute points. Whether facing 1st or 5th grade beasts, each slain beast only yielded a fixed increase of 10 attribute points. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 49. Base combat power x 110. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 49. Base combat power x 110. An hour later, Manhwaedit reached level 50, which meant she could now equip mystical grade gear. Once she donned such equipment, her combat prowess would significantly increase. You should wear these bracelets and necklace, Su Xingqian said to Manhwaedit upon witnessing her upgrade. In his backpack lay 2 pieces of equipment, an orange bracelet and a red necklace. The bracelet offered 30,000 combat power, while the necklace provided 50,000. He could have utilized these items himself, yet he chose to give them to her, understanding their importance given her current low combat power. I can handle 5th and 6th grade beasts without difficulty, he assured her. Were these golden mythic items, he might not have shared. As for the red ones, they were inconsequential. The essential point was that the 3 formed a team, a small collective, where the strength of one benefited all. I now possess 230,000 combat power. Manhwaedit exclaimed joyfully. 230,000 combat power. Just yesterday, when I first arrived in this boundless world, my power was merely over 7,000. And now, I have soared to 230,000. How could I not be thrilled? Let us continue. Su Xingqian nodded. The battles persisted without pause, experience skyrocketing and gold inflating. Although attribute points increased modestly, they accumulated steadily. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 53. Base combat power x 110. Around noon, a golden glow enveloped Su Xingqian, signaling his level up to 53. Roar. Roar. At that very moment, a series of roars echoed from afar, the sound of beasts. Judging by the noise, it must be a beast exceeding the 6th grade. Could it be? A guaranteed drop monster. Ding. Alert. 7th grade beast detected. 6,989 meters to the left front. Just as Su Xingqian pondered this, the system's alert rang out. A guaranteed drop monster. Be cautious, he advised. In truth, Duanmu Ruashi and Jiqing Luo had already suspected it. Yet were hesitant to affirm it. Wonderful. We finally encountered a guaranteed drop monster. Blood battle, brother. Please be careful. Brother, let us tackle this together. They exclaimed, with one cautioning Su Xingqian and the other eager to assist him against the guaranteed drop monster. For now, only Jiqing Luo could be of assistance, as her combat power surpassed Duanmu Ruashi's, primarily due to the Azure Bird. No need. Just watch. Su Xingqian shook his head. A 7th grade beast was merely 1,000,000 combat power. His own strength exceeded that of the 7th grade beast, and with a grand move, he could eliminate it in an instant. All right, Jiqing Luo nodded, swiftly taking her place atop the Azure Bird, with Duanmu Ruashi following suit. Though the two did not assist Su Xingqian, they were acutely aware that they must not hinder his progress, ensuring he remained unburdened during battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Xingqian stood atop the true dragon, heading towards the direction of the looming explosion of a formidable creature. Soon, he encountered a monstrous beast, towering like a mountain, exuding an aura of annihilation. What a terrifying 7th-tier beast. It was vastly more powerful than its 6th-tier counterpart. Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi, riding the Azure Bird, trailed closely behind Su Xingqian, their hearts filled with awe as they beheld the 7th-tier beast. Sword control. Standing upon the back of the true dragon, Su Xingqian unleashed his swordsmanship. Instantly, before him appeared the Crimson Ming Emperor, the true martial radiance, the exotic fire of Qingxuang, along with 3 ethereal white swords of the Xian tier. 6 long swords surged forth towards the 7th-tier beast. Whoosh, whoosh, hiss, hiss, roar. He refrained from employing the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Nor did he invoke the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, let alone the Sword Dao Abyss. Instead, he engaged in combat with the 7th-tier beast using his sword control technique from a distance, both to hone his skills and to assess his advantage in equal battle circumstances. However, he underestimated his own prowess, for his attributes were extraordinarily formidable, with his swordsmanship's total damage reaching an astonishing 500. Even the most ordinary use of sword control was akin to unleashing a devastating attack. In an instant, the skies were filled with a tempest of blood mist, and the wounds upon the 7th-tier beast multiplied incessantly. Hiss, hiss. Su Xingqian circled the 7th-tier beast, relentlessly assaulting it, while the creature could only passively endure the assault, unable to even graze the hem of Su Xingqian's attire. At that moment, Su Xingqian executed a one-sided domination. Senior brother is too powerful, Duanmu Ruashi marveled, realizing just how formidable Su Xingqian truly was. Given the circumstances, it seemed he could slay the 7th-tier beast with a single strike. Though our professions differ, Jiqing Luo remarked, we all understand that every profession possesses 4 skills. Yet, what Su Xingqian is employing now are not even considered offensive skills, but rather auxiliary ones. Even so, they suffice to deal with a 7th-tier beast. Qing Luo, do you think you could kill a 7th-tier beast? Duanmu Ruashi inquired curiously, noting that she was only a level above Qing Luo. Both were S-tier, but how much of a gap existed between them? Yes, but not as effortlessly as brother. Jiqing Luo nodded. It's possible to slay them. Generally speaking, as long as the power gap between a profession and a beast is within 5 times, one could potentially defeat the beast. This means that a combat power of 100,000 could take down a beast with 500,000 combat power. It primarily relies on skills to gradually whittle away the beast's strength. Of course, there exists a significant risk of being killed by the beast. One could say that a single heavy blow from the beast would be fatal. Thus, it is imperative to avoid being struck by the beast, particularly its heavy attacks. You are Linglong. Can you really kill a 7th-tier beast? Duanmu Ruashi expressed her disbelief, knowing Jiqing Luo was not a damage-dealing class, but rather a support one. What is wrong with being Linglong? She is not incapable of combat, Jiqing Luo retorted, rolling her eyes at Duanmu Ruashi, utterly exasperated. Boom. Just as the two conversed, the earth erupted with a muffled sound, raising a cloud of dust. Su Xingqian had slain the 7th-tier beast, which crashed to the ground. Congratulations on slaying the 7th-tier beast. Experience 2,000,000, 200. Gold 20,000,000. Attributes 10. Drops. Chapter 47. The Must-Drop Beast, Unveiling the Golden Myth. Congratulations on slaying the 7th-tier beast. Experience 2,000,000, 200. Gold 20, 000,000. Attributes 10. Drops, Qing Xian, Xian, Gold 1. At the moment the 7th tier beast fell, notification sounds echoed, granting experience, gold, and attributes. More importantly, a piece of golden equipment had dropped. It's a gold drop. At the sight of the fallen beast, 2 red and 1 golden beams of light emerged, their radiance vibrant and captivating, unmistakably signifying the presence of exceptional equipment. Simultaneously, Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi received notification sounds. Hee, yet another piece of equipment has come in, Duanmu Ruashi cheered, clearly delighted despite the redundancy of the drop. Even if the equipment was not usable for her, given its status as a Xian tier red item, countless would covet it. What is it? Jiqing Luo inquired. Headgear. Duanmu Ruashi replied. Yesterday, I obtained a piece of red headgear, and now there's another. It's a duplicate. Give it to me, Jiqing Luo stated, as she was in need of red headgear. All right, Duanmu Ruashi nodded without hesitation, opening her virtual panel to trade the red item to Jiqing Luo. Must-drop beasts have a high likelihood of yielding gold. Welfare beasts might drop imperial gear, Su Xingqian remarked, choosing not to inspect the equipment at the moment. His current combat power sufficed, and he decided to examine and equip the items later in the evening when he could rest. Imperial gear. Imperial gear. Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi gasped in astonishment, momentarily stunned. The concept of imperial gear seemed far beyond their reach. Perhaps, Su Xingqian replied uncertainly. As it was merely his speculation. Let us hope we encounter another must-drop beast today, Duanmu Ruashi nodded, her anticipation evident. Yet, she understood that the probability of encountering such beasts was exceedingly low. After all, there were only over 2,000 must-drop beasts in the entire myriad world. They were unaware of the initial number, but upon entering, they knew there were 2,081 must-drop beasts. Nearly a day had passed since they first hunted a must-drop beast, and no one else had managed to find one, as the count had not diminished. Hiss, hiss. The battle resumed, a one-sided massacre ensued, with experience and gold surging exponentially. Time slipped away, minute by minute. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had already fallen. I'm so tired, Duanmu Ruashi sighed, stretching her limbs. After a full day of combat, interrupted only by a brief half-hour for lunch, they had fought relentlessly. Although fatigued, the rewards were plentiful. By day's end, she successfully reached level 52, drawing near to level 53. In addition, I acquired a crimson attire, along with several blue and white garments. I've just reached level 54, Jiqing Luo chuckled. Although Duanmu Ruashi started her journey later, the trio gained experience equally, and the two were separated by merely 30 million experience points, resulting in negligible differences in their subsequent levels. Eventually, their levels would converge, differing only slightly in experience. Today has been exhausting. Let us retire early, Su Xingqian suggested. He had achieved level 55, 7218, and anticipated reaching level 57 by the next day. Progressing further would become increasingly arduous, as the experience required escalated significantly. The two women nodded in agreement, exchanged pleasantries with Su Xingqian, and headed to the pond for a bath, keen to avoid a repeat of the previous evening's incident. They returned to the cave after approximately half an hour, freshly attired. It was now Su Xingqian's turn to head towards the pond. For men, lingering in the bath beyond 5 minutes was deemed a waste of time. Soon, he returned to the cave, where the bedding had already been laid out from their previous stay, thus requiring no cleanup. Brother, this is for you. They gathered around a simple table laden with bread, snacks, juices, and beverages. The battles today have been taxing. Let us just nibble on something. Su Xingqian nodded, accepting the fruit offered by Jiqing Luo. By the way, brother, I have 2 billion to transfer to you, Jiqing Luo stated, her hands never halting. The abundance of gold coins held little value for her, as she had previously given Su Xingqian the coins from selling equipment. Senior brother, I also have 400 million. Duanmu Ruashi remarked, casting a glance at Jiqing Luo, and then at Su Xingqian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Since getting to know him, she had sensed his financial struggles. Yet she could not fathom why he needed so much gold, given that practitioners typically had ample coins unless indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Their first encounter had involved him facilitating her upgrade with 10 million coins. Noticing Duanmu Ruashi's intention to transfer funds, Su Xingqian was momentarily taken aback. His mind clouded with confusion. What does this mean? Senior brother, do you consider me an outsider? You accepted Qing Luo's gold without hesitation. Yet you regard mine with such reluctance, clearly treating us differently. Duanmu Ruashi lamented, her feelings of distress evident upon witnessing Su Xingqian's expression. Subsequently, tears glistened on her cheeks as she spoke softly. That's not the case, Su Xingqian replied, glancing between Duanmu Ruashi and Jiqing Luo, finally resigning to say, I accept the transaction. A total of 2 billion gold coins were transferred, and combined with his previous gold and today's earnings, he amassed a total of 9 billion, drawing ever closer to the coveted 1 billion mark. With that amount, he could activate the resurrection ring. Senior brother, what do you intend to do with so much gold? Duanmu Ruashi, now smiling through her tears, inquired with newfound curiosity, albeit cautiously. Aware of the personal nature of his response, "Let us just say it pertains to a hidden profession," he replied without hesitation. "It could also be interpreted as an enhancement." "I see. From now on, any gold we earn as a team will be yours," Duanmu Ruashi declared joyfully. "Me too," Ji Qingluo chimed in, equally enthusiastic. After tidying up, they prepared for bed. Su Xingqian found himself at a loss for words, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He opted to shift the conversation, noting that gold would soon become unnecessary, as the only remaining special ring left to activate was the resurrection ring. After finishing the drinks from their containers, he rose and made his way to the bedding. Leaning against it, he blinked, activating the virtual screen to assess today's gains, most notably the golden mythic item dropped by the mandatory boss. Chapter 48, Golden Mythic Qinxian. Encountering the mandatory boss again, his standards had risen considerably. He was no longer interested in anything below golden equipment. To be candid, the disparity in combat power between human-grade and Shinji equipment was immense. Human-grade white, 100 combat power. Shinji white, 10,000 combat power. The difference was stark. Nevertheless, he would prefer to don human-grade gold rather than utilize Shinji red. Upon inspecting his backpack, he discovered numerous pieces of equipment. One item caught his attention. Name, Qinxian. Grade, Shinji. Rarity, gold. Combat power, 100,000. Required level, 50. Attribute 1, poison resistance 200. Attribute 2, damage 200. The golden mythic item of Shinji was vastly superior in both combat power and attributes compared to human-grade items. After examining it, he promptly equipped it. Replacing his previous sheer ring, his combat power surged to 398,000, with the sheer ring contributing a mere 500. Switching to the 100,000 combat power Qinxian resulted in a staggering increase of 99,500 combat power, amplified by the power rings of 200 and the Qiming Tiandi of 200, culminating in a total combat power of 398,000. Such a boost was nothing short of extraordinary. Now, Su Xingqian's overall combat power reached 1,869,558 points, nearing the 2 million mark. Should he don orange and red gear, his power would surpass 2 million. He mused. A complete set of golden mythic gear should yield around 3 million combat power. Closing the virtual screen, he shifted slightly and soon succumbed to slumber. Qingluo, good night. Good night. Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo exchanged their good nights before settling down to sleep. Unlike the previous night, when they would have chatted for a while before drifting off, their weariness from a day of battles left them devoid of the energy for merriment. In the myriad world, on the third day, at dawn, Ruashi and Qingluo rose. Su Xingqian awakened, dressed neatly, and gently nudged Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, marveling at the unique sleeping postures of the two. A most alluring sight. Sprawled in an alluring manner, nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. This was not within the confines of their abode, but rather in the wild. Witnessing this scene, he was rendered utterly speechless, pondering whether his feelings could be taken into account. After voicing his thoughts, Su Xingqian departed from the cave, wishing to spare his two sisters from further embarrassment. Once they had refreshed themselves, the two sisters finally emerged, clad in new attire. Duanmu Ruashi donned a JK uniform, complemented by white stockings and petite white shoes. Ji Qingluo wore a tank top adorned with a bow tie, paired with a short skirt, her legs elegantly rounded and slender. "Brother, senior brother," they greeted Su Xingqian, albeit with a hint of shyness, having just awakened to realize their predicament. Indeed, they had treated this place as their own boudoir. "Today, we must depart from here and venture further," Su Xingqian declared. Seated upon a massive stone beneath the cave, he produced some provisions, eating while conversing with his two sisters. Though the three were of the same age, in that moment, he appeared to be significantly older. He possessed the ability to leave ahead of them, as Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi had yet to meet the conditions for departure. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Welfare, 0. Must explode, 1. Myriad phenomena, 1016525. Inheritance, 0. Countdown, 98 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 9 seconds. Having spent nearly 2 days in the myriad phenomena world, the gains were indeed substantial. However, his ambitions extended far beyond this. "Very well, senior brother," Duanmu Ruashi replied obediently, settling down in front of Su Xingqian after their washing up. As the trio shared their meal, "Brother, what is our objective?" Ji Qingluo inquired. "This quest is exceedingly arduous for others, yet it is relatively simple for you, brother. Therefore, you must have a goal in mind. What is it? Primarily, it hinges upon luck. With favorable fortune, each of us could acquire a set of golden gear." Su Xingqian replied with a smile. Although this quest seemed straightforward for him, encountering the must-explode monsters and welfare beasts was entirely contingent upon luck. 20 minutes elapsed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The azure bird and the true dragon soared towards the horizon. The three of them rode upon the backs of the azure bird and the true dragon, opting not to wield their swords. for the speed of both creatures far surpassed even Su Xingqian's sword flight. Half an hour later, they arrived at the site of yesterday's battle. However, they did not halt, continuing their flight. Within an hour, propelled by the speed of the true dragon and the azure bird, they traversed thousands of miles. Along the way, they encountered packs of monstrous beasts, which they effortlessly obliterated, not allowing it to hinder their journey. Ding! Alert! Level 7 monster detected. 26,538 meters ahead. Ding! Alert! Level 7 monster detected. 36,472 meters to the left. The alert resonated in their minds. They had encountered a must-explode monster, and there were two of them. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Su Xingqian's face. A must-explode monster. They had finally come across one again. Brother. Senior brother. Upon witnessing Su Xingqian's sudden stop, the two sisters gazed at him curiously. A must-explode monster, Su Xingqian declared succinctly, raising two fingers. Two of them, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, expressed their delight upon seeing Su Xingqian's gesture. Level 7, formidable indeed. Yet, before Su Xingqian, they were mere trifles. In fact, they could likely handle them individually. Their excitement stemmed from the likelihood that must-explode monsters would yield excellent equipment. Qingluo, Ruashi, you each take on one. Avoid direct confrontation. Su Xingqian instructed, nodding in agreement. Although the two level 7 beasts were not situated together, they were relatively close. He would engage one while allowing Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi to hone their skills against the other. Otherwise, with his combat prowess, he could dispatch a level 7 with ease, even with mere basic attacks. All right. The two girls exclaimed in unison, bubbling with excitement. They understood that Su Xingqian was providing them an opportunity to practice. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite the distance of several miles, the towering level 7 beasts were visible from afar. Their terrifying pressure and aura palpable even from a distance. Upon sighting the level 7 monsters, the three divided their roles and flew towards their targets. As Su Xingqian approached within 500 meters of the level 7 beast, he unleashed the 10,000 swords return to origin technique. Instantly, a deluge of sword energy, radiance, and intent, infused with the terrifying Qi Ming sword intent, rushed towards the level 7 beast. Having practiced previously, he was aware of his own strength. And with his combat power having surged to 1.8 million, there was no need for prolonged engagement. He aimed for a single, decisive strike. The primary reason for his urgency was to eliminate this level 7 beast quickly, providing support for Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. Having faced a level 7 beast for the first time, he could not help but feel anxious. He did not wish to witness two exquisite maidens turned into corpses, or worse, consumed by the beasts. Boom. A single strike. The level 7 beast collapsed in an instant. One-hit kill. From a distance, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo, poised to strike, could not contain their astonishment upon witnessing Su Xingqian's effortless dispatch of the level 7 beast. They had known he was powerful, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The visual impact of a one-hit kill on a level 7 beast was striking. Congratulations on defeating the level 7 beast. Experience 2,000,000,200. Gold 20,000,000. Attributes 10. Dropped. Blaze Gold Region, Mystic, Gold 1. As the level 7 beast fell, the notification echoed in their minds. Su Xingqian had received 2 million experience points and 20 million gold. Yet, what thrilled him most was the drop, a chance for gold. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Xingqian turned his gaze towards the spot where the beast had fallen, his expression shifting in astonishment. Chapter 49, Level 7 Beast, Must Explode Monster, Guaranteed Gold. There, at the site of the beast's collapse, lay 2 golden glimmers and 1 crimson light. This indicated that they had indeed struck gold, 2 gold and 1 red drop. A double explosion. The Must Explode monster had not only yielded equipment, but had unexpectedly produced 2 gold and 1 red drop. It was a marvel that Su Xingqian could contain his surprise. Sizzle. Boom. Roar. In the distance, Duanmu Ruashi was momentarily taken aback before plunging into the fray. In an instant, arrows pierced the air, and green light darted through the battlefield. The two individuals perched upon the back of the azure bird circled around the 7th-tier beast, engaging it in combat. Swoosh. Su Xingqian steadied his emotions, seated atop the true dragon, and maneuvered closer to Ji Qingluo and her companions. Though he kept a safe distance from the 7th-tier creature, as he had no intention of joining the battle, his role was merely to observe and ensure their safety. Should they falter against the onslaught, he could swiftly come to their aid. The trio operated in a team mode, and within the range of his domain ring, he could extend benefits to them. Boom. 3 minutes passed, and the 7th-tier beast collapsed. This time, Su Xingqian did not acquire any equipment, only experience, gold, and an increase of 10 attributes. A golden glow and 3 blue lights flickered. Brother, how did it go? Ji Qingluo exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing the beast's defeat. Not bad. Su Xingqian nodded in response. Senior brother, what about me? Duanmu Ruashi chimed in, as if seeking a reward. Very well, Su Xingqian smiled. The fact that the two of them faced such a colossal 7th-tier beast without panic was already commendable. Their swift victory was indeed impressive. S rank. As expected of S rank. Senior brother, did that beast you killed drop 2 gold and 1 red item? Manhwaedit inquired, seemingly confirming something. Not only her, but Ji-Ching Luo also shared the same curiosity. Indeed, I received 1 golden item. Which of you obtained the other gold and red? Su Xingchen affirmed. I got the gold. I obtained the red. Manhwaedit and Ji-Ching Luo replied. It was then that they realized they were not imagining things. It had truly happened. A single beast had indeed dropped 2 gold and 1 red item. It seemed that fortune was on their side today, Su Xingchen remarked, flying forward atop the true dragon, occasionally unleashing waves of destructive sword energy, obliterating all 5th and 6th tier beasts in its wake. It was still morning, and they had already encountered 2 guaranteed drop monsters. Furthermore, the occurrence of 2 gold and 1 red item was remarkable. Isn't this luck extraordinary? A golden weapon of the Xian rank. How splendid! Manhwaedit exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, for the golden item she had received was a weapon. Among all equipment, weapons and armor held the highest value, especially a golden mythic weapon. I also had a stroke of luck with a golden garment, Ji-Ching Luo retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Manhwaedit. What are you showing off for? You have a Xian rank golden weapon, while I don't, but I just acquired a golden garment of equal prestige. Besides, even if I had a golden weapon, I might not be able to replace it. Her current weapon provided a combat power boost of 150. Swoosh, swoosh. They continued their flight, and half an hour later, a multitude of beasts appeared before them. The horde of beasts surged forth. Boom, hiss, whoosh, roar. The battle erupted. And rather than a contest, it was more a one-sided annihilation. Wherever Su Xingchen and the true dragon passed, destruction followed. Beasts fell en masse, many disintegrating into blood mist and fragments. Experience and gold surged upwards. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 56. Base combat power x 110. The golden light flickered momentarily as the notification sounded. Su Xingchen leveled up to 56. Now, each level increase granted him a base combat power boost of 3 to 4,000, which multiplied to over 10,000 with enhancements. Moreover, the increments continued to compound. The higher the level, the greater the combat power, of course, provided one had enhanced equipment. Beep. Notification, 7th tier beast detected. Directly ahead, 89, 107 meters. Just after leveling up, the alert chimed again. Had they stumbled into the lair of guaranteed drop monsters? Within a mere 2 hours, they had encountered 3 such creatures. It was noteworthy that there were only 81 guaranteed drop monsters in the entirety of the Wanxiang world. The trio had already vanquished 3 and now faced another. Was it as if these monsters were prepared specifically for them? Senior brother, is there another guaranteed drop monster? Manhwaedit inquired, having inadvertently noticed Su Xingchen's expression change during the battle. This expression mirrored the one he wore when they first encountered a guaranteed drop monster. Could it be that another had appeared? Indeed. Focus on the battle and do not get distracted, Su Xingchen nodded, admonishing her. The fact that she could discern his expression indicated a lack of concentration, which was unacceptable. Manhwaedit, chided, obediently nodded, her demeanor endearing enough to evoke a sense of reluctance in Su Xingchen to reprimand her. Are you not ashamed? Always keeping an eye on my brother. Ji-Ching Luo shot a glare at Manhwaedit, her sense of rivalry intensifying. This girl was truly shameless. She had to be kept at bay to avoid losing her brother. What do you mean your brother? What is wrong with looking? Manhwaedit retorted defiantly. After speaking, the two simultaneously huffed and turned their heads away, refusing to glance at one another. Swoosh. Su Xingchen paid no mind to the bickering girls. He knew it was their playful banter. Offering clever remarks would only draw him into a predicament, possibly leading to a perilous question. Before long, they encountered the towering and fearsome 7th tier beast known as the guaranteed drop monster, the Crimson Dark Emperor. With a sweep of his hand, he unleashed a devastating blade of energy imbued with the essence of the Crimson Dark Sword, striking the 7th tier beast. The blade cleaved the creature in half. The 7th tier beast fell with a resounding crash, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Congratulations, you have slain a 7th tier beast. Experience, 200,000,200. Gold, 20,000,000. Attributes, 10. Drops, Starry Moon Day, Xian, Gold, X1. Ah, my luck is truly remarkable, he mused, having acquired yet another golden mythic item. In the Wanxiang world, guaranteed drop monsters felt as if they were akin to golden mythic treasures. Outside, a single golden mythic item could serve as a family heirloom. Yet for Su Xingchen, it was as if ordinary equipment were raining down upon him, seemingly without cost. A total of 4 guaranteed drop monsters were hunted, yielding 3 golden treasures. Manhwaedit and Ji-Ching Luo each received 1. When calculated, for guaranteed drop monsters produced 5 golden items, along with several red ones. Such a drop rate could only be described as astronomical. It is worth noting that not only golden items, but even white equipment requires the slaying of hundreds or thousands of monsters to obtain just one. Blue and orange gear are exceedingly rare, while red items are virtually unseen. As for golden myths, they remain just that, myths. The entirety of Huaxia has recorded fewer than 500 golden myths. As midnight approached, with 2.5 hours remaining, they pressed on. Su Xingqian did not pause to inspect the equipment, but spoke to the two enchanting maidens. As he conversed, his swordsmanship guided several long swords, continually reaping the lives of the monsters, intermittently unleashing the Qinglian sword song, culminating in the Wanjian Guizong and chiming sword formation, causing the beasts to fall incessantly. Experience and gold surged, while attributes increased by 10 points at a time. With 2.5 hours left, he aimed to elevate his level to 57 before the break. Chapter 50 Duanmu Ruashi. Senior brother, can we rest a little earlier today? Experience 100,000. Experience 200,000. Gold 1,000,000. Attribute 10. Attribute 10. Time passed, second by second. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level 57. Base combat power x 110. At last. Just before midnight, Su Xingqian achieved his level up to 57, primarily due to the abundance and density of monsters in this area, with each strike resulting in numerous foes perishing. Feeling fatigued, Ji Qingluo instructed the Qingyao to stand guard a short distance away. While she and Duanmu Ruashi sprawled on the grass, the lush foliage shielding them from the blazing sun, a gentle breeze wafting through, imparting a profound sense of comfort. After a morning's toil, they yearned for a brief slumber. Without fatigue, how could there be any reward? Su Xingqian, seated beside them, retrieved food from his system space and offered 2 bottles of mineral water to Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. Senior brother, can we rest earlier today? Duanmu Ruashi inquired softly, her bright and agile eyes gazing at Su Xingqian, rejuvenated after drinking water. I'm so sleepy now. What level are you both at? Su Xingqian did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. I just reached level 56, 214. Senior brother, I'm at level 55, 7,829. Though the two maidens were puzzled as to why Su Xingqian inquired about their levels, they answered truthfully. All right then, we shall rest once Ruashi reaches level 57, he declared. Currently, as Duanmu Ruashi was slightly above level 55, ascending to level 57 would necessitate over 100 million experience points. With that much experience, Su Xingqian would surpass level 58, and Qingluo would also attain level 58. All right, they exclaimed in unison. With over 100 million experience, if they exerted themselves, they could achieve this in just over 3 hours. Encountering a few more guaranteed drop monsters would be even better, as they offered high experience, abundant gold, and the possibility of exceptional equipment. Let us take a moment to eat. Afterward, you two should rest atop the Qingyao for a while. This way, we can both combat and recuperate, Su Xingqian suggested, observing the drowsy expressions of the two maidens with a hint of reluctance. Indeed, they could rest on the back of the Qingyao without disrupting its combat. This arrangement allowed them to balance both battle and slumber seamlessly. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Ji Qingluo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. Then let us go? Su Xingqian replied, mounting his dragon and soaring into the distance. With Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi settling onto the Qingyao's back, the majestic wings of the bird spanned 60 to 70 meters, providing a sensation akin to resting beneath a soft down comforter. Before long, the two lovely sisters drifted into slumber, while the Qingyao followed closely behind the true dragon, engaging in combat as it flew, annihilating all monsters in its path. 57 level, 398. 57 level, 415. 57 level, 9,941. 57 level, 9,999. Time continued to pass. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had elapsed, and the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 58. Su Xingqian leveled up once more, reaching level 58. Not only did he level up, but Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo had also advanced, and they did so slightly ahead of him due to their lower initial levels, requiring less experience by a few million. Thus, they leveled up first. Onward, let us continue. Su Xingqian urged, undeterred by his recent elevation. Sword energy surged, sword light raged, and sword formations obliterated all. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies, while the Qingyao's call shattered the void. This realm seemed on the verge of annihilation. Experience, gold, attributes, and equipment poured in relentlessly. At that moment, Duanmu Ruashi stirred awake, stretching languidly, her demeanor exuding a certain nonchalance. She rubbed her eyes, having enjoyed a fulfilling nap. Ji Qingluo awoke as well. They had slept for a solid 3 hours. Who takes a 3-hour nap? It would be strange not to feel refreshed. Ah, it's already past 3. Duanmu Ruashi exclaimed as she took out her phone to check the time. Goodness, it's already 3. I thought I had just closed my eyes for a moment past 12. Seeing Su Xingqian engaged in battle, the two maidens felt a touch of embarrassment. They quickly adjusted themselves and rejoined the fray. Beep. Alert. 7th-tier monster detected. 49,821 meters ahead. Beep. Alert. 7th-tier monster detected. 54,238 meters ahead. Beep. Alert. 7th-tier monster detected. 56,210 meters ahead. As the afternoon wore on, the clock struck 4. While immersed in battle, Su Xingshan heard the system's alert in his mind. This sound indicated they had discovered guaranteed drop monsters, and this time, 3 such creatures had been found. Such luck is unparalleled in this vast world of myriad manifestations. With only a handful of guaranteed spawn monsters, how is it that they encounter them here so frequently, while countless other adventurers have seemingly met with naught? Are they incapable of locating these fabled beasts? Let us go. Guaranteed spawn monsters await. Su Xingshan called out to Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo before soaring into the distance on his sword. As for the true dragon, he could follow behind. After all, the area is teeming with ferocious beasts. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo were elated and quickly followed Su Xingshan into the skies. The ground trembled as the true dragon and the azure bird soared after them, their passage annihilating all in their wake, leaving countless beasts reduced to mere crimson mist, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. In mere minutes, they covered several thousand meters at full speed, soon spotting a formidable 7th-tier beast towering over 100 feet, resembling a small mountain. Crack! The Crimson Inferno Emperor unleashed a strike, instantly shattering the fabric of space. In an instant, the destructive sword light descended upon the 7th-tier beast. Boom! A single blow, and it was vanquished. The notification chimed, yet Su Xingshan did not pause. Continuing to ride his sword forward, for another 7th-tier beast lay just a few thousand meters ahead. Boom! Another strike, another instant kill. Once again, Su Xingshan paid no heed to the notification, shifting his direction. The 2 sisters trailing behind him were left in awe. Instant kill after instant kill. Were 7th-tier monsters truly so feeble? Moreover, they hadn't anticipated that they were not merely encountering 1 guaranteed spawn monster, but rather 2. Witnessing Su Xingshan's actions, they realized it was not 2 at all, but at least 3. Indeed, they soon laid eyes on a third 7th-tier beast. In that moment, Duanmu Ruashi was filled with curiosity. How did her senior brother perceive the 7th-tier monsters from such a distance? His precision was uncanny, as though he possessed an underlying map. Could it be related to a hidden profession? Boom. Without any suspense, yet another sword strike resulted in an instant kill. Fortune was on their side. With 3 guaranteed spawn monsters, Su Xingshan obtained 2 pieces of golden mythology. Hunting such creatures was exhilarating. Not only did it yield excellent equipment, but the experience and gold were also substantial. Indeed, slaying a 7th-tier beast granted 2 million experience points and 20 million gold coins. The thrill was immeasurable. As for attribute points, that remained less gratifying. Whether slaying a 1st-tier or a 7th-tier beast, the attribute points increased by a fixed 10. It would truly be delightful when slaying a single beast could yield 100 attribute points, an extraordinary delight, soaring to new heights. Chapter 51, The Sword Path of Lingyuan. Accompany me. Splendid. If this continues, a complete set of Shenjie golden mythology is within reach. Ji Qingluo was ecstatic, having acquired yet another golden piece. Though it was not a weapon but a necklace, it remained a Shenjie golden mythology, an item that would fetch a staggering price among adventurers. It was said that a Shenjie golden mythology once reached a price of 13 billion gold coins. A complete set of Shenjie golden mythology, with just the equipment alone boasting a combat power of 800,000. Duanmu Ruashi pondered. A complete set of Shenjie golden mythology would indeed yield 800,000 combat power. And if they could acquire an enhancement of some sort, they would soar even higher. Today, they might just complete an entire set. At that moment, Su Xingshan spoke, a smile creeping onto his lips, becoming increasingly evident. What does that mean? The 2 beautiful sisters were momentarily taken aback, questioning in unison, perplexed. A complete set of Shenjie golden mythology was their ultimate goal. Could it be realized today? It seemed improbable, especially since it was already 4 o'clock, and they would soon need to find a place to rest. Furthermore, how could 7th-tier guaranteed spawn monsters be so easily encountered? Because we may have arrived at the nest of guaranteed spawn monsters, Su Xingshan sighed. This was evidently a bit boastful. A nest of guaranteed spawn monsters? Numerous guaranteed spawn monsters? The 2 girls exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he the splendid? They soon understood. Falling into the nest of guaranteed spawn monsters would lead to immense fortune. Excitement bubbled within them, their spirits ignited, as they prepared for a grand endeavor. Whoosh, whoosh. They flew swiftly, soon encountering not 1, nor 2, nor 3, but swathes of 7th-tier guaranteed spawn monsters. Upon sighting these creatures, Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo's eyes sparkled. They did not see monsters, they beheld equipment. In their eyes, each guaranteed spawn monster represented red and golden gear. Thunderous roars echoed around them. Even in the face of overwhelming destructive pressure, they remained undeterred. Though the 7th-tier beasts were formidable, caution would ensure their safety, especially with the azure bird by their side. Besides the azure bird and the true dragon, Su Xingqian's strength far surpassed that of the 7th-tier beasts. Would you care to witness my ultimate move? Su Xingqian gazed at the throngs of guaranteed spawn monsters, his heart racing. My heavens! This is an ocean of experience and gold, a veritable treasure trove. At that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. Ultimate move? What ultimate move? The two girls were taken aback. What other ultimate move could you possibly have? Everyone knows that the ultimate move of a swordsman is 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In the past 2 days, they had witnessed Su Xingqian unleash this technique, and indeed, it was formidable, an extraordinary area attack. Sword Path of Lingyuan, accompany me. Just as Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi were left in bewilderment, Su Xingqian summoned the Crimson Inferno Emperor. He uttered the phrase Sword Path of Lingyuan, accompany me, and in that instant his entire being was suffused with an aura of destructive sword intent. The sword damage surged 30-fold. Without delay, Su Xingqian unleashed 10,000 swords returned to the origin, amplified by the 30-fold increase, enveloping an area of over 100 miles. This realm became saturated with sword energy, intent, light, and shadow. Annihilation. Total annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor returned to normal, yet within that 100-mile expanse. No living creature remained, for all the beasts had perished. 2 million experience points. 20 million gold coins. Attributes. 10. At this very moment, Su Xingqian's demeanor remained composed, yet his experience and wealth surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi were still in a state of shock, utterly astounded by the might of Su Xingqian's strike. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 58. Base combat power x 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 59. Base combat power x 110. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 61. Base combat power x 110. A golden radiance flickered around him 4 times, elevating his level from 57 to 61. In total, he amassed a staggering 4.6 billion experience points, having vanquished over 200 7th-tier mandatory drop monsters with that singular blow. Following the annihilation of the demonic beasts, the ground was awash with luminous colors, blue, orange, red, and gold, each brilliance representing a piece of equipment. Prosperity had dawned. The two lovely sisters, not far away, snapped back from their astonishment, nearly leaping with exhilaration. The notification sounds rang incessantly, alerts of level breakthroughs and equipment drops. For adventurers, these sounds were nothing short of divine music. Whoosh, whoosh. Sitting atop the back of the true dragon, they soared around, only to find that no mandatory drop monsters remained. Merely a handful of 5th and 6th-tier demonic beasts. That's enough for today. We should find a place to rest, Su Xingqian declared. It was a bit past 4. Although early, the day's yield had been extraordinarily overwhelming, necessitating a proper respite to regain composure. All right, the two sisters chimed in unison. Thus, the trio departed from the site, journeying into the distance while searching for a suitable resting place. Half an hour later, they discovered a cavern, accompanied by a picturesque lake. I'll take a short nap. I'm a bit weary, Su Xingqian said, reclining on the grass with his eyes half closed. The sword path was indeed unparalleled, yet it exacted a steep toll. After battling for an entire day, he was ready for slumber. Brother, you rest first. We'll tidy up the cave, Ji Qingluo suggested. After speaking, she and Duanmu Ruashi headed towards the cavern. As for safety concerns, with the true dragon and the azure bird keeping watch, there was assuredly no peril. A gentle breeze wafted through, creating ripples across the lake's surface. The azure bird and the true dragon stood vigilant on either side. Let us gather some supplies. Once our senior brother wakes, we'll have a barbecue to celebrate. Today's achievements are monumental. I never anticipated that senior brother's ultimate move would be so formidable. Even a level 100 would likely fall in an instant. The cavern was spacious. The two tidied it up with ease, setting up bedding and other essentials. Duanmu Ruashi spoke to Ji Qingluo. That was our reward from the last dungeon, which granted us powerful skills. Ji Qingluo nodded, having heard Su Xingqian mention it before. Though she remained unaware of the specifics, little did she know how fearsome those skills truly were, almost divine in their efficacy. As they conversed, they stepped out of the cavern, intent on preparing their evening meal. What happened? Did the mandatory drop monsters suddenly decrease by over 200? When I arrived, there were 2,088 7th-tier mandatory drop monsters, and it took 2 months to slay just 7. I never expected such a sudden reduction today. I wonder what transpired. The swift decline of mandatory drop monsters was indeed alarming. In this vast world of myriad phenomena, something peculiar might have occurred. Damn it. I encountered a demonic beast that nearly ended me. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly. In this realm, there were hundreds of thousands of adventurers, most around level 50, who encountered 7th and 8th tier beasts only to flee for their lives. On this day, many adventurers discovered that the mandatory drop monsters had inexplicably diminished by over 200, leaving numerous individuals in a state of shock and trepidation. Finally, a worthy human has arrived. In the heart of the myriad phenomena world, Beneath a towering mountain rising 333,000 feet, an ominous laughter echoed. The sound reverberated through the mountain, causing it to tremble. Chapter 52, Dwanmu Ruashi. Senior brother, you're being too formal. Oh, it's dark now. On the grassy expanse, Su Xingqian awoke, a light blanket draped over him. Realizing that daylight had faded, he had slept for over 2 hours. Brother, you're awake. Not far away. The two sisters had kindled a campfire and set up a barbecue, with all the ingredients meticulously prepared, awaiting his arrival. Let me wash my face first. Su Xingqian nodded, rising to fold the blanket before heading to the lake, splashing water on his face, instantly invigorating himself. Senior brother, tonight we must celebrate. Dwanmu Ruashi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. As she idled, she organized her spoils, knowing beforehand that she had struck it rich, yet upon laying it all out, she remained in stunned silence for an extended period, overwhelmed by the magnitude of her fortune. Level 59, 8,914. Gold 4, 880, 000,000. White gear 202 pieces. Blue gear 113 pieces. Orange gear 24 pieces. Red gear 31 pieces. Gold gear 22 pieces. This was an astonishing haul of red and golden mythic items. She had not only acquired a complete set, but also amassed over a dozen additional golden mythic pieces, far beyond her expectations. To be candid, prior to entering the myriad phenomena world, she had simply hoped to accompany Su Xingqian for training, at most earning a standard set of gear, and perhaps with a stroke of luck, a single golden piece. Yet, in the mere 3 days since arriving, she had secured a full set of golden mythic gear. All right, let us celebrate tonight. Tomorrow, we can indulge in a leisurely sleep. Su Xingqian chuckled. The rewards were indeed staggering. Even if he were to leave the myriad phenomena world now, he would return with a bounty. Yay, this is fantastic. Upon hearing Su Xingqian's words, Ji Qingluo and Dwanmu Ruashi erupted into cheers, their joy akin to that of students celebrating the announcement of a holiday. Senior brother, I'll transfer my gold to you. Gold coins hold little significance for me. Dwanmu Ruashi stands nearby, assisting with the barbecue. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turns to Su Xingqian and speaks. Before Su Xingqian has a chance to respond, she initiates a direct transfer, not allowing a moment for Su Xingqian to interject. After confirming the transaction, she gazes at Su Xingqian with wide eyes, as if on the verge of tears should the transaction fail to process. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but I feel as though I am living off her generosity. Su Xingqian is taken aback upon seeing the transaction amount for 8 billion, a direct transfer of 48 gold coins. This sister truly regards money as trifling. Yet, her words ring true. As a formidable and exceptional practitioner, she lacks for nothing but equipment. With a complete set of the golden mythos, what need has she for additional gold coins? A modest amount suffices for her needs. At that moment, Dwanmu Ruashi, sipping her drink, cannot contain herself upon hearing Su Xingqian's remarks. She bursts out laughing, playfully splattering Su Xingqian with her drink. Come on, senior brother. Don't be so formal. We are teammates, supporting each other. Without you, despite being an S rank, my level would certainly be quite low. And I wouldn't have reached level 59 so swiftly or acquired a complete set of the golden mythos. Moreover, with such a meager sum of gold, I could hardly afford to support you, senior brother. Dwanmu Ruashi hastily retrieves a tissue to wipe Su Xingqian's face, then sweetly adds, all right, we can start eating now. After allowing Dwanmu Ruashi to dab at her face a couple of times, Su Xingqian takes the tissue to clean herself. Soon, the barbecue is ready, and the three of them enjoy their meal while sipping juice. To you, brother. Ji Qingluo raises her glass of juice in a toast. And me too. Don't forget me. Dwanmu Ruashi eagerly joins in, holding up her own glass. The trio clinks their drinks together, mindful of their surroundings during their outdoor training. As consuming alcohol would be imprudent. Qingluo, Ruashi, what is your combat power? Su Xingqian inquires. Brother, I have 7 million combat power. Ji Qingluo responds. With a complete set of the Mystic Tier Golden Mythos, my weapon grants a permanent boost of 200 to overall combat power, with a base power of approximately 50,000. The weapon and armor contribute 2 million power, while the other 4 pieces each add 100,000, totaling exactly 7 million combat power. I also have 7 million. Dwanmu Ruashi chimes in. With 7 million combat power, one could easily vanquish a 7th tier guaranteed drop monster. In the past, such a thought would have been beyond her imagination, for this is indeed 7 million combat power. Meanwhile, other prodigious practitioners at levels 50 or 60 typically possess less than 100,000 power. With caution, they might be able to combat 8th tier demonic beasts. However, before reaching level 70, this power level is nearly the peak. Su Xingqian nods in acknowledgement, reaching 7 million combat power in the second dungeon. Aside from Ji Qingluo and Dwanmu Ruashi, no one else in the world could boast such a feat. After all, it necessitates the most powerful complete Mystic Tier Golden Mythos set. They certainly have selected the finest pieces to wear. An hour passes, and after indulging in food and drink, the three of them settle on the ground, engaging in conversation and dreaming of the future. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, Su Xingqian rises to wash in the lake. After taking a bath, she returns to the cave, her spirits soaring with excitement, for she is about to comprehensively replace her equipment and activate her resurrection ring. In due time, her strength will experience a significant surge. As she opens the virtual interface, she notices an unprocessed transaction. Jiqing Luo has initiated a transfer for her, and such a large sum must be confirmed through a transaction. 8 billion, again 8 billion. Su Xingqian remains silent as she accepts the transfer. Her gold coin count now stands at 153. 28 billion. Level, 61, 1832. Attributes, 1, 429, 800. White gear, 392 pieces. Blue gear, 208 pieces. Orange gear, 63 pieces. Red gear, 81 pieces. Golden gear, 48 pieces. In the final blow, she has slain 239 7th-tier guaranteed drop monsters, and as the team leader, her share of the loot is naturally larger, thus claiming 12 pieces of equipment. The remaining 12 belong to Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi. An astonishing 81 pieces of legendary red gear and 48 pieces of golden mythos gear. Such abundance is terrifying. From this point onward, there is no need to specifically hunt 7th-tier guaranteed drop monsters. Instead, she will focus on farming 5th and 6th-tier demonic beasts. As for attributes, she decides to let that be. Killing 5th and 6th-tier beasts yields only 10 attribute points. Henceforth, she hopes to encounter a beast worthy of her efforts. Taking a deep breath, she begins to examine her equipment, as she intends to review all her golden mythos items in order to select the ones she wishes to equip and replace. The properties of the gear are crucial and must not be overlooked. In a moment, she realizes that possessing an abundance of equipment can be a double-edged sword. If she had only a few pieces of gold gear, selection would be a breeze. However, with dozens of golden mythos items, she must peruse them slowly. After half an hour, she finally selects the golden mythos pieces she finds most satisfactory. Weapon, Chiming Heavenly Emperor, no need for replacement. Ring, Azure Xian, no need for replacement. Necklace, Starmoon Sunday, can be equipped. Bracelet, Radiant Sun Domain, can be equipped. Clothing, Mystic Water Azure Feather, can be worn. Headgear, Nanyang Summit, can be worn. A complete set of the finest golden mythos gear, with attributes that are terrifyingly formidable. Under the condition of choice, she naturally selects the best equipment to wear. A complete set, her combat power is set to soar. Chapter 53, The Upgrading of the Combat Power Ring, Comprehensive Combat Power approaching 7 million. Su Xingqian dons all the selected gear, returning to her equipment panel. Seeing her entire figure adorned in gold, a smile graces her lips. Clothing, Name, Mystic Water Azure Feather. Grade, Mystic Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 200,000. Required Level, 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 300. Attribute 2, when attacked, can negate 70 damage. Attribute 3, Armor breaking against attacks from equipment of current quality or lower. Headgear, Name, Nanyang Summit. Grade, Mystic Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 100,000. Required Level, 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 100. Attribute 2, Resistance to negative emotions, 200. Bracelet, Name, Radiant Sun Domain. Grade, Mystic Tier. Attributes, Golden. Combat Power, 100,000. Required Level, 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 100. Attribute 2, Damage increased by 100. Necklace, Name, Starmoon Monday. Quality, Profound. Affix, Golden. Combat Power, 100,000. Required Level, 50. Attribute 1, Recovery increased by 200. Attribute 2, Skill training speed increased by 400. All affix attributes are fairly similar. However, the data has doubled. As a result, Su Xingqian's combat power has soared to a staggering 399,136 points. A combat power of 4 per million. Revival ring activation conditions met. Would you like to activate? Before the special ring, a prompt appeared. The activation conditions had been satisfied. Without the slightest hesitation, the activation was executed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The revival ring, a precious treasure for survival, grants resurrection upon death. It could be said that this ring was the most extraordinary of its kind, unmatched by any other. Revival ring successfully activated. Name, Revival ring. Combat power, 1,000. Quality, unique. Affix, golden mythical. Attributes, passive, upon character death, resurrection occurs with a cooldown of 60 seconds, limited to 5 times per day. Note, strengthening the combat power ring requires 0,100,000,000 gold coins. At last, after consuming 1 billion gold coins, the revival ring was activated. Now, even death posed no fear, for resurrection was at hand. In this moment, Su Xingqian felt an overwhelming desire to leap up in joyous celebration. The interface displayed 6 special rings, all activated. The special rings shimmered with a mysterious and dazzling light, uplifting his spirits. The special rings could be enhanced. Upon noticing the note, Su Xingqian's heart raced with astonishment. It was just like the game. These items could indeed be enhanced. There was no doubt that the attributes post-enhancement would be even more formidable. However, enhancement required 10 billion gold coins, starting at a staggering amount. How would he manage thereafter? Fortunately, he still possessed 3 billion gold coins, allowing him to enhance the combat power ring at least once. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what attributes the ring would possess post-enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded with the enhancement. After all, gold coins sitting idly were of no use. Let us give it a try. If the results were impressive, he would strive to earn more coins to continue enhancing the other special rings. Consumed 10 billion gold coins. Combat power ring successfully enhanced. Name: Combat power ring. Enhancement: 1. Combat power: 100,000. Quality: unique. Affix: golden mythical. Attributes: permanent increase of 300 to overall combat power. Excellent, splendid. Upon viewing the attributes post-enhancement, Su Xingqian's heart trembled with exhilaration. Remarkably, the combat power ring's enhancement raised its power to 100,000, with attributes soaring from 200 to 300. Truly extraordinary. Upon examining the overall combat power, it had transformed from 4 million to an astonishing 6,898,704. Nearly 7 million combat power. A sense of triumph surged within him. He felt capable of challenging 9th-tier beasts, even the demon kings. After a while, Su Xingqian closed the virtual interface and reclined on his bed. He needed to earn more gold coins. Initially, he believed that activating the special rings would eliminate the need for gold, yet he had not anticipated the possibility of enhancing them, nor the sheer power the enhanced special rings would possess. Enhancement was imperative. He would go to great lengths to achieve it. In the world of all things. On the third day, it was only by midday that Ji Qingluo and her companions finally awoke, roused by hunger. Having experienced a bountiful harvest the previous day, Su Xingqian had graciously permitted them a leisurely morning. Brother, when are we heading back? As they washed up and enjoyed a simple breakfast, Ji Qingluo curiously inquired while glancing at Su Xingqian. Don't you feel as though we've been in the world of all things for quite some time? We have yet to encounter a beneficial monster. Perhaps if we linger a little longer, we might just cross paths with one. As for levels, let us aim for 69 before discussing our return. Su Xingqian replied in a calm manner. What's the rush to go back? We just conquered a disaster-level dungeon. There are guaranteed drop monsters and beneficial monsters within. How could we possibly miss out? In truth, he had a few objectives in mind: farming attribute points, seeking out beneficial monsters, and pursuing the inheritance of the world of all things. Although beneficial monsters and the inheritance were yet to reveal themselves, it was essential to strategize. It felt as though they had been here for ages. A quick calculation revealed that today was merely the third day. Ji Qingluo responded. The primary reason is our rapid growth. It's only the third day in the world of all things, yet we've already acquired a complete set of golden mythicals. Moreover, our bags are filled with numerous red and golden mythicals, creating an illusion that we've been here for months. I wonder what treasures beneficial monsters could drop. I'm genuinely curious. Duanmu Ruashi, munching on her food, looked on with eager anticipation. If a 7th-tier guaranteed drop monster can yield profound golden mythicals, what about an 8th-tier beneficial monster? Surely it must drop imperial gear. All right, let us set off after we've eaten. Today, we shall press forward and see if we can encounter any guaranteed drop or beneficial monsters. If not, hunting 5th and 6th-tier beasts will suffice, serving as a means to gain experience and level up our skills. After finishing his meal, Su Xingqian stated, it's already noon, and since we've only just woken up, there's no point in taking a nap. Today, we can truly unleash our strength. With 7 million combat power, I can take down 5th and 6th-tier beasts with a single punch. Ji Qingluo, eager and ready for action, was unable to contain her fighting spirit, yearning to find a 5th or 6th-tier beast to test the thrill of dispatching one instantly. Duanmu Ruashi felt the same, lively and spirited. Their personalities were quite similar, both sharing the same zest for adventure. Name: Su Xingqian. Age: 18. Benefits: 0. Guaranteed drops: 50. World points: 246, 125, 308. Inheritance: 0. Countdown: 97 days, 0 hours, 36 minutes, and 14 seconds. The harvest from yesterday was indeed astounding. He had slain 239 guaranteed drop monsters, acquiring 48 pieces of golden mythicals. Now, the number displayed in his information bar for guaranteed drops had increased to 50, indicating that he had successfully obtained 50 pieces of golden mythicals from hunting guaranteed drop monsters. The myriad values have reached a staggering 24.6 billion. Slaying a particular creature guarantees a drop of 1 million myriad values. However, the myriad values obtained from 5th and 6th tier beasts are pitifully scant. Heritage: 0. Benefits: 0. Both of these categories remain at 0, which is rather unsettling. Therefore, he resolved to make the most of the remaining time to alter these numbers as much as possible. As for attribute points, he decided to let that be. He was too apathetic to contemplate it, figuring he would hunt lower-tier beasts in the outer maps after leaving this myriad world, as it would be a more expedient way to accumulate attribute points. Whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the true dragon and the azure bird soared through the air with remarkable speed. Today, Duanmu Ruashi intended to sit beside Su Xingqian, claiming it was to experience the sensation of dragon flight. However, once seated atop the true dragon's back, her hands tightly clutched onto Su Xingqian's clothing. The two were in close proximity. Humph. Upon witnessing Duanmu Ruashi's demeanor, Ji Qingluo snorted, clearly displeased. Subsequently, she stowed the azure bird, her figure flashing as she appeared beside Su Xingqian, landing on the true dragon's back. Don't you have the azure bird? Duanmu Ruashi remarked, taken aback by Ji Qingluo's sudden appearance, her lips pouting in annoyance. And so what if I do? Ji Qingluo retorted with a defiant lift of her chin. Today, I wish to sit beside my brother. What? Is it wrong to sit together just because I have the azure bird? You have no flying mount and still think you have a claim to this. Humph. Aware that she could not argue with Ji Qingluo at this moment and unwilling to provoke further discord, Duanmu Ruashi merely huffed, turning her head away to avoid looking at Ji Qingluo. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated through the heavens, accompanied by a devastating sound wave that swept down, annihilating countless 5th and 6th tier beasts. Such occurrences were commonplace for the true dragon. Time passed, minute by minute. After a full hour of flight, they had encountered neither guaranteed drop monsters nor benefit creatures. Fine. He would let it come naturally. Hunting 5th and 6th tier beasts would have to suffice. Although the chances of obtaining quality equipment were slim, it would serve the purpose of leveling up. Gold coins, experience, attributes. He welcomed them all, as more was always better. Time to rest. Su Xingqian, appearing rather bored, reclined on the true dragon's back, resting his head on Duanmu Ruashi's fair leg and drifting into slumber. With nearly 7 million combat power, hunting 5th and 6th tier beasts felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It was somewhat beneath his dignity. He wouldn't even deign to slay guaranteed drop monsters of the 7th tier. Of course, should he encounter one, he might still take action. Yet, it was hardly necessary, as both Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi could dispatch them effortlessly. Moreover, there was always the true dragon to rely on. Whoosh. Ji Qingluo, witnessing this scene, bit her lip and shot Duanmu Ruashi a fierce glare before swiftly departing. The azure bird materialized before her, and she mounted it with determination. Nanny nanny boo boo. Duanmu Ruashi made a face at Ji Qingluo. The two girls exchanged playful expressions across the distance, engaging in a silent battle of wits. Boom, boom. The trio refrained from engaging in combat, while the true dragon and azure bird continued to obliterate beasts as they flew further into the distance. Mentor, I'm off. At Huaxia University, Ji Qingyan gazed at the teleportation altar before turning to her mentor. This would be her third instance in a dungeon. The previous two had been calamity-level dungeons, from which she had returned unscathed, and each time she returned, her level had reached the cap for the next dungeon. Now, Ji Qingyan had attained level 69. She could no longer suppress her level, hence her decision to venture into a dungeon suitable for level 50 today. Be careful, Mentor Luo Fei cautioned. Her student was exceptionally gifted, surpassing even her own prowess from years ago. At least she had never ventured into a calamity-level dungeon, while her student, having awakened merely 2 months ago, had already cleared 2 such dungeons. Now, she was preparing for her third. It seemed Ji Qingyan might still opt for a calamity-level challenge. Yes, I aim to participate in the talent battle after my 4th dungeon, Ji Qingyan declared, striding purposefully towards the teleportation altar. Soon, the teleportation activated, and a blood-red light shot skyward, revealing the portal. The calamity-level teleportation gate. Ji Qingyan was indeed heading into another calamity-level dungeon. This was her third. She had continuously engaged in calamity-level dungeons. It was said that her combat power exceeded 1 million. At level 69, boasting over 1 million combat power was astonishing. Typically, a level 70 character would possess around 100,000 combat power. She had far surpassed that. She possessed several golden mythic items, the world's foremost prodigy. Truly one of a kind. However, it seemed that the 2 calamity-level prodigies from Jiangnan University had also entered a calamity-level dungeon, not falling short of Ji Qingyan by much. Regardless, Ji Qingyan remained my sole goddess in my heart. Every student at Huaxia University was a rare talent, predominantly of A and S ranks, with even B ranks being a rarity. Yet, these prodigies paled in comparison to Ji Qingyan. Having already ventured into 2 calamity-level dungeons with combat power exceeding 1 million, who else could achieve such feats? No one but her. Alright, let us all put forth our utmost effort to welcome this year's talent battle. Luo Fei observed her student being teleported away, her reluctant gaze withdrawing. When her eyes fell upon the astonished students in the teleportation square, she coldly admonished, "What happened? Who has offended this goddess?" Having said that, she turned and departed, leaving all the students bewildered, wondering what had transpired. Experience, 100,000. Experience, 10,000. Gold coins, 1,000,000. Attributes, 10. Attributes, 10. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, its heat diminished. Experience, gold coins, and attributes continued to rise steadily. Su Xingqian awoke, rubbing his eyes and momentarily dazed as he surveyed his surroundings, finally realizing that during his slumber, his level had increased once more. It felt akin to an idle game. Not far away, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by their peals of laughter. Clearly, the two had reconciled. He had no idea when Duanmu Ruashi had made her way over to Ji Qingluo's side. Regardless, he slept soundly, unaware of any guaranteed drop monsters in sight. Su Xingqian inquired. No, the two replied in unison. The entire afternoon had passed without encountering any guaranteed monsters, or rather, throughout the day, they had yet to come across any such creatures. Perhaps their luck had been excessively favorable yesterday, exhausting their fortune, which accounted for the absence of guaranteed monsters today. In truth, none of the trio held any significant interest or anticipation for the guaranteed monsters. Their hopes were pinned instead on the welfare monsters, as well as the elusive inheritance of the myriad realms, about which they possessed not a single clue and remained utterly ignorant of its nature or the trials required for acceptance. I am on the verge of leveling up. After I level up, today will conclude, Su Xingqian remarked, for he had reached level 62, 7,966. At this pace, he would attain level 63 in just over an hour. The two girls nodded in agreement. They revolved around Su Xingqian, adhering to his every word, and besides, when Su Xingqian leveled up, they would naturally rise alongside him. Level 62, 8,061. Level 62, 8,317. Level 62, 9,999. In less than 2 hours, a buzz resounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 63. Base combat power x 110. He had leveled up to 63. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Su Xingqian, the two girls, along with a dragon and a bird, ceased their combat. With a swift motion, they departed from the battlefield, soaring into the distance toward their resting place. They had already marked a suitable location for the night during their daytime skirmishes, so they simply needed to proceed without concern. Who among them had ever encountered a welfare monster? And what of the inheritance of the myriad realms? During their flight, Duanmu Ruashi pouted her lips. Having met the conditions for an early departure and possessing a complete set of the golden myth, along with numerous surplus items, she had lost her sense of novelty. The only matters that piqued her interest were the inheritance of the myriad realms and the welfare monsters. Yet, they had encountered none, not a single clue. It all hinged on luck. It can only be luck, Ji Qingluo lamented, expressing a sense of helplessness. Luck was indeed a most enigmatic thing. Chapter 55. What to do about 629 guaranteed monsters. The night had fully descended. The trio arrived at their resting place, which featured a cave and a lake. Although the picturesque scenery was obscured by the darkness, the gentle breeze brought joy to their hearts, alleviating any stress or anxiety one might expect in a disaster-level dungeon. After all, they had already met the conditions for an early departure, allowing them to feel quite relaxed. The reason they chose to remain was merely to accumulate a bit more gold and experience, while casually hoping to acquire some equipment. As for the inheritance of the myriad realms and the welfare monsters, they held no expectations. Let me say this. Starting tomorrow, we will all strive to fight. If, after a month, we have not encountered any welfare monsters or the inheritance of the myriad realms, we will leave. Of course, we must keep our levels below 69 to avoid missing the 50-level dungeon, Su Xingqian announced while enjoying barbecue and drinks that evening. He had no desire to waste time in this place. All right, we shall heed the senior's guidance. Yes, whatever brother says goes. The two nodded in agreement with Su Xingqian's plan. Myriad Realms, Day 4, Level 65, Myriad Value 24. 8 billion, Attributes 1. 55 million, Gold 54. 6 billion. Day 5, Level 67, Myriad Value 25. 2 billion, Attributes 1. 64 million, Gold 55. 9 billion. Day 6, Level 68, Myriad Value 25. 8 billion, Attributes 1. 71 million. Gold 57. 1 billion. Day 9, Level 69, Myriad Value 26. 6 billion, Attributes 1. 89 million, Gold 5. 9 billion. Days passed by unnoticed, and before they knew it, noon of the 9th day had arrived. During these days, their luck had been quite poor. They had not encountered a single welfare monster, let alone any guaranteed monsters. Moreover, they had observed that aside from their own previous hunts of guaranteed monsters, no other adventurers had managed to slay any, as the number of guaranteed monsters remained unchanged. At noon, the three of them sat beneath a tree so vast that 10 people could embrace it, enjoying a respite while eating. I am level 69, 6,666. This afternoon, I cannot engage in combat, Su Xingqian remarked, frowning after finishing his meal. If he reached level 70, he would no longer be able to participate in the 50-level dungeon. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. I am level 68, 9,202. I am level 69, 2035. Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qing Luo reported their levels. It seemed they were approaching their limits. This afternoon, I will deactivate the team mode. You two can further enhance your experience, and after a few days of wandering, if we still have no leads on welfare monsters or the inheritance of the myriad realms, we will return early. Su Xingchen pondered for a moment before speaking. There was no need to forfeit the opportunity to enter the 50-level dungeon for the sake of ordinary beasts and some equipment. Brother, what if we happen upon a multitude of guaranteed monsters and welfare monsters? Ji Qing Luo asked, her small face turned towards Su Xingchen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Not just her, but Duanmu Ruashi also gazed at him with intrigue. As for that question, it required a degree of adaptability. Su Xingchen chuckled, to be honest. If we were to encounter a horde of guaranteed and welfare monsters, I would indeed be conflicted. The guaranteed monsters are somewhat manageable, at most. They drop the mystical golden myth, and I could choose to forego them without remorse. But what if we saw a welfare monster? Would I let it go? I would not be content relinquishing it, especially since I have yet to defeat one and have no idea what rewards it may yield. If I do not let it go, and killing a welfare monster grants a massive experience boost, wouldn't I reach level 70? An hour passed, and after feasting and resting, they were revitalized. With a swift motion, they took to the skies, but prior to that, Su Xingchen deactivated the team mode. Ji Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi formed their own small team. This arrangement allowed them to hunt beasts and gain experience independently of Su Xingchen. As he rode upon the back of the true dragon, Su Xingchen succumbed to slumber, having instructed the dragon to refrain from hunting beasts to prevent inadvertently elevating his level. Brother, senior brother, a sweet, melodic voice called, breaking through his dreams. Initially reluctant to awaken, he ultimately decided to rouse himself. What is it? Su Xingchen rubbed his eyes and inquired, what do you see? Ji Qing Luo's small face was a tapestry of emotions as her delicate fingers pointed toward the distance, urging Su Xingchen to look for himself. Beside them, Duanmu Ruashi was struggling to contain her laughter, her expression suggesting that she was on the verge of bursting into giggles. Observing his two younger sisters, Su Xingchen felt a twinge of confusion. What is going on? What are we looking at? Nevertheless, he followed Ji Qing Luo's Zhang and turned his gaze toward the indicated direction. Upon witnessing the scene in the distance, Su Xingchen was rendered speechless. Good heavens! Isn't this a conundrum? During their midday break, they had discussed the need for adaptability, pondering the improbability of encountering a horde of guaranteed spawn monsters. Yet, here they were, faced with precisely that. Ji Qing Luo's ominous prediction had come to fruition. He activated the virtual light screen, where an array of notifications appeared, all indicating the presence of guaranteed spawn monsters. The reason he hadn't heard the alert sounds was due to his prior setting. Guaranteed spawn monsters did not require auditory notifications. A staggering 629 guaranteed spawn monsters. Moreover, this was merely within a 100-mile radius, as the system's detection range extended to that distance. This is utterly perplexing. At level 69, there were currently 629 guaranteed spawn monsters, each granting 2 million experience points, amounting to a colossal 58 billion experience points, in addition to 58 billion gold coins, along with a plethora of orange and red equipment, not to mention mythical golden items. However, if he ascended to level 70, he would no longer have access to the level 50 dungeons. Lost in contemplation, Su Xingchen found himself in a state of internal conflict. He was weighing his options while Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qing Luo observed him, equally torn, for this venture would elevate them to level 70 as well. What are your plans? At that moment, Su Xingchen glanced at Duanmu Ruashi and then at Ji Qing Luo. We shall follow our elder brother's, senior brother's, lead, they replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. With that, their eyes sparkled and their lashes fluttered. Very well, let us eliminate these foes and embrace the level increase. It matters not if we forego the level 50 dungeon. We shall proceed directly to the level 71, Su Xingchen declared. He had made up his mind. The calamity level dungeons were exceedingly challenging. One could consider it a victory to simply clear one. Furthermore, in the myriad realms, he had already achieved a semblance of completion. With time still remaining and the benefits monsters yet to appear, it would be unwise to forsake this opportunity for the sake of accessing a level 50 dungeon. That is precisely our thought as well. In 100 days, we have only utilized 8 days thus far, Ji Qing Luo remarked. We can always compensate for the rewards of the level 50 dungeon from here, Duanmu Ruashi added. Then let us proceed. However, we must ensure not to exceed level 89. Su Xingchen nodded. Level 89 was his internal threshold, an absolute limit he could not surpass, for he must not miss the level 70 dungeon. With a roar that echoed through the skies, Su Xingchen and his companions reformed their party, and the battle commenced. Chapter 56. The guaranteed spawn monsters trigger the myriad realms legacy. Gold, 20 million. Experience, 2 million. Attributes, experience, 2 million. Gold, 20 million. Attributes. In that moment, the experience progress bar surged forward rapidly, gold coins multiplied. But the attributes were somewhat disappointing, almost embarrassing to mention, as they paled in comparison to the gold and experience. Swordsmanship, Azure Lotus Sword Song. Myriad swords return to origin. Alongside the True Dragon and Azure Bird, as well as Ji Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi, they fought with all their might, transforming their surroundings into a realm of destruction. However, Su Xingqian refrained from utilizing his ultimate move, Sword Path Ling Yuan, reserving it for desperate circumstances, as it required a cooldown period. With such an abundance of guaranteed spawn monsters appearing before them, could there be more beneficial creatures lurking ahead? It was prudent to withhold his ultimate move for now. Ji Qing Luo's face radiated excitement, while Duanmu Ruashi wore a joyful smile. With continuous influxes of gold, experience, and equipment, how could one not be elated? Unless one were daft. 373 monsters. 372 monsters. 371 monsters. With each passing second, several guaranteed spawn monsters fell. On the virtual light screen, the initial count of 629 guaranteed spawn monsters dwindled rapidly. 370 monsters. 369 monsters. 388 monsters. 397 monsters. Suddenly, Su Xingqian noticed something peculiar. The guaranteed spawn monsters, which had been diminishing, were now multiplying. Soon, he comprehended that as he advanced, the system detected more beasts ahead, leading to an increase in their numbers. To be precise, there were not merely 629 guaranteed spawn monsters in this vicinity, but many more. Time ticked away. Brother, something is amiss. It seems the guaranteed spawn monsters are endless. Ji Qing Luo remarked, having discerned the issue. Initially believing that the monsters before them constituted the entirety, she sensed that this area had been cleared. Yet countless more guaranteed spawn monsters awaited ahead. Perhaps the remaining guaranteed spawn monsters were still present. Su Xingqian responded. He possesses the system and can see the count of guaranteed spawn monsters on the virtual light screen. They are unaware and are merely speculating based on intuition. At this moment, he grasped that the increasing number of guaranteed spawn monsters did not denote a rise in the total number of guaranteed spawn monsters in the myriad realms, but rather that the quantity in this specific location had surpassed the initial 629. Is it true? No way. Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qing Luo were momentarily taken aback, their faces lighting up with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The guaranteed spawn monsters continued to fall, a crimson glow filling the air. This realm was more terrifying than hell itself. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 71. Base combat power x 110. Golden radiance shimmered. And the notification sounded. Su Xingqian had reached level 71. There was no turning back. He had lost the opportunity to enter the level 50 dungeon. However, he had gained a level, accrued gold, and acquired a golden myth. Before him, the guaranteed spawn monsters had vanished entirely, leaving not even 5th or 6th tier beasts in sight. Announcement! 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 All mandatory explosive monsters in the myriad realms have been eradicated, triggering the inheritance of the myriad realms. All individuals with a myriad value exceeding 10 million, who qualify for early departure, will be teleported to the City of Divine Manifestations after 180 seconds. After 360 seconds, all beings outside the City of Divine Manifestations will be completely annihilated. When the monstrous beasts no longer loomed before them, a long-awaited voice of the spirit of the artifact resounded from the heavens, announcing the eradication of all mandatory explosive monsters. Simultaneously, it activated the inheritance of the myriad realms. Set to teleport to the City of Divine Manifestations in 180 seconds, followed by the total annihilation of all beings outside the city after 360 seconds. This, ha ha ha. Standing upon the earth were Su Xingqian, the mischievous water sprite, and Bai Siruoxi. Upon hearing the spirit's proclamation, their expressions transformed, ultimately giving way to inexplicable laughter. How extraordinary it was that such events transpired in this world. Fortune was indeed a most enigmatic force. The inheritance of the myriad realms, so it was conceived. Had they forsaken the hunt for mandatory explosive monsters in pursuit of a level 50 dungeon, the inheritance would have remained dormant. In that moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for words, simultaneously awestruck by the cruelty and terror of the myriad realms. 10 million myriad values were an effortless target for those adept at hunting explosive monsters. Yet, it required at least 10 such beasts. For those unable to hunt mandatory explosive monsters, burdened by low combat power and levels, 10 million myriad values were akin to an insurmountable chasm. In the myriad realms, there were 810,000 practitioners. How many would be transported to the City of Divine Manifestations? Those who failed to qualify would face immediate annihilation. Fortune was of paramount importance. Su Xingqian mused. Although she remained unaware of what the inheritance entailed or the opportunities it might bestow, at least they had triggered its activation. If they had not successfully hunted the mandatory explosive monsters, the inheritance could not have been awakened. Indeed, Bai Siruoxi nodded in agreement. It could only be described as exceedingly profound. Mischievous water sprite pondered aloud. How could it not be profound? Just as they prepared to depart the myriad realms the following day, they were beset by a plethora of mandatory explosive monsters, and in their conflicted state, they had chosen to forego the level 50 dungeon. Only upon exterminating the explosive monsters did they realize that all had been cleared. It was only after this cleansing that the inheritance of the myriad realms was triggered. Prepare yourselves, the city of divine manifestations awaits, Su Xingqian reminded. Everything was in order, ready to accept the teleportation to the city of divine manifestations, her heart brimming with anticipation for this city. Previously, over 200 explosive monsters had vanished in an instant. And now the remaining 1,800 had also disappeared. What was happening? How bizarre. It turned out that only by eradicating all explosive monsters could the inheritance of the myriad realms be activated. Could it be that someone had annihilated the explosive monsters all at once? Finally, the inheritance of the myriad realms had emerged. Only with 10 million myriad values could one enter the city. Those who failed to do so would be obliterated. It was over, I am doomed. What should I do? I need 10 million myriad values, yet I only possess 30,000. After the spirit's voice echoed through the myriad realms, chaos ensued. More than anything, there were cries of despair, annihilation. Nothing was more terrifying. In this world, the spirit of the artifact reigned supreme, decreeing life and death. Of course, while the spirit was sovereign, it adhered to the rules and would not contravene them. However, the frail practitioners could only be subjected to slaughter. The powerful, with their 10 million myriad values, were naturally elated. In an instant, the myriad realms were abuzz with unprecedented activity. Some were hopeful, while others were engulfed in despair. In the sky, once clear and cloudless, thick clouds began to gather as time passed, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Crack, crack, the space seemed to twist and shatter. As mysterious beams of light appeared from thin air, forming portals of teleportation that descended upon certain practitioners. Those fortunate enough to receive the portals were clearly those qualified to enter the city of divine manifestations. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Xingqian and her companions were enveloped by 3 portals of teleportation, and then they vanished from sight. Chapter 57. The City of Divine Manifestations, the Trial of Inheritance commences. At the heart of the myriad realms lay a mountain range extending for billions of miles. In the very center of this range stood a peak, towering 333,000 zhang high, upon which floated a colossal city. The city was ancient and emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. Though it appeared suspended in the air, it possessed a mysterious connection to the peak. Whoosh, whoosh. On this day, beams of light appeared in the sky, resembling shooting stars as they soared towards the city, ultimately landing within its confines. How beautiful. This is the city of divine manifestations. A divine realm, indeed. The teleportation concluded swiftly. Su Xingqian and her companions found themselves within a resplendent city, astonished by the sight before them. Whoosh, whoosh. As they materialized, numerous beams of light followed suit, landing and transforming into various practitioners. Judging by their auras, most were of levels 60 to 70. After all, this was a level 30 dungeon. It was improbable for individuals above level 90 to be present. Moreover, the maximum duration of stay in the myriad realms was 100 days. How much could one grow in that time? Those who were truly formidable might have already departed the myriad realms, while the less capable may have faced annihilation. Time ticked by, and approximately 60 seconds later, no further beams of light appeared within the city of divine manifestations. Welcome to the city of divine manifestations. Current population, 10,621. Current benefits, 88 heads. Notice, the Tower of Myriad Wonders will descend in 180 seconds. Notice, each individual has only one opportunity for the trial. Notice, 11 myriad values can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Notice, fighting within the city of divine manifestations is strictly prohibited. Violators will face annihilation. Annihilation countdown, 240239238237. Within the city, the voice of the spirit of the artifact resounded once more, announcing the essential information regarding the city of divine manifestations, along with the countdown to annihilation. Practitioners outside the city would be obliterated in 4 minutes. To arrive at the city of divine manifestations was essentially to engage with the Tower of Myriad Wonders and to exchange myriad values for gold coins. Remarked the mischievous water sprite. The Tower of Myriad Wonders represented the inheritance of the myriad realms, yet each individual possessed only one chance at the trial. Furthermore, myriad values could be exchanged for gold coins at a ratio of 11. As for the benefit monsters, none had been slain thus far. Would these benefit monsters make an appearance in the city of divine manifestations? Bai Si Ruashi blinked her eyes and glanced at Su Xingqian. Shall we take a look around? Suggested Su Xingqian. Subsequently, the 3 of them soared through the vast expanse of the Wanxiang Divine City, where other practitioners of various professions were also searching for something. Undoubtedly, they were in pursuit of the elusive welfare beasts. The practitioners they encountered emanated an aura of formidable strength. However, within the confines of Wanxiang Divine City, fighting was strictly prohibited, alleviating any concerns about potential attacks. Boom, boom, boom. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a resounding thunder echoed through the air. A mysterious luminescence manifested between heaven and earth, sweeping towards the outskirts of Wanxiang Divine City. This radiant glow evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yet, it soon vanished from sight. Although the conditions outside Wanxiang Divine City remained shrouded in mystery, a palpable sensation lingered, suggesting that all had come to an end. Having failed to encounter any welfare beasts, they decided to head towards the center of Wanxiang Divine City to behold the Wanxiang Linglong Tower. An hour later, despite Su Xingqian's utilization of the system's sensing capabilities, no welfare beasts were found. It is worth noting that the system could detect demon beasts within a radius of 100 miles. And Wanxiang Divine City was not nearly as expansive as the Wanxiang world. After an hour of flight without a sighting of any demon beasts, what could this imply? It indicated that Wanxiang Divine City harbored no welfare beasts. Furthermore, other practitioners were equally in search of these elusive creatures. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Huashui and Bai Si Ruashi followed suit. The trio then set their course towards the heart of Wanxiang Divine City. As the Wanxiang Linglong Tower was destined to manifest there, this tower represented the trial of the Wanxiang world's heritage. Most practitioners were not naive. Thus, upon realizing the absence of welfare beasts in a short span of time, they had already deduced the situation and were making their way towards the center of Wanxiang Divine City. The center itself featured a vast white jade plaza, spanning several miles. With a towering azure pagoda at its heart, approximately 300 meters in diameter, its height obscured by the clouds above. The pagoda radiated a phosphorescent glow, enveloping the entire plaza in an aura of mysterious pressure. The Wanxiang World's Heritage Trial at the Wanxiang Linglong Tower officially commences. Notice, participants may form teams, up to 5 members, or enter solo, with each individual allowed only one attempt. 88 8th-tier demon beasts will appear within the Wanxiang Linglong Tower. Slaying them will yield rewards. Notice, the Wanxiang Linglong Tower consists of 9 levels. Reaching the summit grants access to the Wanxiang World's Heritage. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated once more, heard by everyone in the plaza and throughout the entire Wanxiang Divine City. As the announcement concluded, a portal resembling a teleportation gate materialized beside the Wanxiang Linglong Tower. Upon witnessing the entrance, countless practitioners instinctively rushed towards it, eager to seize the opportunity to accept the trial. After all, the welfare beasts within were limited in number, operating on a first-come, first-served basis. However, the entrance was singular, permitting only one individual or a small group to undergo the trial at a time. Thus, everyone was obliged to queue. Given the strict prohibition against fighting within Wanxiang Divine City, forming an orderly line was unquestionable. After all, who would risk annihilation by attempting to cut in line? While some were eager to be the first to accept the trial, the majority opted to form teams, thus alleviating their urgency. Level 70, looking for a team. Anyone wishing to team up? A commotion ensued in the plaza. We need one more to complete our team. Seeking a player above level 60. The atmosphere was lively. Teaming up was straightforward, as the benefits would be evenly distributed by the artifact spirit, alleviating concerns over profit sharing. Forming a team merely served to lessen the burden and increase the chances of success. Let us join the queue, Su Xingqian reminded Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi. The three proceeded to line up. Meanwhile, they had already reformed their trio. I never anticipated that welfare beast would be inside the Wanxiang Linglong Tower, Bai Si Ruashi remarked, filled with excitement. The 8th-tier welfare beasts might be formidable for others, but for her senior brother, they posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, she and Qingluo could likely take them down single-handedly, given their complete set of golden mythic gear. Observing their position in the queue, it seemed it would take quite a while before their turn arrived. If the trial duration is lengthy, the line will naturally progress slowly, she mused. Not necessarily. Su Xingqian replied with a smile. With over 10,000 practitioners in Wanxiang Divine City queuing for the trial, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. However, if the trials proved to be exceedingly difficult, those participating would be swiftly eliminated, thus shortening the waiting time. Indeed, Zhang Ling, level 1, failed. In less than 10 seconds. The first trial concluded. Chapter 58, Su Xingqian's team passes in 5 seconds. So fast. Just a few seconds? Truly impressive. He couldn't even pass the first level? It seems quite challenging. In a matter of moments, the first participant was eliminated, leaving the onlookers astonished. The atmosphere grew tense. After all, the practitioners who made it to Wanxiang Divine City were all formidable beings, not easily outmatched. Yet, with someone failing in merely 10 seconds, how far could they themselves progress? Moreover, this was only the first level. If one could not even pass the first, what hope was there for the remaining 9 levels? Xiao Mingcheng, Di Yiceng, Shiba. Zhou Hao, Di Yiceng, Shiba. Zhang Yursong, Di Yiceng, Shiba. Following the first elimination, the queue advanced 1 position, yet all who followed were dismissed within mere seconds. The tension in the atmosphere escalated. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, someone succeeded in passing the first level but faltered at the second. How was the first level? Please share. Yes, enlighten us. Countless practitioners in line, as well as those observing, eagerly inquired of the successful participant about the conditions within, hoping for insights to prepare themselves for their own trials ahead. Well, sharing at 1T hurt. The first level is timed for 60 seconds, featuring 10 7th-tier demon beasts in a relatively small area. The second level, however, has a time limit of 120 seconds and includes 8th-tier demon beasts. These monstrous beasts possess superior combat prowess and heightened intelligence compared to ordinary creatures. More critically, once one steps inside, their levels and power are subject to suppression. Among the first-tier adventurers is Wang Mingyu, a formidable figure at level 71. Yet, even he can only progress through the initial layer. Upon hearing Wang Mingyu's words, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the others, shattering their illusions of conquering the wondrous tower. Nonetheless, many adventurers clung to a flicker of hope, as numerous individuals had not qualified for an early exit. Presently, the wondrous tower stands as their sole beacon of hope. "Senior brother, if we encounter a 9th-tier beast, do we stand a chance?" Bai Siruoxi inquired. "Those welfare monsters. It matters not. At least we could take down a few, but I dread the thought of facing a 9th-tier creature. A 9th-tier beast boasts a staggering combat power of 10 million. Moreover, the individual before us indicated that the beasts within are even more formidable than ordinary ones, and adventurers' levels and combat capabilities would be increasingly suppressed as they delve deeper. If they were ordinary beasts, I would be confident," Su Xingqian replied. After all, his power had reached several million. As time slipped away, approximately 2 hours later, it was finally Su Xingqian and her companion's turn. In front of them, hundreds had entered the wondrous tower, yet none had successfully passed the second layer. Only a select few had managed to conquer the first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio stepped into the teleportation portal. In an instant, they found themselves in a vast, desolate realm. This place exuded an aura of barrenness. It was an independent world, entirely distinct from the wondrous tower, signifying that they had entered its interior, essentially a spatial treasure. Objective: 10 7th-tier beasts, no drops. Countdown: 605,958. Upon their arrival, Su Xingqian and her companions received a notification. Astonishingly, the countdown had already commenced, and a few seconds had elapsed. Simultaneously, 10 flying monstrous beasts surged towards them. These aerial creatures were more than twice as powerful as their terrestrial counterparts, showcasing the absolute advantage of aerial combat. It was no wonder that other adventurers had effortlessly dispatched foes in mere seconds at the first tier. Whoosh, whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingqian raised her hand, summoning the Crimson Emperor of Heaven. Instantly, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, crashing into the 10 7th-tier flying beasts. Boom, boom, boom. An absolute annihilation. The 10 flying beasts plummeted to the ground like dumplings, raising clouds of dust. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's group has successfully passed the first layer. The notification rang out, declaring their triumph over the first tier. Notification: you have passed the first layer. Do you wish to enter the second layer? Considering time, 1098. Shortly thereafter, another alert inquired whether they wished to proceed to the second layer. The countdown reappeared, leaving Su Xingqian and her companions uncertain of the consequences of failing to respond. Would they be ejected from the wondrous tower, or would they automatically transition to the next layer? Enter. Su Xingqian decided without hesitation. Time was of the essence. 10 seconds had already slipped away, and hesitation was no longer an option. Thus, she confirmed their entry into the next layer. In just 5 seconds, they had surpassed the first layer. Such an astonishing feat. Previously, those who had entered needed 40 to 50 seconds, barely scraping through. Yet, Su Xingqian and her companions had achieved it in a mere 5 seconds. It seemed they stood a genuine chance of conquering the second tier. In the plaza, all adventurers had gathered, 621 in total. They were acutely aware that the wondrous divine city did not harbor welfare monsters. Those were confined to the wondrous tower. At this moment, they awaited their turn, hoping for fruitful gains within. After all, welfare monsters were set to appear in the second layer. Slaying one would guarantee the right to leave and avoid obliteration. Whoosh. Upon choosing to enter the second layer, a golden light enveloped them, and the trio vanished from sight. They soon reappeared in a similar realm, albeit one considerably larger. The air was thick with a terrifying aura, the presence of formidable beasts. 8th-tier beasts. Indeed, the scent of 8th-tier beasts lingered strongly. Objective: 27th-tier beasts, no drops. Objective: 3 8th-tier beasts, no item drops. Notification: level suppression to within level 70. Combat power suppressed by 5. Countdown: 120119118. Upon entering the second layer, the notification echoed, outlining the rules of the wondrous tower's second tier. Remarkably, the 7th-tier beasts had doubled and still yielded no drops. Additionally, 3 8th-tier beasts had appeared, also with no item drops. This meant that beyond equipment, nothing else would be available. Level suppression was confined to level 70, with a combat power cap of 5. This layer had a time limit of 120 seconds. Boom, roar, boom. In the sky, flying beasts soared, while powerful creatures roamed the ground. A comprehensive threat loomed. Brother, leave a few 7th-tier beasts for us to handle. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi urged Su Xingqian. They could not contend with 8th-tier beasts. but 7th tier ones were within their reach. As long as they maintained control within the 120-second time frame, they would prevail. Alright, I will engage the 7th tier beasts after 60 seconds. Su Xingqian nodded, her figure flashing as she darted towards the 3 8th tier beasts, her feet riding a gleaming sword. Target, 8th tier. Although their level was suppressed to within 70 and their combat power capped at 5, this was hardly a concern for Su Xingqian. 8th tier beasts boasted 5 million in combat power. Given that these creatures were stronger than the average, their power likely ranged between 6 to 7 million. Raising her hand, the Crimson Emperor of Heaven manifested, followed by a barrage of sword light hurtling towards the 3 8th tier beasts. Chapter 59, Hunting 8th tier beasts, Attributes 100000. Each blade of light carried millions of combat power, imbued with terrifying damage. In that instant, he was cleaved in twain by the radiant sword energy. Hiss, hiss. The destructive power of the sword's aura directly struck the 8th tier beast, inflicting horrific wounds that nearly resulted in its immediate demise. Although it had yet to perish, it was left with but half of its life. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment Su Xingqian made his move, both Xiao Huoshui and Bai Saruo, she also engaged in battle, confronting a beast with battle prowess of 5 million with their combined strength of 7 million was no trivial feat, yet it was not insurmountable. In an instant, the second level of the Wanxiang Linglong Tower erupted with scenes of devastation. The elder brother's attack was truly terrifying. During the fray, Duanmu Ruashi kept a vigilant eye on Su Xingqian, for he faced an 8th tier beast. However, upon witnessing the damage inflicted by Su Xingqian's assault, she was left astounded, realizing his strength exceeded all expectations. Where's brother? Upon hearing Duanmu Ruashi's inquiry, Ji Qingluo glanced over and spotted Su Xingqian. Yet, in the next moment, his figure vanished as if he had never existed. An illusion, akin to a mere mirage. Where did brother go? Could it be he did not enter the Wanxiang Linglong Tower? This was Ji Qingluo's bewildered response. Yet, just as she stood there in shock, the previously vanished Su Xingqian bizarrely reappeared above the head of an 8th tier beast. Upon his emergence, he uttered a single word, and simultaneously, the chiming tiandi descended upon the beast. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as the 8th tier beast collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. As the beast fell, Su Xingqian's silhouette again disappeared. Boom, boom. In the next moment, he appeared above another beast, striking it down with the same technique. The scene repeated itself twice more. 3 8th tier beasts fell, seemingly at intervals, yet almost simultaneously. Congratulations on slaying an 8th tier beast. Experience, 20,000,000, 200. Gold, 200,000,000. Attributes, 100,000. Exclusive benefits applied. Congratulations on slaying an 8th tier beast. Experience, 20,000,000, 200. Gold, 200,000,000. Attributes, 100,000. Exclusive benefits applied. Congratulations on slaying an 8th tier beast. Experience, 20,000,000, 200. Gold, 200,000,000. Attributes, 100,000. Exclusive benefits applied. With the 3 8th tier beasts defeated, Su Xingqian ceased his assault, leaving the remaining foes to Bai Saruo Shi and Xiao Huoshui. In his mind, a notification chimed. The hunt for 8th tier beasts had yielded 20 million experience and 200 million gold for each participant. However, he was taken aback by the attributes gained. Each beast typically granted a fixed increase of 10 attribute points, unwaveringly so. Yet, now, the 8th tier welfare beast had bestowed a staggering 100,000 points. The exclusive benefits had multiplied this by a factor of 10,000. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Su Xingqian could not help but mentally exclaim thrice. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi continued their struggle against 27th tier beasts, displaying no signs of panic as they systematically felled each adversary. The countdown ticked away, second by second. Boom. With 81 seconds remaining on the timer, the last 7th tier beast was vanquished. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's team has successfully passed the second level. Each member receives 1 welfare treasure chest. The notification sounded, announcing the success of Su Xingqian and his companions, each rewarded with a welfare treasure chest. Welfare treasure chests. Mysterious chests? Duanmu Ruashi and Ji Qingluo's expressions brightened with excitement. Without a doubt, these chests were valuable. Ji Qingluo, however, speculated whether this would mirror the rewards from the previous instance, where a mysterious treasure chest had yielded excellent equipment and items. Clearly this time, the welfare treasure chest was superior, especially since it pertained to a level 30 dungeon. Notification, you have passed the second level. Would you like to enter the third level? Countdown, 1098. The prompt for entering the third level echoed. Enter, Su Xingqian replied. They had indeed conquered the second level. It was quite remarkable. It was said that the second level harbored 8th tier beasts. He wondered what treasures might emerge from slaying them. With only 88 8th-tier welfare beasts in total, any slain would not respawn indefinitely. Upon entering the third level, he pondered whether they would be able to surpass it. Those queued behind were at a disadvantage. If the front ranks eliminated the welfare beasts, what would remain for those at the back? The adventurers in the plaza. Upon hearing of Su Xingqian's team's success in the second level, were filled with envy. However, they soon realized the flaw in their situation. The number of welfare beasts was fixed. Those who had previously slain them left little for those still waiting. Yet, by the time this realization dawned, it was already too late. Moreover, even those at the front of the line would find it futile if they lacked the strength to advance. In the blink of an eye, they entered the third level. The space was identical, albeit larger. Objective: slay 37th tier beasts, no drops. Objective: slay 6 8th tier beasts. No items dropped. Notice: level restricted to within 65, battle power restricted to 10. Countdown: 180179178. Upon entering the third level, the task prompt appeared. The hunt for 7th tier beasts increased to 30, also yielding no drops. The 8th tier welfare beasts had risen from 3 to 6. The restrictions on level and battle power were even more daunting. In truth, for Su Xingqian and his companions, the level restriction posed little hindrance, as their battle power would not diminish significantly. However, the battle power restriction would prove challenging. As the number and strength of the beasts increased, their own strength dwindled. Boom, boom, boom. The trio exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging the challenge before them. Then they sprang into action. Su Xingqian targeted the 8th tier welfare beasts, while Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi faced the 7th tier beasts. In that moment, battle erupted. In a bid to conserve time, Su Xingqian approached the 8th tier welfare beast, unleashing the power of his domain ring. This maneuver resulted in a 50 reduction of the target's overall strength, damage, and attack within a spatial range of 500 meters cubed. Under such circumstances, the task of vanquishing the 8th tier welfare beast became exceedingly effortless. With each strike of his sword, a multitude of sword lights and sword energies erupted forth. As the sword energies descended, the 8th tier welfare beast succumbed, annihilated in an instant. 6 8th tier welfare beasts were thus dispatched with remarkable swiftness. Congratulations on slaying an 8th tier demon beast. Experience: 20 000 000 200. Gold: 200 000 000. Attributes: 100 000. Exclusive welfare bonus. Following the demise of the 8th tier welfare beast, the notification chimed. Experience, gold, and attributes were credited to his account. Hearing this sound, Su Xingqian could not help but marvel at the exhilaration of hunting high-tier demon beasts. Indeed, the experience, gold, and attributes were substantial. During his pursuit of the 8th tier welfare beast, 7th tier demon beasts were also falling in defeat. Although the experience and gold garnered from them paled in comparison to that of the 8th tier, they were still considerable. The illusory tower was truly a realm of fortune. He hoped to reach the pinnacle. Should he succeed, the rewards of experience, gold, and attributes would be exceedingly lucrative. In that moment, anticipation swelled within Su Xingqian's heart. Chapter 60. The 9th layer of the illusory tower, 9th tier demon beast, king. In the 3rd layer of the illusory tower, as the 8th tier demon beast fell to Su Xingqian, 7th tier demon beasts were being dispatched before Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi. Despite their levels and combat power being suppressed, both Jiqing Luo and Duanmu Ruoshi possessed a formidable combat power of 1.7 million, being S-rank prodigies endowed with formidable skills and terrifying attribute bonuses. Hunting 7th tier demon beasts proved to be a trivial task. As the countdown reached 128 seconds, all 7th tier demon beasts were eradicated, restoring tranquility to the space of the 3rd layer. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's team has successfully passed the 3rd layer. Each member receives 1 welfare treasure chest. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated, announcing their success in overcoming the 3rd layer. The reward was yet another welfare treasure chest, sparking excitement. Little Huashui gazed at the luminous descent of the treasure, which ultimately found its way into her bag, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Senior brother, was the last treasure chest of disaster level? She inquired. Last time, it was a mysterious treasure chest. My weapon was obtained from within it. However, even though the dungeon levels are the same, the contents may vary, as each dungeon is an independent microcosm with differing rules. I believe the welfare treasure chests in a disaster-level dungeon of this caliber should not be inferior to the mysterious treasure chests, Su Xingqian replied. Such matters are often unclear. Notification: you have passed the 3rd layer. Would you like to enter the 4th layer? Countdown: 1098. The decision was straightforward. The time for consideration remained unchanged at merely 10 seconds. Yet, for Su Xingqian and his companions, as well as all adventurers, this was not a matter for deliberation. Having already passed the 3rd layer, why ponder entering the 4th? Each individual only had one chance at the trial. It would be foolish to forego such an opportunity. They entered without a moment's hesitation. Having already stripped down, why would you ask if I wish to enter? With a flash of golden light, the 3 were enveloped and vanished in an instant. only to reappear in the 4th layer of the illusory tower. Objective: 57th tier demon beasts, no drops. Objective: 98th tier demon beasts, no item drops. Notification: level suppression to within level 60, combat power suppression to 15. Countdown: 240239238. Upon arriving at the 4th layer, the trio immediately turned their attention to the task. The number of 7th tier demon beasts has increased to 50, while the welfare beasts have dwindled to 9. Level suppression is within 60, and combat power is suppressed to 15. Boom, boom, boom. Without uttering a word, they launched into combat, regardless of the absence of drops. The experience, gold, and attributes remained, and of course, there would be a welfare treasure chest upon completion. In just 120 seconds, they cleared the 4th layer. In 118 seconds, they completed the 5th layer. In 105 seconds, they finished the 6th layer. In 90 seconds, they passed the 7th layer. In 81 seconds, they conquered the 8th layer. The increasingly rapid completion times stemmed from their growing efficiency in hunting demon beasts. The reason was simple. Ji-Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of 7th tier demon beasts, and with the suppression of their combat power and levels, their hunting speed diminished. Thus, Su Xingqian intervened. Even under the constraints of level and power suppression, Su Xingqian could still swiftly eliminate groups of 7th tier demon beasts. With a single strike of his sword, he annihilated swathes of 7th tier foes, and even managed to dispatch 8th tier demon beasts with ease. Notification: you have passed the 8th layer. Would you like to enter the 9th layer? Countdown: 1098. Once the welfare treasure chest was credited to their accounts, the notification sounded again. Having reached the 8th layer, would they not proceed to the 9th? It was known that the 9th layer marked the pinnacle of their ascent. With a whoosh, they were teleported. And in the blink of an eye, the three found themselves in the 9th layer of the illusory tower, the highest tier, where completing this layer would signify their ascent to the summit, granting them the legacy of the illusory world. Their hearts raced with exhilaration, for they were but a step away from the coveted inheritance. However, at this moment, the trio quickly assessed the tasks of this layer. Objective: 507th tier demon beasts. No drops. Objective: 48th tier demon beasts, no item drops. Objective: 19th tier demon beast, king, no item drops. Notification: level suppression to within level 20. Combat power suppression to 50. Countdown: 600, 599, 598. Well then, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. The number of 7th tier demon beasts had surged to 500, while only 4 welfare beasts remained. This layer contained merely 4 welfare beasts, yet a 9th tier demon beast, king, had emerged. The level suppression had been reduced to within level 20, and combat power was restricted to 50. At this moment, Ji-Qing Luo and Duanmu Ruashi found themselves devoid of any fighting capacity. Of course, Ji-Qing Luo could still rely on the Qingyao to engage in battle gradually. However, when confronted with 507th tier demonic beasts, it proved utterly futile. With a scornful glance, Ji-Qing Luo regarded Duanmu Ruashi, who had previously inquired of Su Xingqian about the potentiality of encountering a 9th tier beast. To their astonishment, the very beast had materialized before them. Be cautious, Su Xingqian advised, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. The 9th tier demonic beast possessed a combat strength of approximately 10 million. Even the king of 9th tier beasts would not exceed 12 million in strength, and the utmost limit would be around 15 million. Presently, his combat power was suppressed by 50, which indicated that he still had over 3 million to wield. Moreover, his domain ring could diminish the target's strength by 50, effectively placing both himself and the beast on an equal footing. Furthermore, were the invincible ring and the petrification ring mere trifles? Sword Path Lingyuan, accompany me. All swords returned to their origin. Su Xingqian's figure flickered, and in an instant, a grand technique erupted forth. The Sword Path Lingyuan, enhancing the power of the myriad swords by 30-fold, enveloped the space in a tempest of annihilation. The Red Fiend Sword Intent and the Red Fiend Sword Array manifested as well. His initial strike employed his most formidable technique, aimed at obliterating the 7th tier beasts and potentially vanquishing 8th tier welfare monsters, with the intent to subsequently hunt the 9th tier beasts, kings, in isolation. Destruction. Destruction. Within the 9th layer of the Wanxiang Linglong Tower, scenes of devastation unfolded. 7th tier demonic beasts dissolved into blood mist, while 8th tier beasts fell lifeless. In the span of a mere instant, tranquility enveloped the realm, for all 7th and 8th tier foes had been annihilated. A solitary 9th tier demonic beast, king, loomed amidst the chaos, emitting a furious roar, a manifestation of its wrath. Although Su Xingqian's attack did not obliterate it, the beast bore the marks of grievous injury. With a few more such assaults, it would undoubtedly succumb. However, the cooldown period for Su Xingqian's grand technique was rather protracted, rendering him incapable of launching another offensive. With a cooldown of over 20 minutes, the duration of this task barely permitted 10. Moreover, the 9th tier beast would not pause to accommodate his cooldown. Boom. The roaring 9th tier beast lunged with its colossal claws towards Su Xingqian. He deftly maneuvered his sword, evading swiftly while simultaneously unleashing continual assaults upon it. The sword control technique. The Qinglian sword song echoed repeatedly, intermittently erupting with the red fiend sword array. As a fortuitous opportunity arose, the petrification ring activated, rendering the 9th-tier beast immobile. Seizing this moment, Su Xingqian approached within 500 meters, now within the range of his domain ring. With a flourish, the red fiend emperor swung his sword down. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated, sending dust spiraling skyward. The 9th-tier demonic beast, King, crashed to the ground.